Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Chapter 34-29. The smoke that was originally left behind by the dragon sacrificial continent scattered and sprinkled on every corner of the huge dragon sacrificial continent, completely merging with the dust of the new dragon sacrificial continent, forming a brand new world. Standing in the sky and watching the return of the dragon sacrificial continent, to be honest, this wonderful world, the perfect home, the homeland of the divine dragons, made Long Chen feel extremely touched. From now on, I just want to protect this world with peace of mind, so that all the dragons can live in peace and grow rapidly. Maybe one day, we will really be able to recreate the glory before the Myriad Realms era. Long Chen said word by word. That day will definitely come, Mo Xiaolang said. Who cares? After being nervous for so long, Master Cat has to have a good rest. I thought of a fun idea. I want to pretend to be a mortal, weak and powerless, then blend into the mortal world and do all kinds of wonderful things like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I want to woo all the beauties in the world. Kitten thought happily. What are you talking about? At this moment, a huge five-colored phoenix flew over from the dragon sacrificial continent. It was Zhu Xi. Because her bloodline was also very good, and because Long Chen had swept the spiritual energy of the doomsday onto the dragon sacrificial continent, Zhu Xi had also obtained good fortune and reached the realm of half-ancestor. No, I'm just saying that you're good-looking. Kitten smiled embarrassedly. This guy probably had some romantic affairs with a certain divine phoenix before the Myriad Realms era, so Zhu Xi's appearance was like his nemesis. Kitten was not afraid of anything except Zhu Xi. You're definitely talking bad about me. See if I don't bite you to death. Zhu Xi screeched and chased Kitten all over the world. For a moment, everyone laughed happily. The dragon emperors, all the supreme mystical dragons, Long Chen's pair of daughters, and his mother, Yang Yu, all came to their side at this moment. Together with Long Chen, they looked at the majestic dragon sacrificial dragon continent. The dragon attendants were also here. From now on, we will protect our home together, and let the dragons grow stronger again. Long Chen was still the unshakable backbone, and the spiritual pillar of support for everyone. The 15 dragon emperors had never thought that there would be such a moment. All these years, the nurturing and sorting of the dragons of the entire dragon sacrificial continent were all done by the 15 dragon emperors. Long Chen was also grateful to these elders. God of Tai Su said, "Then I'll leave the matters here to you. We can't do anything else. Let's continue to search for the lost origin dragon souls and world origin. Thank you all." Of course, even though the crisis had been resolved, the search for those important items couldn't be stopped. Not only did the dragon attendants have to search for them, but Long Chen would also search for them once everything settled down. Although the Myriad Realms are peaceful now, and basically there won't be any danger, but, in the Myriad Realms, there are too many ancestor gods who are stronger than me. Who knows what will happen to them in the future? If I want the dragon sacrificial continent to have eternal peace, I need to become stronger, until I'm on equal footing with the ancestor god of the fourth era. Only then can the dragon sacrificial continent be truly peaceful. In addition, the sky-devouring clan hasn't been completely eradicated, so I can't stop. Long Chen still had such a consciousness. If he didn't have a sense of hardship and was greedy for pleasure, he would perish sooner or later. Of course, this matter was temporarily remembered by Long Chen. He knew what to do in the future. At this moment, everyone around him was looking at the entire dragon sacrificial continent emotionally. Zhu Xi and Kitten had already gone to play happily. Long Yan dragged her younger brother and walked curiously in the surrounding starry sky. This was the first time they had officially appeared in the Myriad Realms. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan were discussing how to spend the next few days, how to have a holiday, and how to live their two-person world. Yang Lingqing said that she was going to cultivate in seclusion and become an ancestor god of destruction. It seemed like everything was going well. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were leaning on Long Chen's side. They also needed peace. The dragon sacrificial continent had already stabilized, and the eternal god territory was also operating. The divine dragon's origin grounds still existed in the east, but the divine planet of destiny not far away was very eye-catching, because it was the divine dragon clan's pain. Long Chen looked at the dragon sacrificial continent and said regretfully, "Everything is very beautiful, but it seems to be over. The only thing that's not too comfortable is that in our world, there are too few gods and demons. We dragons only number about 100 billion. Although there are still a lot of inherited essence blood and origin dragon souls, the number of descendants is really too few. We have to work hard to reproduce. How many years do we have to reproduce before there are hundreds of billions of lives like in the chaotic divine realm?" The 9 chaotic continents of the chaotic divine realm added up weren't even as big as the current dragon sacrificial continent. In fact, they were far smaller. But the problem was that the number of dragons was really too few. The god of Tai Su nodded and said, "Yes, the dragon sacrificial continent experienced extinction, and in the end, it was almost completely extinct. It's too difficult to regain its former glory, and it's hard to increase the population for the time being, unless the divine dragons that were cursed back then can break the curse and return. I've calculated that the number of cursed divine dragons is about 1 trillion, which is equivalent to a few chaotic divine realms' chaotic divine clan. Although it's far from the number before the epoch, the current dragon sacrificial continent can accommodate this many. Divine planet of destiny, curse realm, and other places. Those cursed divine dragons definitely needed to be broken, and this task fell on Lingxi. Long Chen looked at Lingxi, who was in her arms. She nodded and said, "Don't worry, Chen. I'll do my best." Speaking of this, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said, "After Yang Shi of the Sky-Swallowing clan died in battle, the curse of the ancestral gods was broken. This means that the 10th ancestral dragon may have transferred the source of the curse to Yang Shi, and let Yang Shi take control of all the curses. Maybe these cursed divine dragons are related to Yang Shi, and if they are, it'll be great." "Makes sense." The god of great essence screamed and showed a look of ecstasy. He said loudly, "Why didn't I think of that? My stupid brain, we didn't think of that. Quick, let's go to Divine Planet of Destiny and have a look. Maybe there's hope. Maybe we don't have to wait for Lingxi to become the ancestral god of the 4th era." The conversation between the god of great essence and Lingxi made everyone very happy. The Dragon Emperor didn't follow them, but helped to take care of Long Yan, who was acting recklessly, to prevent her from running away. Long Chen, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, and the others, along with the 6 dragon servants, hurried to Divine Planet of Destiny. "If that's the case, it'll be great," Long Chen said excitedly. Those curses were great torment to all mystical dragons. Moreover, they had already lasted for an epoch. Who could understand how much pain a curse of 100 million years had to endure? One of Long Chen's biggest wishes was to let those divine dragons gain freedom and a new life, so that they could get rid of the terrible curse. This wish was no less than finding the origin dragon soul of the ancestral dragon. This was also a very important task that Long Qinglan had entrusted to him. The excitement in his heart was not much different from the excitement he felt when he killed the devouring dragon servant. In the blink of an eye, they stepped on the land of Divine Planet of Destiny. "Little Shi, come and have a look." Long Chen sent her to the front. She was an expert in this aspect. Long Chen easily opened the passage inside the Divine Planet of Destiny. The whole interior of the Divine Planet of Destiny was filled with white snakes made of the cursed divine dragons. Those white snakes used to be like ghosts, wandering inside the Divine Planet of Destiny for 100 million years. 100 million years of torture. In the past, they wandered aimlessly. But this time, after opening the Divine Planet of Destiny, everyone could clearly see a vast expanse of whiteness. Countless white snakes were inside. They were no longer leisurely, but very manic. They collided with the inside of the divine planet of destiny. When the divine planet of destiny opened, they even rushed out and collided with Long Chen and the others. How is it? Seeing this situation, Long Chen and the others' hearts were in their throats. This was very possible. There must have been some changes that caused this to happen. It must be the cause of Yang Shi's death. Ling Shi was stunned for a moment. She lowered her head, and in her field of vision, she could see that she was controlling a white snake. Upon closer inspection, there was a white rune flickering on the head of the white snake. That was none other than its curse. The reason why it was flickering was because the curse was already extremely unstable. Break. When Ling Shi's black ring touched the curse suddenly collapsed. The white snake let out a hissing sound, and its divine body suddenly expanded in front of Long Chen and the others. It turned from illusory to corporeal, and that familiar dragon head, dragon claws, and dragon scales all appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. Roar. It was a dragon roar that had been suppressed for 100 million years. That divine dragon wandered around Long Chen. At first, it was in a very manic state, as if it was still in a state of torture. It was not until it saw the surroundings clearly and saw the dragon sacrificial continent below that it slowly stopped. Finally, it landed in front of Long Chen and the others. It turned into a human, a skinny old man. I. Tears flowed down his old face. Looking at Long Chen and the others, he was speechless. 100 million years of torture had even made him forget how to speak. If it was in the past, Lingxi would definitely not let the cursed divine dragon recover. Success. At that moment, Long Chen was extremely excited. He quickly hugged Lingxi and spun her around a few times. Even the dragon attendants' faces were filled with disbelief. They seemed to have gone crazy. Some even had tears in their eyes. This scene made them so excited that they were about to go crazy. Stop. Don't be so excited. The god of Tai Su pulled Long Chen and pulled Lingxi out of his arms. He asked excitedly, "My darling, tell me quickly. How many dragons can you break the curse?" This was the key. Curse. The old man dropped to his knees, looking down at the countless white snakes beneath the surface of the God Star of Destiny. He finally remembered the 100 million years of torture, and could only shrug his shoulders and weep bitterly. Everyone was silent, waiting for Lingxi's final answer. PS1, I have posted a poll on the official WeChat account, Feng Qingyang, regarding the dragon blood ending. The madman needs to know all the readers' opinions on the ending. That's right, it's all of them. The more votes there are, the more accurate the data will be. Therefore, please come to the official account and vote. For those who don't follow me, you can search for Feng Qingyang on WeChat. I am a web writer with a big V. Because the WeChat poll is the fairest and visible to everyone, please participate and give me the real data. The poll will close soon. Chapter 3430. Lingxi could easily break a curse. Theoretically, she should be able to destroy even more. When she answered, Long Chen of course hoped that the number would be higher. Of course, that was on the premise that Lingxi would be safe. He naturally couldn't let her take any more risks. Lingxi opened the spring necklace and said a number that Long Chen couldn't imagine. She was a little cautious, but she still said it in the end. What she said was, all. The god of Taisu asked how many creator gods she could save, and she said all of them. This was the most magical thing that Long Chen felt about Lingxi. You said all of them. The god of Taisu and the other dragon servants couldn't believe their ears. That's right, it should be all of them. Because of Yang Shi's death, the curse on them is almost gone. Only the empty shell is still imprisoning them. Even if I don't do it, the empty shell will disappear in about 10 or 20,000 years. They will naturally be free. I should be able to break the shell in a month or two. Because there were so many, Lingxi felt that it would take about 2 months. In this regard, her words were the most authoritative. After listening to her detailed explanation, Long Chen was so excited that he almost went crazy. In his mind, he was already imagining the scene of trillions of divine dragons returning to the dragon sacrificial continent. Although the divine dragons that are cursed will at most be ultimate divine dragons, there are trillions of them. That number is simply too enormous. With that, the speed at which our divine dragon race recovers will be greatly increased. Most importantly, they will be free. Everyone couldn't help but show their joy. Even if Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan weren't divine dragons, their feelings were the same. This dragon sacrificial continent was their home. Their desire was the same as Long Chen's. That's great. Everyone laughed. By the time the doomsday ended, Lingxi had fully recovered. Under the gazes of Long Chen and the others, she landed on planet Destiny like a fairy. Inside the planet, countless white snakes were surging and colliding. On her slender finger, the black ring was glowing. As the light spread, Lingxi's entire body was immersed in the black power of the curse. Of course, it was to remove the curse. Everyone held their breaths and watched without blinking. In a split second, there was a huge change below. Wherever Lingxi went, there would be a roar. The roar was exactly the same as the dragon that had just broken free. Suddenly, a huge number of dragons rushed out from the inside of the divine planet of destiny. Boom boom boom. In an instant, tens of thousands of mystical dragons were freed from their seals. Every single one of them was dazed and confused. Only when they saw the dragon sacrificial continent and their memories assaulted them did they truly remember what had happened. The pain and sorrow in their eyes gradually disappeared. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions. As time passed, more and more mystical dragons rushed out. Most of them circled around the divine planet of destiny. They were excited, and they shed tears. An era had passed. After coming out, everything had changed. Long Chen looked at these mystical dragons, his eyes slightly red. These were the seniors of the mystical dragon clan. They had fought until the last moment before they were cursed by their opponents. They were all unyielding existences. Each of them was a hero. Today was the day when the heroes returned. At this time, they needed a pillar. Boom. At this time, Long Chen flew up into the sky and transformed into the body of the ancient blood spirit dragon. He was the real ancestral dragon. His huge body soared above the divine planet of destiny. The tiny divine planet of destiny was not even as big as his eye. Ancient blood spirit dragon. It was unknown how many mystical dragons were shouting this name. Seeing the ancestral dragon, the mystical dragons who had been freed were extremely excited. They prostrated in front of Long Chen with the etiquette of the mystical dragons. They had all seen the curse and the mystical dragons being freed from it. After the intense excitement, they calmed down. This was the reason why Long Chen had transformed into the primordial blood spiritual dragon. There would definitely be many mystical dragons returning this time. While they rejoiced, Long Chen also needed to let the mystical dragons understand what had happened during this epoch. In the blink of an eye, over 100 million, then 1 billion, then 10 billion, then 1 trillion. After 2 hours, trillions of mystical dragons had returned. This was equivalent to the number of living beings on the draconic torture continent. However, there were still more on the divine planet of destiny. Below Long Chen, all the mystical dragons were very obedient. They turned into human forms and stood in the starry sky outside the divine planet of destiny, waiting for their brothers and sisters to return. Occasionally, they would look at the ancient blood spirit dragon in the sky with reverence. That was their guiding light. Indeed. This process didn't take much effort for Lingxi. She just needed time. He didn't expect that the curse would be so easily dealt with. It was not easy at all. Long Chen thought that it would be a big test for Lingxi. Luckily, he killed Yang Shi. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. The curses on the entire divine planet of destiny were all broken. When Lingxi came out from below, there were countless mystical dragons above her head. Of course, they were all in human forms, but the number was still much more than the number of dragons on the draconic torture continent. And this was only the number of one divine planet of destiny. When everyone was present, the primordial blood spiritual dragon, who was far above the starry sky, descended in front of the mystical dragons. In their eyes, he took on the appearance of Long Chen. Of course, none of the mystical dragons here had seen the true human form of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, they didn't even know the difference between the one before them and the primordial blood spiritual dragon from the War of the Eras. They were just surprised that the ancient blood spirit dragon didn't die in that terrible War of the Eras. After all, before they were cursed, they received news that the ancient blood spirit dragon had died in battle. Mystical Dragon Clan. Long Chen's loud voice spread across the sky. At this moment, he was a true ancestral dragon. Although these were all his seniors, Long Chen had to bring them back to the embrace of the draconic torture continent. It has been 100 million years since you were cursed and suffered. 100 million years ago, the sky-devouring clan invaded. I'm sure everyone knows what happened. But I don't know if you know that we lost, and even the draconic torture continent was destroyed. Next, Long Chen told the mystical dragons about the efforts of the dragon servants, his birth, the inheritance of the ancient blood spirit dragon, and his rise to power step by step until the War of Doomsday, when he killed the devouring dragon servants, ruined the sky-devouring clan's plan, and finally, when Yang Shi died, the curse was broken. The mystical dragons finally knew the details. Of course, they also knew who Long Chen was. Boom, boom, boom. After he finished speaking, the human forms of the mystical dragons all knelt on the ground, tears welling up in their eyes. Their tears over 100 million years made Long Chen a little speechless. He endured it for a while before saying passionately in a clear voice, "Since everyone has escaped the curse and returned to our home, to our hometown, from now on, we are all brothers and sisters. I, Long Chen, promise everyone that I will protect everyone and protect the draconic torture continent. One day, our world will be restored to the prosperity it had before the epoch. This doesn't just require us, but everyone as well. From now on, our mystical dragon clan will be united." Influenced by Long Chen, new hope appeared in the hearts of the mystical dragons. They gained a brand new life and saw the draconic torture continent. Although it wasn't as huge as the draconic torture continent before the epoch, it was familiar and full of vitality. The mystical dragon clan will be united. The mystical dragons shouted in unison. That was hundreds of trillions of voices that reverberated in the endless starry sky. Their determination gave Long Chen even more hope. There were too many mystical dragons among them, and they had finally returned. Everyone, you can return to the draconic torture continent and experience our home. As for us, we still need to help more compatriots and let them return. After hearing Long Chen's words, the mystical dragons cheered in unison. They wanted to return to the draconic torture continent so much that they couldn't hold it in anymore. One after another, they transformed into mystical dragons. In an instant, hundreds of trillions of mystical dragons were born at the same time and flew towards the draconic torture continent. The vastness of the scene was simply too shocking. Hundreds of trillions of mystical dragons soaring into the sky, this scene had appeared in Long Chen's mind countless times. At this time, it was really happening. How could Long Chen not be excited? Hundreds of trillions of mystical dragons landed on the new desolate and uninhabited draconic torture continent. From now on, they would build a new world and a new city here. The draconic torture continent was already so huge that even if the hundreds of trillions of mystical dragons rushed in, they wouldn't cause any ripples. "Are you alright?" The extremely excited Long Chen came before Lingxi. "I haven't seen you for a long time. You're actually this excited?" Lingxi was shocked by Long Chen's bright smile. "Yes, I'm moved by myself. Am I a coward?" Long Chen himself felt that it had been a long time since he was this relaxed and excited. The return of hundreds of trillions of mystical dragons, this wasn't just a dream. "No, I feel that you're very noble." Lingxi's eyes were still filled with admiration when she looked at him. "I'm not tired at all. Let's go to the Curse Realm." Lingxi herself couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to see how happy Long Chen would be if the trillions of mystical dragons returned to the draconic torture continent and made it bustle with activity. Such days would only take about 2 months, or even less. She couldn't help but not rest. 1 month would be enough. "Let's go." They came to the east and arrived at the Curse Realm. In front of them were countless stars. On each star, there was a black jade dragon head that was eternally imprisoned. At this time, even the stars were trembling. Chapter 34-31. In the past, Long Chen had brought some of the elder gods into the death world before they had entered the apocalypse. When the apocalypse had collapsed, Long Chen had allowed them to leave as well. Elder God Ling Su was one of them. However, Elder God Ling Su was on very good terms with him. When she heard Long Chen mention the return of the mystical dragons, she came running over. She was a frequent visitor on the Draconic continent. Now, the Draconic continent was bustling with activity. "Your world is really beautiful." When Long Chen and the others headed for the Curse Realm, Elder God Ling Su followed and said enviously, "Is that so? Perhaps compared to the other worlds, the Draconic continent was just too superior." Of course. Elder God Ling Su was enjoying herself so much that she forgot to go home. Now that the Sky Devourer's calamity was over and peace was restored, it seemed as though building their own world was the only thing the Elder Gods could do. Elder God Ling Su had been thinking about how to make the Ling Su Star Ocean more beautiful. "Don't worry about me. I'll take a look around. You go and help your mystical dragon clan break free from the curse." Elder God Ling Su smiled warmly. Her smile was getting closer and closer to the warmth she had before the epoch. "All right." In front of them were the countless black jade dragon heads in the Curse Realm. Many of them were already showing signs of transforming into dragons. Without another word, Lingxi transformed into a beam of light and moved through the countless stars at terrifying speed. Every time she arrived, the mystical dragons would truly break free from the curse and be reborn. Soon, another day had passed. The number of divine dragons cursed in the Curse Realm was slightly less than half of the number on the blessed planet of destiny, but it was still quite a lot. Long Chen repeated the process from before, guiding these seniors so that they could return to their homes, to the dragon sacrificial continent. Seeing them cry tears of joy, Long Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. He asked Elder God Ling Su to help Mo Xiaolang and the others look after the mystical dragons that had just returned, while he brought Lingxi to the next cursed location. Fortunately, the dragon attendants had already found all the cursed locations. Most of them were well hidden. There were more than 10 of them. Long Chen couldn't wait any longer. He wanted these trillions of mystical dragons to return to the dragon sacrificial continent. He was more anxious than anyone else, as though the mystical dragons wouldn't be able to return if he was a step slower. While Lingxi was in the new cursed land, helping the mystical dragons break free from the cursed shell, Long Chen opened the death rain to its greatest extent. He transformed into the primordial spiritual bloodline dragon and stood guard beside the death rain. Upon receiving his summons, the awakened mystical dragons rushed into the death rain and returned to the dragon sacrificial continent through the countless gates of the dragon sacrificial continent. From Mo Xiaolang's point of view, there was a huge blood-colored vortex in the sky of the dragon sacrificial continent. At every moment, there were countless mystical dragons returning from it, soaring, and landing on the dragon sacrificial continent. They all had memories, and could even find their former family members and companions. Of course, most of their family members and companions had already died in the War of the Eras. Not only were there many mystical dragons, but there were also countless species. These days, Long Chen had seen too many unimaginable mystical dragons. The species of mystical dragons he knew in his life couldn't even compare to the ones he was seeing now. There were low-level red dragons, blue dragons, mid-level mystical dragons, 5-clawed golden dragons, 8-winged red dragons, high-level sky mystic blue fire dragons, ice armor oceanic dragons, 9 heavens wind-riding dragons, 5 mountains dragons, 9-winged sky dragons, golden thunder dragons, and so on. There were also super mystical dragons, sacred palace thunder dragon, 9-headed soul terror dragon, heavenly palace thunder dragon, 8 tribes stupa dragon, 3,000 star soul dragons, and so on. Of course, there were also many ultimate mystical dragons such as the primordial demonic dragon, great creation yin-yang dragon, chaos green fire dragon, million silver blade dragon, and so on. They were basically the strongest. Back then, the dragon sacrificial continent was said to have over 100 million species of mystical dragons. It was really true. At least, Long Chen had seen tens of millions of species. Back then, there were definitely more than 1 trillion mystical dragons on the dragon sacrificial continent. In his and Lingxi's practically insane progress, the cursed lands disappeared one after another. At every moment, there were millions of mystical dragons passing through the death rain. Under the guidance of the primordial blood spirit dragon, they excitedly, emotionally, and even wept bitterly as they returned to the brand new dragon sacrifice continent. The originally spacious dragon sacrificial continent finally became crowded due to the millions, or even trillions of mystical dragons flying in the air. Now, almost every mountain on the dragon sacrificial continent had a mystical dragon flying in the air. It was truly a world that belonged to mystical dragons. Trillions of mystical dragons had returned and occupied over 99% of the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, this was their territory to begin with. Finally, after a little more than a month, Lingxi had settled all the cursed lands. Although it didn't consume a lot of energy, she was still exhausted and returned to the Tower of Time to rest. Long Chen did a total count. The number of divine dragons that were cursed and had returned was a total of about 1.3 trillion. Now, the dragon sacrificial continent was filled with the divine dragon race. Not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of strength and world level, the dragon sacrificial continent was now the number 1 among all worlds. Moreover, it was ahead of the original level worlds in all aspects. For example, the chaos gods in the chaotic divine realm and the mystical dragons had once again become the most powerful race in all worlds. Of course, putting aside the ancestor gods, Long Chen was still inferior to those existences above the ancestor gods of the 7th era. Now that the Doomsday had allowed the ancestor gods to reach perfection, it would be even harder to deal with them. However, fortunately, all worlds were at peace now. Long Chen had saved every ancestor god's life, so there was no need to worry about the future safety of the dragon sacrificial continent. This was the time when Long Chen was the most excited. He was currently under the sky of the dragon sacrificial continent. Below him were countless mystical dragons. Mystical dragons like to maintain their form the most, so below him was the scene of trillions of mystical dragons soaring in the sky. At this moment, Long Chen transformed into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. He was the largest mystical dragon. When he was in the sky, all the mystical dragons could see him. The ancestor dragon was the ancestor of all dragons. It was the ancestor dragon that gave birth to the world and mystical dragons. Therefore, when the ancestor dragon appeared, all the mystical dragons quieted down. They landed on the ground and faced Long Chen with a very respectful attitude, expressing their respect and obedience. Naturally, Long Chen was the current leader of the clan in their hearts. Facing so many seniors, Long Chen even felt nervous. His voice swept across the sky and earth. Logically speaking, all of you are my seniors. Now that you have returned, I congratulate all of you on regaining your freedom. Now that all the mystical dragons are here, I will tell you all about what happened in the past few years and my hopes for the future. The mystical dragons were very quiet. Long Chen told them about his origins, the evolution and destruction of the dragon sacrificial continent in the past 100 million years, and then its rebirth, as well as his fight against the sky-devouring clan. Finally, he let the mystical dragons understand why they were able to escape from the curse. After understanding everything, the mystical dragons were very touched and had tears in their eyes. Now that they were free, they would never forget the pain of 100 million years. Although Long Chen was a descendant, they would not see it that way. In their hearts, the current Long Chen was the ancestor dragon, the object of their greatest reverence. They cheered for the new world and for the ancestor dragon. Now, everyone knows what the situation is like in the myriad worlds. We need to develop and grow stronger. I hope that from now on, our race will be able to unite and love one another. Everyone will work hard together, and one day, we will return to the glorious days of our dragon sacrificial continent before the epoch. This was Long Chen's dream. Of course, it was the dream of all the mystical dragons now. Yes. The sound that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out. It was simply too wide. Their reactions filled Long Chen's heart with satisfaction. Bringing back the mystical dragons was something he would be proud of for the rest of his life. With a common goal, there was no need to be so serious. Long Chen said loudly, "Now, let's celebrate to our heart's content." For a time, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was bustling with excitement. Seeing such an excited world full of vitality, Long Chen was also filled with hope. Now that the infinite worlds were at peace, it was the best world for the dragon sacrificial continent to flourish. "I really envy your world," ancestor god Ling Su said from the side. The Ling Su star ocean was also very beautiful before the epoch. Long Chen thought of that world. Ancestor god Ling Su nodded. She tilted her head and pondered, saying, "I'm a little worried. Right now, the draconic right continent is clearly the best world out of all the worlds. Say, with so many ancestor gods, would there be people who don't know how to be grateful and target you?" Long Chen had thought of this before. He said, "If there really is such a shameless person, I'm not afraid. I even survived the sky-devouring clan's crisis. I will definitely be able to deal with one or two ancestor gods." Indeed, ancestor god Ling Su's thoughts were not unreasonable. The dragon sacrificial continent was envied by others, especially before the epoch. The dragon sacrificial continent was number one. But at that time, the 10 great ancestor dragons were also number one. And now, Long Chen was far from being number one. The number one would only be the 4th era's ancestor god. Just as he said this, Endless Stone of the Endless Cosmos Mountain appeared nearby. He looked around in surprise and said, "Long Chen, this is your world. How can the dragon sacrificial continent be so majestic and vast? It even surpasses the 4th era's ancestor god's world." This was a dangerous person. He was originally nearby, so he was attracted by the trillions of divine dragons. Long Chen had made him suffer for a period of time. Even if Long Chen saved him, he would probably still be resentful. "Thank you for your compliment." Long Chen stood in front of him, worried that he would harm the dragon sacrificial continent. "There's no need for that." Endless Stone raised his head and looked at Long Chen. He suddenly laughed coldly and said, "The new infinite worlds has begun. I have to congratulate you. Your world is number one, and I believe you are also number one. It seems that in the near future, the dragon sacrificial continent will still be the same as before the epoch, ruling over the infinite worlds and suppressing all the ancestor gods to the point where they can't even lift their heads. This sentence was quite disgusting. Chapter 34-32. There was no point in his mocking and sowing discord. Long Chen had a bad temper. He sneered and said, "All right, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, you're going to suffer again." He didn't expect Endless Stone to not be afraid. Although he was indeed distancing himself from Long Chen, his face was filled with a sinister smile. He was rough to begin with, and this made him look extremely ugly. The crisis of the sky-devouring clan has been resolved. All the ancestral gods have regained their freedom. You did help them during the crisis, but you won't be of any use in the future. So, don't be too proud. You're not as awesome as you think you are. Towards the end, he scrammed and left Long Chen's line of sight. However, he was still laughing heartily. I knew it. There are shameless, ungrateful people among the ancestral gods. Elder God Lingsu was extremely angry. Long Chen had turned the tide of the battle against the heaven-devouring clan, saving the lives of all the elder gods. And yet, just as the battle had concluded, the Infinity Stone had come to mock him and sow discord. Let's hope it's a minority. To Long Chen, fighting with the ancestor god was the most meaningless thing. What he wanted to do the most now was to find other world origins and origin dragon souls. At the same time, he wanted to strengthen the dragon sacrificial continent. Of course, he wanted to make himself stronger. When he was strong enough, he had a plan. He was prepared to find a way to exterminate the entire sky-devouring clan. Now, he was temporarily out of danger. I think there are many short-sighted ancestor gods. They are narrow-minded, hot-tempered, ungrateful, treacherous, cunning, and heartless. They are like uncivilized beasts. You treat them well and even work hard without asking for anything in return, but there will always be such despicable people who will gossip, deliberately defame you, and stir up trouble behind your back. They are shameless, and they even want all the ancestor gods to target you. These ancestor gods are evil and wretched by nature. At the end of the day, their hearts are occupied by darkness. I think there are many such shameless people among the ancestor gods. In fact, they might even make up more than 1/10 of them. After all, the ancestral gods had just descended and Endless Stone and chaotic ape ancestors appeared. Elder God Lingsu was infuriated, and she was crying out for Long Chen. After all, Long Chen had almost sacrificed Lingxi's life during the apocalypse in order to bring back this peaceful world. He didn't ask for anything in return, all he wanted was to be safe. The sinister and shameless nature of human nature was displayed to the extreme by Endless Stone Ancestor. I hope no ancestral gods come to disturb my dragon sacrificial continent. Long Chen really did not want to fight with them. It was meaningless. The real enemy had not been eradicated yet. But he knew that ancestral god Ling Su was not going overboard. Even in the mortal world, even in a small town, there would be those sinister people who would bite back when you helped them. The dragon sacrificial continent is so prosperous and strong, but I don't have the ability above the ancestral god of the fourth era. In the future, I really have to be more careful in case there are ungrateful ancestral gods who will come to plunder. From then on, Long Chen stationed himself on the dragon sacrificial continent and was very careful. After all, with the trillions of divine dragons, it was no longer easy for the entire dragon sacrificial continent to return to God Nation. On a certain day, Long Chen received a message from the Chaos Ancestral God, asking him to go to the place where the Doomsday appeared last time. There was something important to announce. It seemed that the top-level ancestral gods had united. Long Chen was focused on the dragon sacrificial continent and naturally did not know. You received an invitation too. Ancestral god Ling Su came to Long Chen's side first. Rather than an invitation, it's more like an order. Long Chen understood that now that the myriad worlds had reached a new level, it was impossible for the creator gods to sit back and do nothing. The myriad worlds were like a large family. A large family needed rules and management, it couldn't be a chaotic mess. This was a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. It depended on how they were managed. Anyway, with Long Chen's current level of world's origin, he should not be able to enter the management. The ancestral gods were all proud and arrogant. Just because they were indebted to Long Chen, they could not be above them. Presumably, all the ancestral gods should have received this news. The Chaos Ancestral God is not far from the Spirit Essence Star Ocean. He probably knows about your matter on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, so he treats you as one of the ancestral gods and asks you to go. Actually, Lingxi had also received an invitation. Because they seemed to know that Lingxi was the ancestral god of the Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and the Ancestral Star. The Supreme Ancient Immortal Realms and the Ancestral Star were the same as the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Their ancestral gods were inferior to the Primal Chaos Ancestral God and the others. Since this was the case, Ancestral God Ling Su, Lingxi, and Long Chen went to the location of the apocalypse. Because he did not want to attract too much attention, Long Chen stayed in the death world for 2 to 3 days. When the ancestral gods at the location of the apocalypse were almost all present, Long Chen, Lingxi, and the others went out. Looking ahead, there were thousands of ancestral gods. There were no more than 10,000 of them. More and more ancestral gods arrived. Generally speaking, the core location was still the location of the ancestral gods from the 4th era, followed by the ancestral gods from the 5th era. The hierarchy was very strict, and this was clearly reflected in the positions of the ancestral gods. Long Chen decided to stay at the outermost level. There were roughly over 5,000 ancestral gods from the 9th era who had survived. This was the most densely populated place. Everyone knew Long Chen. The ancestral gods in the surroundings all smiled and greeted Long Chen. Most of them were very friendly to Long Chen. However, there were 1 or 2 who watched silently from afar, their lips curling up into a cold smile as they discussed with the ancestral gods beside them. Everyone is here. This was the voice of one of the ancestral gods from the 4th era. Alright, we can announce it now. Send out a representative. Who will announce it? The ancestral gods from the 4th era did not have much interest in this. Finally, an ancestral god from the 5th era stood out. This was the ancestral god from the heavenly deity sacred world in the northern starfield. If Long Chen did not guess wrongly, this should be ancestral god Luya. He was the ancestor of heavenly deity Luya, the ancestral god of the creation ancestral god. In his eyes, there was the pattern of the 8 trigrams, just like heavenly deity Luya. However, this ancestral god Luya was very solemn, and he announced loudly, "Today, all the ancestral gods have gathered here to announce 2 things. These 2 things were decided after the discussion of all the ancestral gods from the 4th and 5th era. Today, we will officially announce it to the myriad worlds." His voice was loud enough, and for a moment, everyone quieted down, waiting for these 2 important matters. Long Chen also narrowed his eyes and looked at the ancestral gods at the core location. As expected, the myriad worlds had entered a new stage. He was indeed not as important as the Endless Stone Ancestor had said. First, now that the doomsday has broken, the plan that the Sky-Devouring clan had prepared for 100 million years has been destroyed by us, and there is no possibility of them escaping. After the Sky-Devouring clan's disaster in the 10th era, the myriad worlds have changed, and declined to this point. Fortunately, we survived this disaster, and now, there are many things to do in the myriad worlds, and we will soon enter an era of rapid development and recovery. This is a new era, as though the myriad worlds have new life. Hence, after the unanimous decision of the ancestral gods from the 4th and 5th era, at this point, ancestor god Luya kept everyone in suspense for a while before announcing in a loud voice, "From today onwards, the 10th epoch of the Myriad Worlds has officially ended. From today onwards, the Myriad Worlds will enter the 11th epoch. We have given this epoch a name, the Epoch of Genesis. This year is the first year of the Era of Genesis. From today onwards, the Era of Genesis will be the new calendar of the Myriad Worlds. The 10th Era has passed, and it represents the arrival of the new 11th Era. Let us rejoice together." These words made everyone's blood boil. Even Long Chen was affected. In fact, he was looking forward to this moment, but the ancestral gods all had different expressions, and the sky-devouring clan had not been truly annihilated. Announcing the next era just like that, Long Chen felt that it was still too early, and a little childish. However, this was the decision of the ancestral gods from the 4th and 5th era, and there was nothing that Long Chen could do to change it. He just did not get caught up in the excitement, and knew what was more important next. Era of Genesis. The ancestral gods cheered enthusiastically, the arrival of a new era. They were the ancestral gods of the Myriad Worlds, and they recognized the new calendar, which meant that the entire Myriad Worlds would enter a new calendar. As for the second matter, listen carefully. Long Chen had a premonition that it had something to do with the management of the Myriad Worlds. Before the era, the 10 ancestral dragons were in charge, but now, the 10 ancestral dragons no longer existed, so it had nothing to do with Long Chen. After a while, ancestral god Luya announced loudly, "We have decided to form the Ancestral Gods Alliance to set the order and laws of the Myriad Worlds. As for the rules and laws, we will discuss it for a long time, and announce it after some time. But now, we will announce the basic rules of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, and that is, any new laws, and any matters that are not stipulated by the law need to be decided and arbitrated, and will be decided by the members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Of course, we mean that only the ancestral gods from the 4th and 5th era are members of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, while the other ancestral gods are under the jurisdiction of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. The strong were the ones with power. In the entire Myriad Worlds, it was the same at all levels. Long Chen thought that there would be ancestral gods who were dissatisfied, but in reality, they did not seem to have much of an opinion towards this decision. Ancestor god Luya continued, "In the Ancestral Gods Alliance, every ancestral god from the 4th era has the right to vote 10 times, and every ancestral god from the 5th era has 1 vote. In the future, the birth of new laws, and the arbitration of matters that are not stipulated by the law, will all depend on the voting results of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. Everyone, do you understand?" Chapter 34-33. In fact, Long Chen had done similar things before. Therefore, Long Chen understood. Of course, it was different. The difference was that Long Chen had only used it to restrain the ancestor gods, to prevent them from destroying the Myriad Worlds. The Ancestor Gods Alliance was just a means. But now, the Ancestor Gods Alliance was the true ruler. Basically, nearly 100 5th-era ancestor gods and a dozen 4th-era ancestor gods replaced the former 10 ancestor dragons to maintain the stability of the Myriad Worlds. Long Chen had no objections to this. He believed that the 4th and 5th-era ancestor gods were more sensible. With them in charge, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Is there no problem? Ancestor god Ling Su asked. Not much of a problem. There are so many ancestor gods, and they all have the power to destroy worlds and all life. They should be kept in check. Only then will the Myriad Worlds not be too chaotic. As they chatted, the announcement was made, and the ancestor gods could leave. Long Chen was worried about the dragon sacrificial continent and the billions of mystical dragons, so he prepared to return. However, most of the ancestor gods did not leave. Instead, they got to know and interact with each other. They probably wanted to make more friends and form alliances in the future. If there were conflicts with other ancestor gods, they could help each other. Long Chen did not need that. He had always believed that an alliance with such a strong purpose would not end well. Just like him and ancestor god Ling Su, they had gone through life and death together several times, forming an indestructible friendship. Long Chen, wait. Just as Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and was about to return with Lingxi and ancestor god Ling Su, someone called out to him. He had once caused trouble for Long Chen, but Long Chen did not have a good impression of him. However, he chased up to Long Chen, smiling as if he meant no harm. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? It wasn't easy to meet you. First, I want to apologize for what happened last time. I was reckless. Also, it was because you foiled the Sky-Swallowing clan's plans that I was able to live. So, I want to thank you for your kindness. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Long Chen nodded. It's all in the past. Now that we are in a new era, it should be time to let it go. He was very willing to let go of the grudge. I heard that you have a very beautiful world that surpasses the world of the ancestor gods of the Fourth Era. I'm very interested. Can you take me there to have a look? It seemed that this was his true goal. However, he only looked curious. Long Chen weighed his options. If he directly rejected him, he would probably lose face and cause trouble. Of course, he was not willing to take this guy there. Let's go. Long Chen opened the Death Realm and crossed it with him, arriving at the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Of course, Long Chen was also preventing him from acting recklessly. Wow! When Divine Ancestor Kuyi saw the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, even though he was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. His eyes turned red as he said, "Your world, the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. My world is far inferior to yours. Even the Fortune Ancestor God's Fortune world is far inferior to yours." Long Chen smiled. "I'm going down to take a look." Without another word, Ancestor Kuyi went down. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance. Feeling that it was better to be on guard against this guy, he followed. After landing in the Eternal Life Godly Domain, he wandered around like a country bumpkin, eyes wide. Then he went to the Dragonrite continent, where he crossed mountains, rivers, and lakes, and conversed with the dragons there. He seemed to be completely at ease with them. How comfortable. Standing on a tall mountain, he took a deep breath of the primordial draconic spirit. The current level of the primordial draconic spirit had long since surpassed the nine-colored chaos spirit energy. It was the best spirit energy in the myriad worlds, so it was only natural that more experts could be born. Long Chen, I have something to discuss with you. Ancestor Kuyi turned around with a smile on his face, as if he was talking about something insignificant. Speak. Long Chen knew that the fox's tail was about to be exposed. At first, he thought that Ancestor Kuyi could change his nature and befriend him. After seeing your world today, I'm really envious. Your primordial dragon spirit has much more spiritual chi than the one in my world. My Anya clan is very weak, and I don't think they have much room for growth in the future. But I have the same desire as you, to make my people stronger. So, I think, since we don't get to know each other through Discord, and we're friends now, and your dragon sacrificial continent is also very large, why don't you give me a piece of land and let me transfer 1 billion Anya clan to cultivate here and strengthen them? What do you think? How long do I need to cultivate? Long Chen asked. Well, of course, the longer the better. I mean, it would be better if you could give me such a piece of land permanently so that I can cultivate my Anya clan. Seeing that there seemed to be hope, Divine Ancestor Kuyi hurriedly said. He actually wanted a piece of land. This method of invasion and occupation was too despicable. To Long Chen, it was tantamount to robbery. Ancestor Kuyi's words were too understated. I'm sorry, but the dragon sacrificial continent is the home of the divine dragon clan. Every inch of land belongs to us. I can't give you anything you want, not even an inch of land. Long Chen put away his smile and made his attitude clear. He knew that Ancestor Kuyi had no intention of reconciling with him, and only wanted his territory. Therefore, there was no need for him to be polite. You really want to be so ruthless? Ancestor Kuyi's expression instantly turned cold. At least 1/10 of the dragon sacrificial continent had turned from day to night. He was now threatening him. Long Chen didn't say anything, but the other party's threat made his eyes flash with killing intent. Do you know that after the Doomsday War, the origins of my two worlds have been perfected and are much stronger than before? You may not be my match, so I advise you. As Ancestor Kuyi said this, Kitten, Mo Xiaolang, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and the others appeared from all directions and surrounded him. Long Chen was worried that Ancestor Kuyi would attack the dragon sacrificial continent, so he gave Kitten a look. Kitten laughed and said, "Scram, you big idiot." Due to the chaotic samsara reversal, sacred Ancestor Kuyi was flung out of the dragon sacrificial continent. At the same time, Long Chen and the others quickly followed. When sacred Ancestor Kuyi appeared in the sky above the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen appeared beside him while the others were far away. How dare you? Ancestor Kuyi was furious. You were the one who maliciously attacked my world first, Long Chen said. Aren't you afraid that the Ancestor God Alliance will punish you? Ancestor Kuyi threatened. Long Chen laughed and said, You came to snatch my world, so all I did was chase you out. I didn't even touch a single strand of your hair. You can leave now. The Ancestral Gods Alliance isn't stupid, so why would they punish me? If there's anyone, it's you. Ancestor Kuyi became even more furious after hearing Long Chen's words. You really don't give me any face. Divine Ancestor, face is something you give to yourself. Ancestor Kuyi exploded with anger and said, You're too naive. I'll let you have a taste of my power, Curtain of Darkness. The world's origin appeared in his hand again. Ancestor Kuyi immediately attacked. The Curtain of Darkness enveloped Long Chen and even tried to cover the dragon sacrificial continent. Perhaps because both worlds' origins had been restored to perfection, he believed that his origin energy far surpassed Long Chen's. That was why he had come to provoke and seek revenge. To be honest, he was deeply envious of the dragon sacrificial continent. Facing the Curtain of Darkness, Long Chen couldn't do anything since it was the other party who attacked first. The world's origin energy, Massacre, appeared in his hand. He stabbed the blood-colored longsword into his hand and pulled it out with the blood-will sword. Rip. With a crisp sound, Long Chen rushed forward. When the Curtain of Darkness descended, Long Chen's blood-will sword, which had reached a new level, burst with blood-colored light and directly pierced through the Curtain of Darkness. Ah! Since the world's origin had been pierced, it meant that Ancestor Kuyi had been pierced. Blood spurted out of his abdomen, and he hurriedly retracted the Curtain of Darkness to protect his life. His legs turned to jelly when Long Chen broke his attack so easily. You, even if you become an ancestral god, you're still in the 9th era, and there's only one world's origin. How can you be so strong? Ancestor Kuyi was still unwilling to believe it. Scram. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to say another word to him. Ancestor Kuyi looked at the hole in the Curtain of Darkness and said angrily, How dare you break my world's origin? You're practically asking for my life. Just you wait, I'll immediately go to the Ancestral God Alliance to report you for trying to murder me and destroy my world. Long Chen, just you wait. Do you really think you're so capable? This time, I'll destroy your family. His malevolent expression made Long Chen speechless. He felt that there was no need to act like this. However, ancestral gods had all kinds of personalities, and there were quite a few weirdos like Ancestor Kuyi. He was already used to it. Ancestor Kuyi sneered as he fled. Long Chen, I'll tell you the truth. Your potential is too great, and it can be seen from this world. I believe that one day, the draconic right continent will return to its pre-epic state, and you'll be able to stand above the Fourth Era's ancestral gods just like before. Now that the Fourth Era's ancestral gods have finally obtained the authority to lead, do you think they'll let you do whatever you want? Do you think they'll let you climb over their heads and rule over the myriad worlds? You're too naive. Ancestor Kuyi laughed mercilessly. At this time, Long Yen and Long Lin, the pair of young ancestral dragons, also ran over to join in on the fun. One was a primordial spiritual bloodline dragon, and the other was a void cosmic dragon. Daddy, I want to beat up the bad guys too. Long Yen rushed over in a threatening manner. You're your son and daughter. Ancestor Kuyi's smile grew even more sinister, but he fled even faster. From his gaze, Long Chen had a premonition that his days wouldn't be peaceful. Chapter 34-34. Ancestral gods were different from other opponents. To kill an ancestral god, one had to destroy the origin of the world. However, once the origin of the world was destroyed, the world and all living beings would be destroyed as well. Therefore, from Long Chen's point of view, he couldn't kill divine ancestor Kuyi. After a slight hesitation, the other party hid far away. Although the ancestral god of the Eighth Era wasn't weak, he couldn't do anything to Long Chen. Therefore, after driving him away, Long Chen didn't think too much about it. Now that the myriad realms were at peace, the most important thing was to strengthen himself. Long Chen needed some time to settle down. Now that he was the real ancestral dragon, he needed a short period of time to familiarize himself with himself. Therefore, he reached the fourth floor of the Tower of Time. Currently, the living and dying realms, the demonic dragon ancient tomb, the Tower of Time, and the eternal whirlpool were all built on the dragon sacrificial continent and could be opened at any time. If necessary, the mystical dragons could enter these worlds at any time. The Dragon Emperor and the Supreme Mystical Dragons were stationed there. For example, anyone below the third floor of the Tower of Time would have a chance to cultivate there. As for the fourth floor of the Tower of Time, it was much quieter. Long Chen and Lingxi mostly came in. After all, people like Mo Xiaolang didn't need such a long period of time to cultivate and settle down. Now that Lingxi's greatest mission had been completed, she was basically improving herself easily without much pressure. Long Chen, on the other hand, was familiarizing himself with the divine body that truly belonged to the ancestral dragon over the long period of time. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Of course, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. During this period of time, Long Chen had a clearer understanding of his current situation. In fact, he was also pondering over the rules of time and so on. Previously, because of one of the rules of the blood will sword, he had found slaughter. With slaughter as the guide, he had found the primordial blood spiritual dragon's origin dragon soul. Therefore, Long Chen was wondering whether he could do the same. Before my father reached the ancestor realm, he could travel 100,000 years into the future. Compared to him, my attainments in time are much worse. Concentrating on studying the time rule was also very time-consuming. With his current attainments in time, to comprehend a rule at the level of the blood will sword would probably take more than 1,000 years. In fact, the accumulation of time wouldn't have any effect at all. It all depended on fate. However, on a certain day, when there was still no news about the rules of time, Long Chen first received news from the dragon attendants. The dragon attendants were still searching for the origin dragon soul. Only 3 days had passed in the outside world, but it seemed like they already had a clue. What do you think? Long Chen teleported to the death realm. Come to me. Now, the 6 dragon attendants were gathered together. Within the death world, there were many death world dragon gates that connected to countless worlds. Long Chen had been to the dragon attendant's location before, so he easily passed through the death world and arrived at the designated location. There weren't any worlds around, it was a relatively remote and barren land. Great calamities were everywhere, and ordinary gods and devils wouldn't dare to approach this place. However, there were many stars here, and there was also a star as huge as the Ling Su star. However, the environment was very harsh, and there was no spiritual energy, so it wasn't suitable for living. The entire pitch-black giant was constantly trembling. There were volcanoes erupting inside, shooting into the sky, forming countless rivers of lava on the surface of the giant. The dragon attendants were somewhere on this pitch-black giant. "Come here." Seeing that Long Chen had arrived, the dragon attendants waved at him. Long Chen instantly appeared beside them. "Did you find anything?" The dragon attendants' expressions were more doubtful than excited. This meant that it wasn't obvious that it was the origin dragon soul or the origin of the world, but it might be a useful clue. There are traces of the rules of time in this region, but they aren't ordinary. At least, the few of us can't destroy them. You understand the rules of time, so I let you take a look. After all, there are too few who know the rules of time in this desolate place. We have to pay attention to the rules of time. Oh. If he hadn't said it, Long Chen wouldn't have discovered it. The dragon attendants were pointing at a small quagmire below Long Chen's feet. It was less than 10 centimeters in diameter and 1 centimeter deep. The muddy water was a little fiery red and emitted smoke. The fact that the dragon attendants could discover such a small place showed how serious they were. In order to find what the ancestral dragon had left behind, they had done their best. Strange. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen indeed discovered that the water in the quagmire was like the sea of time around Eternal Dragon City. Time was chaotic, and there were fast and slow times. When fast and slow water collided, huge waves would be produced. Indeed, there are traces of the rules of time. And although it's small, it's also because it's small that it's especially exquisite. Such a small place actually has billions of changes, and even each water particle has its own time. As for the Eternal Dragon City's Sea of Time, although vast, there were a total of 12 changes. Usually, a large area of the sea was dominated by time. On the other hand, this quagmire was only the size of a palm and contained a frightening amount of changes in time. They had probably seen this and knew that ordinary people would not be able to do this, which was why they had sent Long Chen over. Of course, Long Chen saw it more clearly. "Did you find anything?" The dragon attendants asked nervously. They had searched for so long, and finally found such a small result in this insignificant place. Of course, they hoped that their efforts would be of great use. "Let me try." Naturally, he couldn't see the changes with his eyes alone. Long Chen half knelt on the ground, closed his eyes, and focused all his energy on his right palm. Then, he gently touched the water with his palm. Time, it was a very strange feeling. It was as if all the water particles were coming to life under Long Chen's palm. It was as if every tiny life was colliding with his palm. This was the difference in the changes of time, which led to the changes in the water droplets. "I've done this before, but I didn't feel anything," said the slaughtered dragon attendant with squinted eyes. Long Chen didn't answer him. Instead, he felt it from the perspective of time. At this moment, his entire world was quiet. The water particles in his hand were even clearer. Vaguely, through Long Chen's understanding and control of the rules of time, he could feel that the movements of the water particles were actually transmitting information to him. 9. The first message was the word 9. Because the water particles were colliding with each other for a period of time, and because some of the particles were extremely fast, they first collided with Long Chen's palm and formed the word 9. Li. The next word was the word Li. It was very complicated, and when combined, it meant 9 Li. This made Long Chen think of the 9 Li giant demon. The third word was the word demon. The strokes of this word were as complicated as the word li. The fourth word was the word domain, which meant that it was the Jiuli demon domain. This Jiuli demon domain shouldn't have much to do with the Jiuli giant demons, but it had a very deep relationship with another even stronger existence. Ninely demon region. Hearing this name, the dragon attendants all remembered. It's that original incipient grade world, right? It's also one of the worlds that return to the infinite worlds. It's in the north, outside the ancestral planet. Yes, it's here. We passed by it last time, but because the Creator God is now there, it's not easy to find. New worlds weren't easy to find. Long Chen thought for a while and said, I've been to the Ninely demon region. It's a dark world. The people there are very tough, and there are many experts among the gods and demons. The Creator God is considered strong among the Fifth Era's ancestor gods. He should be called Qiyu Demon Ancestor. Yes, it's the Qiyu Demon Ancestor. Long Chen remembered the bull-headed man and said, the Qiyu Demon Ancestor's personality is similar to the Ninely giant demon. He's cold, cruel, and not easy to talk to. When he first appeared, I told him about the infinite worlds, but he didn't want to talk to me. I think that since the primeval troll has the bloodline of the divine dragon and the infinite world's ancestor god, the Ninely giant demon must have been created by the sky-swallowing race after swallowing the Qiyu demon ancestor. Although Long Chen had saved the infinite worlds and all the gods and demons, the Qiyu demon ancestor might not worship him. The rule of time in this place only serves to remind us to go to the Ninely demon region. Long Chen pondered for a while but didn't find anything else. It's possible that the origin dragon's dragon soul or the origin of the world is in the Ninely demon region. This is the biggest clue. It's better than searching blindly. With a real clue, everyone was very excited. Long Chen said, it's better to be cautious. First of all, we have to get past the Qiyu demon ancestor. If we clash with him, we'll be courting death. The only way is to become friends with him and hope that he will let me enter the Jiuli demon domain to look for him. Second, I reckon that even if we search carefully, we might not be able to find him without any other information. Although this was a negative thought, it was the truth. There's one thing. You definitely can't let the Qiyu demon ancestor know that you're looking for the origin of the world or the dragon soul. This is your chance to grow stronger. The less people know, the better. It's not good to let others know that you have a chance to become stronger. Otherwise, people will be jealous. After all, the Creator gods can't become stronger. He and Lingxi's situation was special. They became Creator gods in the inheritance. Now, they were recovering their original realm. I understand that. No matter what, Long Chen decided to go to the Ninely demon region and meet the Qiyu demon ancestor. Chapter 34-35. In the northeast of the Northern Star area, in a corner of the world, there was a primordial origin realm. This was a world that was shrouded in darkness all year round. It was in the shape of a continent, and from a distance, it looked like a heart that had been eroded by darkness. It was beating, and every time it beat, it would produce a fog that was intertwined with gray and dark purple. A primordial origin realm world was huge enough. This world was called the Nightmare Continent, and it used to be separated from an original incipient realm not far away. Around the Nightmare Continent, deep purple fog had already spread far and wide. It was as if nightmares were happening at any moment. It had to be said that this was a world that would make one's hair stand on end. A black curtain appeared in the dark purple mist. A figure was wrapped in a black cloth, and the figure was heading toward the center of the Nightmare Continent, where the purple mist was the thickest. A faint, enchanting female voice could be heard on the Nightmare Continent. It was so enchanting that one couldn't help but fall into a vortex of passion. Who is it? Just at this moment, the enchanting female voice softly called out. "It's me, Saint Ancestor Kuyi. I'm here to see you." Saint Ancestor Kuyi revealed his face from the dark curtain. "Come here," the sweet female voice said. Sacred Ancestor Kuyi hurriedly stepped forward and pierced through the purple mist. Below him was a boundlessly large pool of purple water. There were over 10,000 men in the pool, and none of them wore any clothes. Some of them looked terrified, some nervous, and some impatient. Saint Ancestor Kuyi realized that these tens of thousands of men were probably the strongest gods and demons in the entire nightmare continent. Of course, to the ancestor gods, they were all inferior beings. In their eyes, they were no different from mortals. In the center of the purple pool, there was a smooth purple stone. At the moment, several men were surrounding a woman. The enchanting female voice was coming from this stone. Saint Ancestor Kuyi knew what they were doing from afar. He knew this woman very well, which was why he had come here. But then again, she had a huge appetite for tens of thousands of men. "You've come at the right time, Kuyi. These mortals are so weak and useless." Just then, the woman stood up, her proud body in full view. With a wave of her arm, the tens of thousands of gods and demons around her flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The ancestor god of a primordial chaos realm was the seventh era's ancestor god, and this woman was one of them. She was one level stronger than Sacred Ancestor Kuei. Sacred Ancestor Kuei couldn't resist her at all. Under her control, he could only become her tool. Sacred Ancestor Kuyi trembled as he said, "How can you not even spare mortals? They are your descendants." The woman had put on her clothes and was sitting on a smooth stone, her snow-white legs dangling in the air. She was none other than the Nightmare Elder God, but in terms of appearance, she was a peerless beauty who could cause the downfall of empires. She was filled with allure. "I can't help it. I want a baby too much. I think that as long as I work hard, a miracle will definitely happen." The Nightmare Ancestor God's cherry lips parted as she spoke in a faint voice. "So, after the end of the world, you've been, yes, but not right now. But, for your sake, we can come here often in the future. I believe that we might even be able to have a child together." The Nightmare Elder God said with a hopeful look on his face. Ancestor Dark Knight was speechless. He shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I've told you before that it's impossible for the creator gods to reproduce. We can only create life, but we can't continue our bloodline. We were born from the myriad worlds and are attached to the origin of the world. Our natural mission is to protect the world, all living beings, and the origin of the world. We can create countless lives, but reproduction is impossible." The Nightmare Elder God was very angry. She knew that it was impossible, but she just couldn't accept it. If even the smallest of life forms could have their own children, why couldn't she? She desperately wanted a child, so every time she saw that mortals could get pregnant, she would get very angry. She was the ancestor god of creation, and now she was more or less the nightmare of the nightmare continent. "Scram, I'll find another ancestor god. They'll definitely give birth," the Nightmare Elder God insisted. By now, the groundwork had been laid. Ancestor Kuyi said, "Since you're so insistent, I've thought of a way. Your law allows you to hypnotize and completely change a person's thoughts and memories. That way, they'll listen to you, right?" "That's right. What's your method?" The Nightmare Elder God stared at him with her dark purple eyes. Ancestor Kuyi smiled and said, "That's easy. I went to the Draconic continent to visit Long Chen a few days ago. Guess what I saw?" "What? Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me, or I won't go easy on you." The Nightmare Elder God couldn't hold back anymore. Ancestor Kuyi said, "You know Long Chen very well. He inherited the legacy of the primordial blood spirit dragon, one of the 10 great ancestor dragons. Logically speaking, he's also an ancestor god, so he shouldn't be able to have children. However, he was a mortal before he became an ancestor god. At that time, he already had 2 children. The most amazing thing is that both children have the bloodline of his ancestor dragon. I saw one of them very clearly. It was a young primordial blood spirit dragon. He has children. The Nightmare Elder God was very envious. She was just too anxious. All the gods and devils on the Nightmare continent were too weak for her. She couldn't find anyone to nurture or talk to. She had a deep love in her heart, but she had no one to take care of. That was why she was so desperate for a child. She didn't know what she had been like before the epoch, but now that her memories were blank, she desperately wanted to have a child. She was probably the only elder god with such thoughts, and this was why Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight had come looking for her. Ancestor Kuyi said, "What I mean is, if you want children, but you can't give birth to them for the time being, you can secretly take away his children, hypnotize them, and make them recognize you as their mother. You'll accompany them as they grow up, and when they grow up, they'll only acknowledge you. What's the difference between that and giving birth to them yourself?" The Nightmare Elder God's eyes shone with desire after hearing Ancestor Kuyi's words. She could already imagine the existence of these 2 adorable creatures. Moreover, she wouldn't need to conceive them. You can't do that. Long Chen saved the myriad of worlds, and we owe him a debt of gratitude. How can I take away his? Ancestor Kuyi interrupted, "You don't understand. Saving the myriad of worlds is a thing of the past. This is the era of Genesis, a new world. Long Chen has too many resources, and many ancestor gods are jealous of him. He has a lot of room for growth, and the ancestor gods of the Ancestor God Alliance are afraid of him. They don't want him to reach the pinnacle and threaten their position. Therefore, he won't be able to mature for long. You're the 7th era's ancestor god, and you're much stronger than him. Also, think about it. Long Chen was going to die sooner or later, but you took away his child and helped him raise it. In reality, you were also helping him to preserve his bloodline. Isn't that right? This is more like you repaying a debt of gratitude." Back then, Long Chen fought the Doomsday War to save himself. He only saved us because he had no other choice. I believe that if he had a choice, he definitely wouldn't want us to appear. In the current myriad worlds, he doesn't have much status. In any case, I don't think you should waste this opportunity. The laws you're proficient in will definitely make those 2 youngsters with great potential follow you wholeheartedly. Perhaps one day, you'll have 2 4th-era ancestor god children by your side. When that time comes, who will have the final say in the myriad of worlds? Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts. Currently, there were close to 10,000 ancestor gods in a single world. There was bound to be mutual deception and undercurrents. In the long run, the kindness of Long Chen in the Doomsday War wouldn't last long due to the selfishness of human nature. I don't think there's anything to think about. In the end, Long Chen is just a puny 9th-era ancestor god. Anyone can bully him. If you're conflicted here, you might let someone else get to him first. Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight had grasped hold of Nightmare's weakness and was constantly tempting her to convince herself. If Nightmare hadn't rejected him at the start, then she would have been dragged into this whirlpool by Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight's persuasion. It's impossible for ancestor gods to have children, but you can use this method to obtain 2 talented children. Isn't that what you want? After a period of consideration, the Nightmare Ancestor God finally nodded. As you said, Long Chen is the target of so many ancestor gods' jealousy. One day, he'll be finished. I'm only helping his children. However, I have to go see how they are. Don't try to fool me. Absolutely not. Ancestor Kuyi laughed heartily. He'd seen Long Chen's son and daughter before, and knew that the Nightmare Ancestor God wouldn't refuse them. They were simply too attractive. He noticed that the nightmare ancestor god's eyes were glowing with maternal love. The ancestor gods don't seem to be very smart. Apart from their abilities, what's the difference between them and the lowest of mortals? As a slightly intelligent ancestor god, Ancestor Kui pondered this question. Long Chen, it's not that I want to pick on you, but you're too envied. You won't even give my Anya clan a piece of land. I just don't want you to have a good time. Today is just the beginning. Your world used to be number one in all the realms, but you can't keep it. Chapter 34-36. After making some preparations, Long Chen came to the Jiuli Fiend domain. He had already been here last time. The Jiuli Fiend domain was a world filled with fiend energy. It was as if it was occupied by primeval troll. In the entire domain, once the mortals broke through, they would become fiends, not gods. Therefore, it was indeed a world of fiends, but different from primeval troll. The Jiuli Fiend clan was about the same as the fiends on Pangu continent. After 100 million years of decline, it was originally a world of the 5th era, but now it was equivalent to the 7th era. The entire Jiuli Fiend domain was like a nest of fiends, somewhat similar to a cosmic beehive. However, it was not a maze, and there were many mortals of the Jiuli Fiend clan living here. The entire Jiuli Fiend domain was enveloped by a layer of black formation diagram. When Long Chen appeared outside the formation diagram, he found that he could not go in. This looks a bit like the 9-colored chaos formation diagram when the chaotic divine realm first appeared. The 9-colored chaos formation diagram had the function of protecting the chaotic divine realm. But, it was set up by the Qiyu Fiend ancestor, and it should still be in the process of being perfected. Looking at the endless formation diagram, Long Chen estimated that although he did not do anything, he could not break it. Therefore, without the permission of the Qiyu Fiend ancestor, he could not enter the Jiuli Fiend domain. Even in its incomplete state, it is already so strong. I guess when it is completed, even the ancestral god of the 5th era of the same level would not be able to break it in a short period of time. After all, this is a defensive formation diagram that the Qiyu Fiend ancestor spent a long time building. In fact, it was not only the Qiyu Fiend ancestor who did this. Now that the myriad worlds had stabilized, the elder gods all had the will to protect their own worlds. They had truly become one with their own worlds and their descendants. Therefore, the most important thing was to protect their own worlds. Basically, the elder gods of the 4th and 5th epochs, and even the majority of the elder gods of the 6th epochs, had already begun to set up formations to protect their own worlds. He believed that it wouldn't be long before even the 9th era ancestral gods would realize this. It was just that the spell formation they had set up definitely wouldn't be able to stop the 8th era ancestral gods and above. Of course, if it could defend against creator ancestral gods of the same level, it would also make his death reign less fragile. I should also protect the dragon sacrificial continent. The current myriad worlds aren't as peaceful as I imagined. Seeing this guardian array diagram, Long Chen recalled his own. Although the dragon sacrificial dragon continent was strong enough that ordinary ancestor gods might not be able to destroy it, it could still cause disasters to all living beings. In reality, Fiend ancestor Qiyu was currently setting up an array diagram. As soon as Long Chen arrived, Long Chen saw a burly man standing in front of him. He was covered in an ancient and violent demonic aura. The violence in his body was similar to Pangu's, but it was more bloodthirsty and savage. Compared to Pangu, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. What's up? Perhaps because of the Doomsday War, no matter how violent Fiend ancestor Qiyu was, he was still rather polite to Long Chen. Long Chen looked at this bull-headed giant with 4 arms and thought, under this guardian array diagram, I can't sense anything from this position. I have to go in. However, the other party has the consciousness to protect his own world, so he might not let me in. At first, Long Chen planned to watch from afar. Actually, if there was something more obvious, it wouldn't be able to escape his eyes. He didn't expect there to be this guardian array diagram. For a moment, Long Chen could only say, "I saw this guardian array diagram of yours from afar and was curious, so I came to take a look." Fiend Ancestor Chiyu breathed out 2 mouthfuls of white smoke and said, "This is the ancient Jiuli demon diagram. If it succeeds, although it can't stop the 4th era Ancestor God, the 5th era Ancestor God won't be able to enter in a short period of time, let alone harm a single hair of my people." Long Chen said, "That's really impressive. However, now that the myriad worlds are at peace, the enemy can't break the seal. Is there a need for such a strict defense?" Actually, it was the Endless Stone Ancestor and Divine Ancestor Kuyi that gave Long Chen such a bad premonition. Fiend Ancestor Chiyu looked coldly at Long Chen and said indifferently, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. I can only control myself, but I can't control others. You are too naive. I feel that there is no eternal peace or unity in this world because of the existence of external enemies. When there are no external enemies, internal strife is an eternal melody. After all, strife is the nature of life. If there is no strife, there will be no improvement, and there will be no elimination. A group without strife will be destroyed sooner or later if they suddenly encounter external enemies." Fiend Ancestor Chiyo's words suddenly enlightened Long Chen. If that was the case, everything seemed to be explained. No matter how much they respected Long Chen, they couldn't control the strife in their nature. "I understand. Many thanks." Fiend Ancestor Chiyu didn't stand on ceremony and said, "Do as you please. I still need to perfect this diagram, so I won't accompany you." After saying that, he disappeared before Long Chen's eyes and went to perfect the ancient Jiuli demon diagram. Of course, he didn't have the intention to invite Long Chen to his Jiuli demon domain. His instinctive lack of security made Fiend Ancestor Chiyu want to quickly perfect the ancient Jiuli demon domain. Although he couldn't enter, since Fiend Ancestor Chiyu allowed him to do as he pleased, he walked around casually. He pretended to be looking at the ancient Jiuli demon domain, but in reality, he was observing the Jiuli demon domain. His vision penetrated the ancient Jiuli demon domain, but in reality, he couldn't see much. But it was better than nothing. After looking for a day or two and not discovering anything, if he stayed any longer, Fiend Ancestor Chiyu would probably become suspicious. Long Chen could only leave and think of a solution. He desired to know if the time rule referred to the origin of the world or the origin dragon soul. However, at this time, he heard a piece of bad news. Dragon Sacrifice Continent. The Divine Dragon Continent was located at the core of the myriad worlds. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, and was simply elusive. When they were close to the Dragon Sacrifice Continent, Divine Ancestor Kuyi said, "You can go there by yourself. Lay low for a while. Those 2 kids are very noisy and running around everywhere. Of course, there will be people following them. Apart from Long Chen, there are also a few experts among them. They can discover me, but it will be difficult for them to discover you. Alright, I've almost seen these 2 treasures." Anxiety was written all over the beautiful face of the Nightmare Ancestor God. When she stealthily approached the majestic draconic sacrificial continent, Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight stealthily hid in the darkness and fled back to his world as fast as he could. Nightmare Ancestor God was the 7th era's Ancestor God. She far surpassed the experts on the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Lingxi was actually on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. Li Xuanji, Mo Xiaolang, Kitten, and Soi Yan were stationed here to oversee the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Dragon Face and Dragon Scale, the 2 little dragons, were frolicking right under their noses. Mo Xiaolang didn't pay much attention to them. Most of the time, it was Dragon Face who was teasing Dragon Scale. What a beautiful child! What a surging vitality! When she saw the 2 of them, just as Divine Ancestor Kuyi had expected, Nightmare Ancestor God had completely lost control of herself. She couldn't help but want to attack them at any moment. However, because of her eagerness, no matter how excited she was, she still held it in. In the darkness, she fell into a state of obsession. The two children's cheerful laughter and every movement simply intoxicated her. Such beautiful children. Long Chen isn't qualified to have them. I'm the seventh era's ancestor god. Only I can have them. Nightmare Ancestor God didn't realize that she was actually hypnotizing herself because of her eagerness. After lying dormant for a day, Divine Ancestor Kuyi had basically returned to his world and was safe enough. As for Mo Xiaolang and the others, it was still difficult for them to discover this hidden 7th era's ancestor god. Let's compete to see who's faster, okay? Dragon Face secretly whispered into her brother's ear. Sure, sister. How do we compete? Dragon Scale opened his eyes wide and looked at Dragon Face curiously. Dragon Face lowered her voice and said, let's compete to see who can reach the divine planet of destiny first. The first one wins, okay? She actually didn't expect that Nightmare Ancestor God was hiding behind the divine planet of destiny. For her, the divine planet of destiny was a suitable place. No, it's a bit far. Dad and Mom both said that we can't go too far. Dragon Scale shook his head like a rattle drum. You're such a coward. Our dad is a peerless hero, and you're a man. How can you be so timid? If you're so timid, our dad will lose face. They'll say that you're a little girl and I'm a man. Dragon Face gave herself a thumbs up and pointed it down at Dragon Scale. No, I'm a hero too. I'm a man. Dragon Scale's eyes immediately turned red after being provoked by her. He said hurriedly, his cheeks puffed up. All right. You're a man. Let the competition begin. Dragon Face liked to play tricks. As she spoke, she immediately charged towards the divine planet of destiny with the ancient blood spirit dragon. Sister, you're cheating. Dragon Scale couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn into a void cosmic dragon and chase after her. He took a deep breath and vaguely used the power of time. Soon, he caught up with Dragon Face. Dragon Face was so scared that she squealed. In fact, both siblings were very competitive, just like Long Chen. So the competition was very interesting. Whoosh! Two beams of light rushed towards the divine planet of destiny. I'm fast. I'm fast. Those who are slow will get their butts beaten. Dragon Face bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Li Xuanji glanced at them from the draconic continent and followed them. However, Dragon Face and Dragon Face were too fast. She couldn't catch up with them in a short time. But she didn't care. She would catch up with them later and pull them back. Suddenly, Long Yen and Long Lin collided with a black whirlpool that appeared out of nowhere and disappeared. What Long Chen had received was the news that his precious daughter had disappeared. Chapter 34-37. When Long Chen left the Jiuli demonic realm and came back through the death world, Lingxi and Li Xuanji had already gathered on the dragon sacrificial continent. They gathered at the divine star of destiny. When Long Chen arrived, Mo Xiaolang said, they must have planned this. They hid for a long time before taking them away. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to disappear without a trace in such a short time. Although they couldn't have gone far, there were countless directions on the dragon sacrificial continent, so there was no way to know where to go. These two kids were Long Chen's biggest sore spot at the moment, so it was unimaginable how angry he was at the moment. Especially when he saw Lingxi and Li Xuanji's nervous and worried expressions, he was even angrier, and a cold killing intent was born in his heart. Lingxi and Li Xuanji also looked at Long Chen. No matter how bad things were now, they were still women who loved their kids deeply. Chen, no matter what, you must let them come back safely. Lingxi said this almost hoarsely. Let them pay with their blood. Li Xuanji's eyes were hazy. She had always been colder than Lingxi, especially when others bullied her kids. That was also her sore spot. Don't worry. You guys look around and inform me if there's any news. I'm going to find someone. For Long Chen and the others, this matter was too big. They needed Long Chen, the backbone, to deal with it. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were actually panicking at this moment. Okay. Xiao Lang, see if they left any traces nearby. As long as you can identify who they are, they won't be able to escape. Mo Xiaolang was also nearby. He felt guilty for not taking care of the two kids, but now was not the time to blame himself. After all, no one was responsible. It was those who had evil intentions. The person Long Chen was looking for was none other than Divine Ancestor Kuyi. If he wasn't in his own world, then he would be the biggest suspect. Even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to clear himself of suspicion. This was because he was the only one who had seen Long Chen's son and daughter. In a blink, Long Chen arrived at the Dark Knight Ghost Realm. What surprised him was that the Dark Knight Saint Ancestor was here. He pretended that nothing had happened and leisurely walked out of the Dark Knight Ghost Realm. When he saw Long Chen, he smiled and asked, "The famous new ancestral dragon has such a vast world. Why have you come to my small place?" Long Chen wasn't in the mood to joke with him. He was sure that it had something to do with Saint Ancestor Dark Knight. From the look in the ancestor's eyes, there was no mistaking it. His wife and children were his biggest weakness. Half of his body was filled with rage, while the other half was filled with murderous intent. Soul-slaying sword. Suddenly, the world essence, slaughter, appeared in his hand. The ancestor's soul was infused into the attack, and the blood-red power of the world essence swirled around the slaughter. You! Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight recognized the essence of the world. He hadn't expected Long Chen to do something like this. He cried out in alarm and hastily dodged to the side, summoning his world essence, the curtain of darkness, to defend himself. Whoosh! However, Long Chen's brutal slaughter had once again pierced through the curtain of darkness and the ancestral soul. Ancestor Dark Knight was gravely injured, and his ancestral soul was in excruciating pain. It was as if countless swords were piercing through his mind and will. That was a deadly pain that was difficult to endure. Are you dead? Long Chen reached out with his draconic claws, digging them deep into Saint Ancestor Dark Knight's neck. He raised Saint Ancestor Dark Knight in front of his eyes, the murderous intent in them almost piercing through him. You. Saint Ancestor Dark Knight was so agitated that he couldn't speak. He'd underestimated Long Chen, thinking that Long Chen wouldn't dare do anything to him under the Ancestral Deity Alliance's rule. I'll give you one chance. Bring my children to me, and I'll give you 3 breaths of time, starting now. The more enraged Long Chen became, the denser the draconic scales on his body. He was now a ferocious killing machine. This matter didn't concern the survival of the myriad realms, but it was something he couldn't tolerate. How laughable. Your children aren't with me, so how am I supposed to bring them to you? At this point, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to continue. Saint Ancestor Dark Knight was going to go back on his word. Saint Ancestor Dark Knight had the means to teleport from the draconic sacrificial continent to here. The myriad realms were only so big, and there were so many ancestor gods. There was bound to be a way to teleport, and it wouldn't be any slower than Long Chen passing through the death rain. Long Chen had given Saint Ancestor Dark Knight a chance, but the latter still insisted. Long Chen unsheathed carnage once more. This time, it was the Bloodwheel sword, condensed with raging draconic blood. As Saint Ancestor Dark Knight panicked, Long Chen released him and brandished his sword with both hands. Tens of thousands of slashes instantly pulverized Saint Ancestor Dark Knight's flesh and blood. Ah! Saint Ancestor Dark Knight screamed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so cruel. Truth be told, he was filled with regret. But since he'd made his decision, he wasn't the type to give up so easily. Moreover, this had already happened. He couldn't reveal it, or he'd be done for in the myriad realms. You dare kill me? Aren't you afraid of the Ancestor God Alliance punishing you? Saint Ancestor Dark Knight was still shouting. Swoosh! Long Chen's carnage pierced through the Dark Knight's curtain, forcing Saint Ancestor Dark Knight to continue suffering. The ancestral dragon of Slaughter's world origin was attacking his world origin, inflicting grievous torture on him. Saint Ancestor Dark Knight, of all the ancestor gods, you're the only one who knows that I have a son and a daughter. You're the only one who's ever seen them, and you're the only one who knows that I have a son and a daughter. You're the only one who's ever seen them, and you're the only one among the ancestor gods who knows that I have a son and a daughter. Long Chen's callous gaze, icy voice, and murderous sword made Divine Ancestor Dark Knight regret his decision. However, he was now riding a tiger and unable to back down, so he braced himself. After all, it was a pleasure to make Long Chen so anxious. He shouted, "Then let me tell you, I have no idea what happened to your children. It has nothing to do with me. Long Chen, what do you think you can do to me? Do you know that I'm the creator of the Dark Knight Ghost Realm? I'm the origin of the world. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, these trillions of lives will die because of you. Do you dare to kill me?" Saint Ancestor Dark Knight was very relaxed. Long Chen had once risked his life for the sake of all life, and that was his weakness. Protecting the myriad worlds was his duty, and Long Chen valued the lives of all living beings. There was no way he would kill Saint Ancestor Dark Knight. Indeed, if Long Chen were to weigh the pros and cons of a world with trillions of lives, it would be difficult for him to deal with Dragon Face and Dragon Qilin. However, Long Chen wouldn't let this 8th era's ancestor god stumble. "Indeed, I can't kill you, but I can make your life a living hell. You'll regret being alive if my son and daughter don't return." He wasn't boasting, but he would definitely do a good job. His murderous intent was simply too strong. Saint Ancestor Dark Knight was already gravely injured, and as long as Long Chen controlled his strength and didn't destroy the world's origin, he could torture Saint Ancestor Dark Knight to his heart's content. Lingxi had learned more powerful curses like the one used on the dragon god, so he could use them on Saint Ancestor Dark Knight. Long Chen was certain that this had something to do with him, so he was prepared to summon Lingxi and force him to submit. However, Saint Ancestor Dark Knight bellowed, "You're too arrogant. You're no longer the ruler of myriad worlds. You're just an insignificant character here. So what if you can defeat me? Do you think the Ancestral God Alliance will let you do as you please?" As Saint Ancestor Dark Knight roared, a beam of blue light came from afar. It was a ball of pure liquid, water. This ball of water took the shape of a person in front of Long Chen. It was a blue-haired old man with a slightly stooped back. His eyes were calm and emotionless. Upon seeing this, he said, "Long Chen, hurry up and release Saint Ancestor Dark Knight." Clearly, this ancestor god wasn't too far away, and it was Saint Ancestor Dark Knight who had called him over. Long Chen naturally recognized this ancestor god. When his world had descended into the myriad worlds, Long Chen had paid him a visit, just like how he had paid a visit to Devil Ancestor Qiyu. Long Chen's world was the myriad celestial seas, and this person was the heavenly Wu Water Ancestor, a true sovereign of the laws of water. Azure Ancestor God and the others were far inferior to the heavenly Wu Water Ancestor when it came to the laws of water. That's right, this seemingly simple ancestor god was a 5th-era ancestor god, which was why he occupied a position in the Ancestral God Alliance. He was one of the 100 or so 5th-era ancestor gods. "I told you to release him. As fellow ancestor gods, we should live in harmony and help each other. You shouldn't have taken his life and destroyed his world, even if you once saved it. Chapter 34-38. In comparison, Long Chen preferred simple and violent methods. Although it didn't make sense for them to engage in a war of words here, Long Chen had to make things clear since Water Ancestor of Heavenly Wu had appeared. He explained the entire sequence of events to Water Ancestor of Heavenly Wu. Such a thing actually happened. The Heavenly Wu ancestor's attitude towards Long Chen softened a bit, but he was still vigilant. He asked Divine Ancestor Kuyi, "Did you kidnap his children?" Divine Ancestor Kuyi answered, "Of course not, it's absolutely true. It's all his wild guesses. Think about it, if it was me, I wouldn't be so stupid if he knew it was me immediately." His words reminded Long Chen that Divine Ancestor Kuyi wasn't that stupid. The only possibility was that he was cooperating with someone else, and Long Yen and Long Lin might not be in his hands. As soon as Divine Ancestor Kuyi finished speaking, the Heavenly Wu ancestor asked Long Chen, "Then tell me, do you have any evidence to prove that it's him?" Long Chen definitely didn't have any evidence. He laughed. This Heavenly Wudong Water ancestor was actually helping Saint Ancestor Dark Knight. That much was clear. He countered, "If I had evidence, I would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Senior, if the most important person to you was suddenly kidnapped, where would you find evidence?" As I said, the evidence is that out of all the ancestor gods in the myriad of worlds, only he knows about the existence of my children. The Heavenly Wu ancestor asked, "Then all the living beings in the myriad worlds should know. If they know, the ancestor god will know. Therefore, it's wrong for you to hurt him without evidence." Long Chen couldn't refute this. He knew that this was Divine Ancestor Ku Ye's doing. This was his intuition, but the Heavenly Wu ancestor didn't believe his intuition. To Long Chen, the existence of the ancestor gods was troublesome, especially powerful ones like the Heavenly Wu ancestor. Facing them, Long Chen couldn't solve the problem with his strength. The strict hierarchy had trapped him at the bottom of the hierarchy of the ancestor gods. Moreover, if your children are naughty and mischievous, it's not impossible for them to escape and play in the myriad worlds. Heavenly Wu Water ancestor said. That's impossible. My men saw them being taken away with their own eyes. At this time, Long Chen thought of something. Someone who could leave so easily in front of Li Xuanji, and who she couldn't even see clearly, should be above the 8th era's ancestral god. This made it even more certain that Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight had asked for help. After saying this, the Heavenly Wu Water ancestor knew that Long Chen wouldn't give up. So he said, "Forget it, I can't take care of your matters. Let the Ancestral Gods Alliance take care of it. Our Ancestral Gods Alliance has been established. It's time to take care of things." Next, he must have sent a message to all the members of the Ancestral God Alliance. Before long, images of the Creator Ancestral Gods began to appear around Long Chen and Sacred Ancestor Night Crow. These were images of the 4th and 5th eras Ancestral Gods, who had used the laws of the 4th and 5th eras to form their own images. Although they weren't personally descending, they were close enough. In the blink of an eye, the projections of over 100 ancestral gods appeared in the surroundings. The 4th and 5th eras ancestral gods appeared one after another. Even if it was just a projection, even if it was just a gaze, it was enough to intimidate Long Chen and Sacred Ancestor Night Crow. At this time, the Heavenly Wu Water ancestor told everyone in the Ancestral God Alliance about the situation. It's just a small matter. However, it's also a matter between the Creator Ancestral Gods, so I'll have to ask everyone to make a decision. After speaking, the Heavenly Wu Water ancestor retreated to the side. This was a matter between Long Chen and Sacred Ancestor Night Crow, so he didn't want to interfere. Long Chen didn't expect that this matter would actually alarm the 4th and 5th eras ancestral gods. Perhaps in the eyes of these ancestral gods, this was indeed a trivial matter. They only came out because this matter involved Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen had always been a special existence. After not seeing each other for a while, the way the creator ancestral gods looked at him changed slightly. Long Chen knew very well that this was an era of peace. The creator ancestral gods didn't have any memories under the control of the sky-devouring clan. Now that a new environment had appeared, their minds would change like children. They weren't as pure as they were when they first broke free from the curse. It's just a small matter. Heavenly Wu, it's very simple. You can just search for Sacred Ancestor Night Crow. Night Crow, are you willing to cooperate? One of the creator ancestral gods was called the Chaotic Hole Sorcerer Ancestor. He was a creator ancestral god of the witch race and was somewhat similar to the primordial war ancestor. The witch race had left some of them in the eternal sacred realm, and they were still on the dragon sacrificial continent. However, the Chaotic Hole Sorcerer Ancestor was the true origin of the witch race. His Chaotic Hole Sorcerer realm was also at the origin level. The Chaotic Hole Sorcerer Ancestor was the fourth era's ancestral god. From where Long Chen was standing, he looked like a cloud of gray mist. Of course I'm willing to return to the Chaotic Hole Sorcerer Ancestor. At this time, Sacred Ancestor Night Crow was very proud of himself. He forcefully condensed into a human form. No matter where Sacred Ancestor Heavenly Wu searched, he was very frank. After a thorough search, only a large area of the surrounding territory and all of Sacred Ancestor Night Crow's inner world were found. It's obvious that it's not Sacred Ancestor Night Crow. That's why, Long Chen, it's best that you don't mess around before we get to the bottom of this. The myriad realms of today aren't as chaotic as they used to be. Ancestor gods aren't allowed to destroy or even destroy the origin of other ancestor gods' worlds. Since you're concerned about your children, we won't punish you. However, we won't allow this to happen again. We're currently formulating a punishment law. I hope you're not the first to be punished. After all, you've contributed the most to the myriad realm's current state. The voice came from another ancestral god. Of course, the one who dared to speak at this time was definitely the fourth era's ancestral god. He was called the Common People's Emperor Ancestor, and his world was the Common People's imperial domain. Among the fourth era's ancestral gods, he had the most imperial temperament. His law was the Tao of the Great Emperor, and he was unfathomable. His voice was majestic, and his image was also sitting on a golden throne, looking extremely dignified. The Common People's Emperor Ancestor is right. Don't mess around anymore. It's true that you used to be the Lord of Myriad Realms. Before the epoch, your dragon sacrificial continent was also the ruler of Myriad Realms. But now, the situation is different. The Ancestral God Alliance shoulders the heavy responsibility of protecting and rebuilding Myriad Realms. If you're sensible, you won't make things difficult for us. The third ancestral god who spoke was called Saint Ancestor Kitagarbha. He was bald and dressed in a white robe. He had delicate features and a deep gaze, like a reclusive expert. His casual words could enlighten the deaf and make people yearn for him. He was also the fourth era's ancestral god. The world that was born from the origin of the world had the most special name, the realm of all living beings. None of the three fourth era's ancestral gods stood on Long Chen's side, which surprised Long Chen quite a bit. It turned out that the ancestral gods had changed so quickly. It had only been a few days, but the matter of him saving myriad realms had passed just like that. In order to reorganize the laws of myriad realms, Long Chen, who had great potential, had become the target of hatred at this time. At least, this was the case for the Chaotic Hole Sorcerer Ancestor, the Mortal People's Emperor Ancestor, and Saint Ancestor Kitagarbha. Long Chen saw a certain degree of fear and displeasure in their eyes. Obviously, because of his great contribution, they wanted to suppress him a little. However, there were also some who spoke up for him, such as the Primordial War Ancestor. At this time, he stood his ground and said, Long Chen's reasoning is reasonable. After all, he has a grudge against Saint Ancestor Kuyi. Long Chen, don't worry, we will immediately inform the myriad realms. Whoever secretly kidnapped your children will be given a lighter punishment if they hand them over in time. But if they are found out, the Ancestral God Alliance will definitely not forgive them. We will also take care of this matter. Now that the myriad realms have just stabilized, anyone who causes trouble should be punished. Truth be told, Long Chen was infuriated right now. He felt that he had saved a bunch of heartless and unscrupulous people. It had only been such a short period of time since the Doomsday War, they probably hadn't forgotten the pain of the curse. However, in such a short period of time, there were actually people who wanted to forget the peace of the myriad worlds. Who was the one who fought for it? If it were not for the fact that the primordial war ancestor was still speaking up for him, he really could not hold it in anymore. But, he definitely could not fight. If he really fought against the Ancestral God Alliance, he would truly lose. Long Chen chuckled coldly and loudly said, Everyone, no matter what, I've witnessed today that some people really are up to no good. I won't go into specifics, but when it comes to my children, I'll still say the same thing. I don't usually cause trouble, but if anyone dares to cause trouble for me and touches my reverse scale, I won't let them off, no matter who they are. Then, he turned to Saint Ancestor Kuyi and said coldly, You don't need to act crazy in front of me. Even a fool knows that this matter has something to do with you. If it isn't here, it can only mean that you have asked someone else to do it. The myriad realms are only so big, you can easily find anyone who is close to you. Don't think that you can hide from this. He had to make his stance clear. No matter how strong the ancestor gods were, he wasn't a pushover. It didn't mean that he was just a nobody among the ancestor gods and didn't have the right to speak. After all, the Doomsday War still had some influence. After saying that, he directly opened the death rain and left. After Long Chen finished speaking, the creator gods looked at each other in dismay. Some didn't say anything and remained silent, but there were also those like the black hole wizard ancestor who sneered and said, This little guy doesn't understand. Times are different now, and everyone has to look forward. Although he saved the myriad worlds, if he wants to become the overlord of the myriad worlds, he still has to ask for my permission. Disperse. The Chaos Ancestor God and the others felt that there was no point and left. Only then did the crowd gradually disperse. Saint Ancestor Kuyi didn't expect to cause such a huge commotion, so he was very confused. Chapter 34-39. The reason Long Chen had left was not because he had given up, but because the primordial war ancestor had asked him to go to the primitive worship. Among the fourth epoch's ancestor gods, Long Chen's relationship with the primordial ancestor had been slightly better. After all, they were related to the chaos divine might. But now, it was the primordial war ancestor who had been friends with Long Chen. Because of their friendship in the Doomsday War, the primordial war ancestor was more attentive to Long Chen. So during their conversation, the primordial war ancestor had asked him to come alone. After arriving, the primordial war ancestor was already waiting for Long Chen outside the primitive worship. I asked you to come here. First, I was afraid that you would get agitated and quarrel with the other ancestor gods. That wouldn't be good for you, the primordial war ancestor said helplessly. Long Chen said, It's not that I want to, but I'm not used to it. But it's understandable. After the calamity, things have settled down. It's understandable that they want to establish a world without special privileges. Although I have contributed greatly to the worlds, if I have special privileges, the other ancestor gods will not be convinced. But there are indeed some ancestor gods who specifically target me. You can understand that. I'm angry because these existences are too ungrateful. Those people were clearly worried that Long Chen would become an even stronger ancestor dragon in the future. He would be above them and suppress all the ancestor gods with his authority. That was a possibility. The primordial war ancestor said, "I can't stop them. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Actually, if it weren't for what happened today, you wouldn't have such a conflict with them. Let's talk about a solution." Regarding Long Yen and Long Lin, Long Chen couldn't hold back for even a moment. He could only keep his serious dissatisfaction with the ancestor god's alliance in his heart. "Senior, please help me," Long Chen said respectfully. He needed the primordial war ancestor's help. Of course, this was also the reason why the primordial war ancestor had asked him to come. When Long Chen asked, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, this matter has already spread to all the elder gods in the infinite worlds. I've instructed some familiar elder gods to help me search. If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately. Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight must be working with another elder god. That other elder god should be from the 7th era or higher. That's a much smaller target. Someone who would do something like this must have some sort of grudge against me. Still, I can't think of anyone from the 7th era or higher who has a grudge against me." The primordial battle ancestor said, "I'm aware of that as well. I'll take you there as soon as there's a suspect. You can't be impatient right now, or you'll fall into sacred ancestor Kuei Ye's trap. He might even want to use the ancestral god alliance to get rid of you. The more you oppose the ancestral god alliance, the happier he will be." "Thank you." Long Chen sincerely thanked the primordial war ancestor. He was sincerely helping him. The primordial war ancestor was right. Although he was a little disappointed in the ancestral god alliance and some of the elder gods, there was no need for him to lose his sense of propriety. He just needed to remember these grievances. Infinite worlds, future. Long Chen's interest waned when he thought of these two words. The situation was a little different from what he had imagined. It seemed like he had already saved the infinite worlds, but they were still in a state of decline. Especially among the ancestor gods, there were all kinds of personalities. Most of them were selfish. How could they maintain a stable myriad of worlds? This was indeed a difficult problem. He was thinking that it would be great if he had the strength of the primordial blood spirit dragon. Only then would he have true freedom. Instead, he was stuck in an awkward situation. Power was still his goal. The Ancestor God Alliance gave him an even greater reason to become stronger. Nightmare Continent. The Nightmare Ancestor God could create countless dream realms. Those dream realms were the purple smoke in the air, but they were actually tiny purple water droplets. Each purple water droplet was a dream realm. When the Nightmare Ancestor God returned, there were already more than 100 million dream realms on the Nightmare Continent. Not all of them were nightmares. There were also sweet dreams. If mortals happened to come into contact with these dream realms, they would fall into them and even spend the rest of their lives in them. In the depths of these countless dream realms, there was an inconspicuous purple water droplet. Within the purple water droplet was a dream realm. Within the dream realm was an imaginary world. It was surrounded by huge purple bubbles that were very soft. In the sky were sparkling purple stars, and on the ground were purple pearls. It's so beautiful. Long Yen picked up the largest pearl among the countless pearls and held it in her hand. She squinted one eye and looked at the purple pearl with the other. Her tiny mouth was agape. "Sister, I'm scared." Long Lin hid behind her and looked at the strange surroundings. His eyes were very vigilant, but because he was too young, he was still a little afraid of this unfamiliar environment. "Don't be afraid. It was the bad guy who took us away. However, Daddy will appear in a while. When he appears, he will definitely smack that bad guy's butt and make her beg for mercy." Long Yen threw down the purple pearl and placed her tiny hands on her hips as she spoke confidently. At this moment, one of the huge purple bubbles approached them. With a pop, it exploded, and a beautiful woman walked out. Her skin was white, and she looked even more enchanting in the purple smoke. Although she was very beautiful, she was not a child's cup of tea. "It's you, you ignorant big bad guy. How dare you bring me here? If you know what's good for you, let us go home. Otherwise, when my daddy arrives, he will smack your butt until it blossoms and you cry for your parents." Long Yen looked righteous as she wrapped her tiny arms around Long Lin's waist and said loftily, "What an adorable child. What are you saying? You don't have a daddy. You only have a mother, and that's me." The nightmare ancestor god's voice was like a dream. It penetrated deeply into Long Yen and Long Lin's young minds. "Be good. I gave birth to you. I was the one who brought you into this world. I'm your mother, so you have to treat me well." The nightmare ancestor god was naturally confident in her rules, especially against two children who were not ancestor gods. "Nonsense. You're not." Long Lin wasn't very afraid. At such a young age, he was already able to distinguish between love and hate. He wasn't as muddle-headed as his sister. His gaze was somewhat cold as he said, "What kind of rules are you trying to use to deceive us? It's completely useless. You want us to have a mother? You're still far from that. Ah, is she using the rules on us? Despicable fellow, I'm going to tear apart that mouth of yours that kissed a wild boar." Long Yen couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to push Long Lin away to deal with the nightmare ancestor god. "Sister, don't do anything. She's stronger than us." Long Lin held her back. He had a premonition that because of their words, this woman was embarrassed into anger. "You two children are really unlikable. If you don't listen to me, you won't have a good time in the future," the nightmare ancestor god said angrily. Long Yen still wanted to scold her, but Long Lin pulled her back and secretly said, "Sister, let's not talk to her, lest she gets angry and attacks us. We'll just wait for father to come in secret." Because the nightmare ancestor god was controlling them, she naturally wouldn't allow them to communicate with Long Chen. "When daddy comes, I'll definitely beat her up. She's too ugly. She's not even as good-looking as a single finger of mother. No, she's not as good-looking as a single strand of mother's hair." Long Yen said angrily. "That's true. But my mother is good-looking too," Long Lin added. The nightmare ancestor god was sizing them up as she walked in circles. She thought to herself, ordinary hypnosis laws aren't very effective on them. It seems like I'll have to use my ultimate technique. She laughed coldly. "You two children, you won't kiss me now, but in a while, you'll have to cry and follow me. You'll be dead set on me for the rest of your lives. You love your parents so much, but I'll make you treat them as enemies. You'll become my children, and I'll nurture you well." She looked a little deranged. Long Yen pouted. In truth, she really wanted to argue with her, but Long Lin wouldn't let her. It was too unbearable. "No, when daddy comes, I'll curse her to death." Long Yen could only think of this. But at this time, the nightmare ancestor god didn't want to wait a moment longer. She hid this dream in the deepest part of her mind, and then silently triggered the transformation. As Long Chen was talking to the primordial war ancestor, the primordial war ancestor suddenly said, "Pangu gave me a message." Pangu had a very good relationship with Long Chen from the very beginning, and now it was even more so. "What is it?" Long Chen asked impatiently. An ancestor god of the 7th era told him. I think he said that there was an ancestor god who was a little deranged. She knew that ancestor gods couldn't give birth to children, but she still wanted to have children. For this, she even had to copulate with a mortal she created day and night, but to no avail. She even sought other ancestor gods to copulate with her. This person was called the Nightmare Ancestor God, and it's very likely that Ancestor Dark Knight was related to her. In truth, the infinite worlds were only so big. If someone did something bad, there was no way they could hide it. The ancestor gods had just arrived here and had lost their memories, so they didn't understand this point. They were too inexperienced. That was why Long Chen could resist the urge to wait here. When he heard about the nightmare ancestor god, he was almost certain. This is an ancestor god of the 7th era. I won't be easy to deal with. I hope that you can accompany me, ancestor god. No problem. There's no time to lose. The two passed through the death rain and quickly arrived at the nightmare continent. As the name suggested, this was a world surrounded by nightmares. It was extremely sinister. Ancestor Dark Knight, I've arrived at the nightmare continent. Long Chen said to Ancestor Dark Knight from afar. You! Ancestor Dark Knight exclaimed. Chapter 3440. War Ancestor, this is most likely the place, Long Chen said. The primordial war ancestor knew that Long Chen was anxious, so he stared at the nightmare continent and shouted, Ancestor God Nightmare, come out. Given his power as a 4th epoch ancestor god, he could naturally cause the entire nightmare continent to tremble. Countless purple dreamlands shattered before his eyes, and a large number of mortals returned to reality. Ah! Hearing this voice naturally impacted the ancestor god greatly. The primordial war ancestor's eyes were even larger than the nightmare continent, and there was nowhere for the ancestor god Nightmare to hide. Who is it? In the blink of an eye, the ancestor god appeared in a sorry state. When she saw Long Chen and the primordial war ancestor, her eyes widened. Long Chen was fine, and she wasn't afraid, but the primordial war ancestor was a 4th epoch ancestor god. From her panicked reaction, the primordial war ancestor was certain that it was this fellow. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to send those 2 children out. I guarantee that they are unharmed. If anything happens to them, the Ancestral Gods Alliance will punish you and consign you to eternal damnation. The primordial war progenitor's words were like hammers pounding on the nightmare elder god's head, deafening her eyes. She was still in a daze, and after a breath's time, she hurriedly waved her hands and said, What are you talking about? What 2 children? I didn't touch them. Don't you dare insult our intelligence, Elder God Nightmare. In truth, upon seeing this woman, Long Chen's killing intent was no less than when he faced sacred ancestor Kuei Yi. But she was the 7th epoch ancestor god, and he didn't know how strong she was, so he was a little worried. Also, with the primordial war ancestor by his side, he wanted to see Long Yen and Long Lin more than anything else. In the face of the nightmare elder god's shameless act, the primordial war ancestor waved his hand lightly. Instantly, the countless purple water droplets on the nightmare continent exploded. Almost all the dreamlands disappeared. Many mortals and gods were trapped in the countless dreamlands, and most of them fell from the sky. In the crowd, Long Chen instantly saw his son and daughter. The 2 children were looking around, and when they saw Long Chen, they immediately cheered up and ran towards Long Chen excitedly. Daddy, she's bullying us. She's using some sort of rule to hypnotize us. She wants us to call her mother. Tui. That shameless woman is too ugly. Daddy, help me beat her up. Long Yen shouted as she ran. She had almost grown up. She understood these things very well. Nightmare, hypnosis. Of course, Long Chen understood. The nightmare elder god was extremely unwilling to see the 2 children run away just like that. But with the primordial warlord here, there was nothing he could do to stop them. Even though he was unwilling, he could only endure it and watch as the 2 children returned to Long Chen's arms. War Ancestor, are they in trouble? Long Chen was worried that the nightmare elder god had done something to the 2 children that the primordial war ancestor could see more clearly. They are terrifyingly talented. They won't fall for it so easily. Don't worry, they're fine. The primordial warlord checked and told Long Chen. Hearing this, Long Chen finally relaxed. Your mother misses you. Go back and accompany them. Long Chen first sent the two children back to the death realm. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and the others were waiting there. Daddy, you can't let her go. If you had come a little later, we might have been changed by her and completely forgotten about you, Long Lin said very calmly. Long Lin said very calmly. After experiencing this crisis, these two children had grown a little, especially Long Lin. The part of his personality that belonged to Long Chen had already begun to show joy. Is that so? Long Chen sent them back first. After closing the death realm, he looked at the nightmare elder god with a blood-red gaze. Just as Long Lin said, what the nightmare elder god had done was not something that could be forgiven. What she had done was no different from wanting to kill the two children. There was no room for discussion after angering Long Chen. With a whoosh, Long Chen took out the world origin, massacre, and held it in his hand. Without another word, he headed for the nightmare elder god. Long Chen. The primordial warlord stopped him and said, that's not very appropriate. No matter what, the children are safe and sound. I'm not saying that you can't vent your anger, but the situation is a little different now. Since they want to establish the Ancestor Gods Alliance, they need to make the Ancestor Gods Alliance effective. A new broom sweeps clean. This is the time to show the Ancestor Gods Alliance's usefulness. They made a mistake this time, so I think it's best to punish them through the Ancestor Gods Alliance. It was not that Long Chen did not understand what the primordial warlord was saying. However, he was not used to it. All these years, he had been free to seek revenge. Why did he have to be restricted by the Ancestor Gods Alliance at the final moment? He only wanted to seek justice for the children. He did not blame the primordial warlord. In fact, he was doing it for his own good. The waters of the Ancestor Gods Alliance were getting deeper and deeper. If he wanted peace, it was best to stay away from this vortex. Besides, even if you can defeat her, you can't kill her. With that said, Long Chen had an idea. At least with the primordial warlord present, it was not appropriate to make a move, nor could he truly punish the nightmare elder god. After all, she was a creation elder god. She would only die when the world origin was destroyed. Leave it to me. I will report this matter to the Ancestor Gods Alliance. Everyone can discuss the punishment for the nightmare elder god. Alright. Long Chen wanted to see what kind of punishment they could come up with. The primordial warlord reprimanded the nightmare elder god. However, the nightmare elder god did not seem afraid. She looked like a dead pig that did not fear boiling water. Later on, the two were preparing to leave when the nightmare elder god laughed. She said to Long Chen alone, "What can you do? This is not your era. It is the era of the Ancestor Gods Alliance. You do not have the ability to protect these two children. One day, they will be mine." She was challenging Long Chen's bottom line, causing Long Chen's killing intent to erupt once again. He took a deep look at this woman. The thing he hated the most in his life was someone using his family to threaten him. Even if he couldn't kill her, Long Chen decided that he would definitely make her suffer a severe punishment. The primordial warlord left to fight for Long Chen. As for Long Chen, he returned to the death reign. At this moment, Long Yen and Long Lin seemed to have forgotten what had happened. They were having fun. Upon seeing Long Chen return, Long Yen hurriedly ran over and asked, "Daddy, how was it? Did you make that ugly woman's butt blossom? I want to smash her mouth. It's so infuriating." Faced with his daughter's look of anticipation, Long Chen was too embarrassed to say no. This was not in his character. He, who had once repaid kindness and grudges, was now being bullied by his own children. How could he still be restrained by the rules? How could he still be a father? Yen, let her go for a few days. In a few days, if no one makes a move, Daddy will. Long Lin was unhappy and said, "Why do you need a few days? Daddy, this is not your character." Even this child knew that this was not him. Long Chen did not say a word and let them play. However, he knew very well that this time, he had to take revenge. At the very least, he could not let the two children feel that there was something he could not do or someone he did not dare to touch. I want to see what kind of punishment this so-called Ancestor God Alliance can come up with. Mo Xiaolang crossed his arms. This time, because it was the two children who were being targeted, everyone was extremely angry. If it doesn't work, I won't be able to take it lying down. Li Xuanji was usually very amiable, but this time, she was infuriated, especially when a woman came to snatch the child she had painstakingly left behind. When the time comes, let's make her suffer. Lingxi, can you cast the lifetime heart-eroding curse? Asked Long Chen. No problem. I just don't know if the 7th epoch's ancestor god will be effective, said Lingxi without hesitation. Then let her have a taste of it and learn from her mistakes. The lifetime heart-eroding curse was something that even Long Chen found terrifying. Boss, if the Ancestor God Alliance doesn't do anything, we won't be afraid of being suppressed by the Ancestor God Alliance. Kitten had been born in that era, so he knew that these ancestor gods had been scheming against each other before the epoch. However, they had been suppressed by the 10 ancestor dragons, so they did not dare act recklessly. There's nothing to be afraid of. If this goes on, there will be conflict sooner or later. If they target me, they can't blame me for being above them in the future and giving them a hard time. Therefore, they had to wait a few days to see if they could punish Ancestor God Nightmare. However, we missed out on the main culprit, and that is Ancestor Dark Knight. Without a doubt, he was the one who instigated Ancestor Nightmare. However, the Ancestor God Alliance clearly will not punish him without evidence. Therefore, this fellow can get away scot-free for offending us. Long Chen said with a cold gaze. Boss, just say what you want to do. In any case, I feel that being restricted in every way isn't like you, said Kitten fearlessly. Let him have a taste of the lifelong heart-eroding curse, said Long Chen. Everyone had already expected this. There was no way to kill him, but it would be even more terrifying than killing him. As long as Lingxi did not remove the curse, he would forever be tormented. Alright. Just like that, they made this bold decision. As for how to resolve the situation, Long Chen could not be bothered to think too much about it. Logically speaking, they should have quietened down and not offended a behemoth like the Ancestor God Alliance. However, the one they had offended was his precious child. This was intolerable. In any case, the ancestor gods have no evidence that we did it. This time, Long Chen and Lingxi were the only ones to go. They immediately went to the Dark Knight Ghost Domain. Ancestor Dark Knight was recuperating there. He had finally recovered a little, but he felt very uneasy. He had just greeted Ancestor God Nightmare, and it seemed that the Ancestor God Alliance was discussing how to punish her. Ancestor Dark Knight was also very nervous. Chapter 34-41. As for the Nightmare Ancestor God, she wasn't too worried. She didn't blame him for being exposed. Being discovered by Long Chen was her own problem. Even now, she couldn't forget about Long Chen's pair of children, as if they belonged to her in the first place. I should have 2 adorable children. Long Chen doesn't deserve them. The Nightmare Ancestor God kept repeating himself. There's no need to be afraid. The Ancestral God Alliance doesn't have any way to punish him. At most, he'll be shut down and bored for a while. Forefather Dark Knight was very certain. If that's the case, I'll definitely teach Long Chen a lesson when I come out. Forefather Dark Knight didn't know that Long Chen was already nearby while he was leisurely recovering in the Dark Knight Ghost Domain. However, he hadn't noticed Long Chen. That was because Long Chen was shrouded in shadows and was extremely well hidden. Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight, who was an ancestral god of the 8th era, had not discovered him. After all, the entire Dark Knight ghost realm was shrouded in darkness. Right now, Long Chen was just an insignificant part of this darkness. This was actually a part of the primordial spirit blood dragon's laws. This law was called the Shadow of Death. Making Long Chen hide was one of the uses of the Shadow of Death, but the Shadow of Death actually had an even more powerful use. The primordial spirit blood dragon's laws were boundless, and Long Chen had an inexhaustible supply of them. The speed at which he comprehended the edicts of slaughter was like flying. It had taken him several hundred years to create the Bloodwheel sword. Under the protection of the Shadow of Death, Long Chen stealthily arrived above Forefather Dark Knight's head. Even now, the 8th era's ancestral god, who possessed the power of an entire world, hadn't noticed Long Chen's presence. This was a testament to the power of Long Chen's laws. By now, Sacred Ancestor Kuyi had finished his conversation with the Nightmare Ancestor God. He was immensely pleased at the thought of Long Chen's infuriated yet helpless expression. Long Chen, Long Chen, it seems like I'm not targeting you. You're too dazzling. Our ancestor gods have lost their memories, and we feel too insecure. So, in the end, even the ancestor gods of the 4th era are deeply afraid of you. So, it's normal for them to restrict you. If you hadn't saved the lives of all the ancestor gods, there would be more ancestor gods targeting you. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He was completely unaware that the person he was talking about was right above his head. Long Chen descended from the shadow. In that moment of imminent peril, the Shadow of Death broke away from him and enveloped Sacred Ancestor Kuyi, sealing him within its shadow. This was an even greater effect of the Shadow of Death. Being shrouded by this shadow was somewhat similar to Forefather Dark Knight's curtain of darkness. However, Dark Knight was now completely shrouded by the Shadow of Death. It was as if he had been sealed in another world. Who is it? Forefather Dark Knight was shocked. However, the Shadow of Death had shrouded him completely, rendering him immobile for a short period of time. He had yet to recover from the heavy injuries he had inflicted on Long Chen the last time. The Shadow of Death was like a nightmare, eating away at the flesh and blood he had just reformed. Little She. At this time, Long Chen had Little She appear in front of Forefather Dark Knight. Forefather Dark Knight was completely under the Shadow of Death's control, and he was in a heavily injured state. Forefather Dark Knight is heavily injured. Although he's an ancestor god of the 8th era, I have 2 world essences and am very close to him. With you in control, he won't be able to escape the lifetime heart-devouring curse. This was what Lingxi had told Long Chen. When Lingxi appeared, she had black hair and black eyes. She was in an extremely cold and sinister state, even evil. Even her clothes had been dyed black by the demonic energy of the curse. Compared to her previous ethereal self, Lingxi's current state was too much of a shock. On the other hand, one could see just how terrifying the lifetime heart-devouring curse was. On the black ring, a pure black scorpion formed from countless curse particles was born. There were sinister bloodlines all over its body, and even Long Chen could feel the terrifying evil aura from the scorpion's birth. Hiss. The black scorpion, the lifetime heart-devouring curse, passed through the Shadow of Death and tore through Forefather Dark Knight's world essences. It burrowed into them, then into the origin of the world, and finally scattered into countless fragments that fused with Forefather Dark Knight's ancestral soul. This is the God Curse Demon Forefather's curse. It penetrates deep into the world essences and becomes one with them. Not even the other 4th era's ancestor gods can remove it. Once he's hit, he won't be able to escape unless I remove it. He'll suffer for the rest of his life, unable to escape. Chen, isn't this too much of a vengeance? Long Chen said, it won't. This kind of ancestor god should be taught a lesson. We'll remove it when he knows his place. In any case, Long Chen didn't mean to curse him for all eternity. Despicable people should be intimidated by the method they used. Alright. It didn't take long before sacred ancestor Ku Ye's earth-shattering screams rang out from within the shadow of death. He was in excruciating pain because the curse had seeped into the origin of the world. Even if he tore his body apart, he wouldn't be able to escape. His screams spoke of endless pain. Long Chen didn't show any mercy this time. He felt that he was too obedient, and that the ancestor gods were starting to treat him less and less seriously. He needed to intimidate them. Long Chen withdrew the shadow of death and returned to death's reign, leaving no trace behind. Forefather Dark Night was shrouded in the curtain of darkness, and a scorpion curse rune flickered in the center of the curtain. Every time it flickered, Forefather Dark Night felt heart-wrenching pain. Ah, who? Forefather Dark Night was tossing and turning in the starry sky. He was on the verge of insanity, and his blood-curdling screams alarmed all living beings. Something's wrong. The entire Dark Night ghost realm was in a frenzy. Many ancestor gods in the vicinity rushed over when they heard the screams. When they saw Forefather Dark Night's pale face and pained expression, they didn't know what was going on. It's Long Chen. He must have come to take revenge on me. Help me call Water Father Celestial, I want his life. Forefather Dark Night endured the pain and screamed at the top of his lungs. Alright. The ancestor god beside him called Water Ancestor Tian Wu. Not long after, Water Ancestor Tian Wu arrived. Seeing that divine ancestor Kuyi couldn't stop, this fifth-era ancestor god checked for a long time but couldn't find anything. He said, this should be similar to the curse we suffered last time. It must be a curse. Therefore, it should be Long Chen's doing. Of course. Long Chen's wife, Lingxi, has obtained the inheritance of the divine cursed devil ancestor. She's an expert in curses. She's the only one who can do such a thing. The ancestor god said. The evidence is irrefutable. Forefather Dark Night, you have to get justice for me. Help me capture Long Chen and ask that Lingxi to help me remove this curse. Forefather Dark Night's voice was hoarse from the pain, and it even sounded like he was about to cry. Forefather Dark Night looked around. Actually, he was quite depressed. Because of Forefather Dark Night, the Ancestral God Alliance was in an unstable state. Of course, in his opinion, Long Chen was too stubborn. Long Chen, you dared to attack Forefather Dark Night behind the back of the Ancestral God Alliance. Hurry up and come here. Otherwise, your sins will be grave. Forefather Dark Night informed Long Chen. In fact, Long Chen was in the death world. It was obvious that Forefather Dark Night was the one who abducted his children, but he refused to admit it. In any case, Long Chen didn't have any evidence, so he acted as if he didn't know anything. He cried out in alarm, Forefather Dark Night, you can't slander me. It's not Forefather Dark Night who abducted my children. I misunderstood him before, so why would I take revenge on him now? If Forefather Dark Night is injured, then it has absolutely nothing to do with me. Now, it was his turn to act. He was too familiar with it. Hurry up and come here. The evidence is irrefutable. Don't try to deny it. Forefather Dark Night's voice was filled with anger, but Long Chen wasn't afraid. He smiled and said, this matter has nothing to do with me. Why should I be interrogated like a mortal? I already said that if something happened to him, it really has nothing to do with me. I just had a conflict with him, so if I attacked him, it would be too obvious. Am I that stupid? Oh, right, didn't Forefather Dark Night see the enemy? Why doesn't he know who injured him? That's too useless. Forefather Dark Night really couldn't do anything to him. Then I'll ask the Ancestral God Alliance how to punish you. If you don't come over, you'll definitely be convicted. Forefather Dark Knight felt that he didn't need to deal with this matter. He summoned the Ancestral God Alliance again and had the Ancestor Gods appear. In the blink of an eye, images of the 4th and 5th era Ancestor Gods appeared everywhere. They saw Forefather Dark Knight's miserable state. Of course, Long Chen had to come over at this time. He calmly faced everyone. What happened? Primal War Ancestor secretly asked. It's just a little pain. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. At least Primal War Ancestor cared about him. At this time, Forefather Dark Knight hurriedly described the situation, saying that it was a curse. Clearly, everyone would suspect Lingxi. Long Chen smiled and said, "That's funny. Little she doesn't know this curse. You don't have any evidence, so don't slander me first. I just found my children from the Nightmare Ancestor God. How would I have the time to ambush him? In the myriad worlds, who else knows how to curse?" Forefather Dark Knight asked. Chapter 34-42. Facing so many Ancestor Gods, Long Chen was a lot more natural. His eyes were sharp, and he dared to face the Ancestor Gods of the 4th and 5th era. That's all I have to say. Let me say one last thing. The Doomsday War has just ended, and the Sky-Swallowing clan's plans have just been ruined. However, the most terrifying members of the Sky-Swallowing clan have never truly disappeared. They are terrifyingly powerful, and they are still lying in wait. I think it's too early for you to celebrate. If you have the time to deal with a nobody like me, why don't you think about how to deal with the Sky-Swallowing clan when they really come? What did Long Chen rely on to fight against the Ancestor Gods of the 4th and 5th epochs? He relied on the Doomsday War. Basically, he and his companions had won. He relied on the fact that he was the savior of all the Ancestor Gods. Among the Ancestor Gods, there were many like the Primordial War Ancestor. Hence, if someone wanted to punish Long Chen, there would definitely be someone who would protect him. This was his strength. Because of this strength, people like Divine Ancestor Kuyi were just small fries in his eyes. In addition, the Sky-Swallowing clan is also cursed. Divine Ancestor Kuyi was so conspicuous that he might have angered the hidden Sky-Swallowing clan, and was cursed. What I mean is that the Sky-Swallowing clan has yet to disappear, so everyone should be careful. If we are too passionate about internal strife, we will forget who our true enemies are. Actually, it was obvious that this was done by Long Chen. Now that the Ancestor Gods were in a fervent mood, wanting to establish a new order for the 10,000 realms and create a new era, they seemed to have forgotten about the Sky-Swallowing clan. Now that Long Chen had said this, their fervent hearts were doused with cold water. What Long Chen said made no sense. The Ancestor Gods, who were eager to quickly establish a new era, were momentarily at a loss for words. In fact, Sacred Ancestor Kuyi was just a small matter to them. They were just anxious to make the Ancestor God Alliance feel like it existed. In addition, the Nightmare Ancestor God stole a pair of my children and even used the laws of hypnosis to change my children's memories. To a Creator Ancestor God, this is truly despicable. I hope that the Ancestor God Alliance can give me a proper explanation. At this point, Long Chen didn't care about the arrangements of the ancestral gods. He opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and left in a carefree manner. This left Sacred Ancestor Knight dumbfounded. They knew that Long Chen was the murderer, but why didn't anyone stop him? He finally had a taste of what it was like when Long Chen knew he was the culprit, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ancestor gods, why don't you? Water Ancestor Heavenly Wu stopped Sacred Ancestor Kuyi before he could finish speaking. At this time, the primordial ancestor gods of the 4th era were discussing. Forget it. There's no need to target him. No matter what, he's our benefactor. The primordial war ancestor said. Some people are ungrateful too early. It's not a big deal. The primordial ancestor god, who had been silent all this while, expressed his opinion. At this point, everyone couldn't be bothered to care anymore. They left one after another. As for the punishment of the nightmare ancestor god, there was already an outcome. Of course, they didn't have any more terrifying methods of punishment. In the blink of an eye, the ancestor god alliance was gone. Sacred ancestor Kuyi felt as if he had been abandoned. As he endured the pain of the curse, he cried, "Water ancestor heavenly Wu, why did this happen?" He was the one who did it. Water ancestor heavenly Wu looked at him helplessly and said, "All right, I know you want to fight him, but you're in too much of a hurry. The Doomsday War has just ended, and the Sky Devourer clan still exists. What do you want the primordial ancestor gods of the Fourth Era to do? Kill him? Do you still want to save face? This time, you provoked him. If you continue to be stubborn, your fate will be worse than this." "But my curse," sacred ancestor Kuyi cried even more miserably. "Endure it slowly. Otherwise, you can beg him. If you really want him to be abandoned and suppressed by the primordial ancestor gods, you'll have to wait for at least 1,000 years. When everyone gradually forgets about the Doomsday War." Sacred ancestor Kuyi finally understood that he was the real fool. Previously, the chaotic whole ancestor and the others suppressed Long Chen purely because they were worried that Long Chen would be too arrogant and despotic and break the rules of the myriad worlds. If they really did anything to Long Chen, there would definitely be more ancestor gods who wouldn't agree. "I'll beg him." This was the only way out. Sacred ancestor Kuyi was extremely unwilling. However, this terrible torture was like a poisonous bug tearing at his body. The feeling was terrifying. Sacred ancestor Kuyi wouldn't be able to endure it for even a day, let alone an eternity. After returning from the death world, the anger in his heart had dissipated by a large margin. After a series of tests, Long Chen realized that the primordial ancestor gods weren't too despicable. Some of them still spoke up for him. In fact, he didn't have to worry about those primordial ancestor gods truly targeting him for the next 1,000 years. Of course, as time passed, the gratitude would eventually fade. If he didn't become stronger, he would always be stepped on by others. It didn't matter to him, but he was now shouldering the responsibility of the trillions of divine dragons in the dragon sacrificial continent. He had to stand tall. Only then could the divine dragons live and pass on their legacies. Therefore, his strength wasn't just a personal matter. In his eyes, the dragon sacrificial continent was prosperous and prosperous. Trillions of divine dragons were soaring in the sky. Dragon Yen and Dragon Lin had the temperament of a child. At this moment, they had already forgotten about the previous calamity and were having a great time. Long Chen was very clear about what the future would be like. The first step was to find the world source and origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. However, before that, he had to confirm one thing: the follow-up to the nightmare ancestor god. Divine ancestor Yenyi had been subdued, but this nightmare ancestor god was a ticking time bomb. He had to subdue her. This would have to wait for the ancestral gods' alliance's decision. Not long after, the primordial war ancestor said, "Long Chen, I've tried my best in this aspect. However, the ancestral gods' alliance has just been established and doesn't have a strict disciplinary mechanism. Regarding the matter of the nightmare ancestor god, the ancestral gods' alliance has decided to lock her up for 1,000 years so that she can repent. Just 1,000 years. It's that simple." 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye as Long Chen stayed on the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. "Yes. The only thing that's not too bad is that I'll imprison her. I'll give her a rather uncomfortable environment. I'm now heading for the Nightmare Continent. I'll arrive in about an hour." "I understand. Thank you, War Ancestor." "You're welcome." 1,000 years was really meaningless. After she came out, the trouble she caused would continue. She didn't feel like she was being taught a lesson at all. However, the primordial war ancestor's last words were interesting. He was the one who imprisoned her, and he told me that he would arrive in an hour. Doesn't that mean that this hour is mine? If I move quickly, I can let her experience the taste of the lifetime heart corrosion curse. At that time, she will be imprisoned again and suffer for at least 1,000 years. On the side, Li Xuanji and Lingxi hated this child who had stolen their treasure the most. They were looking forward to seeing what would happen to her. A woman's desire for revenge was terrifying, especially in this aspect. At this moment, even they were astonishingly unified. We still have an hour. Today, let's see how powerful the 7th era's ancestral god is. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen led everyone to the death realm. Among them, Lingxi, Kitten, and Soi Yan stayed in the death realm. Li Xuanji couldn't help but want to participate. However, the 7th era's ancestral god was dangerous after all. Long Chen let it enter his body and fight as one. His helper was Mo Xiaolang, who had the most tacit understanding with him. Mo Xiaolang, who had made great progress in the doomsday. After we subdue her, you'll cast the lifetime heart-eroding curse. Get ready, Long Chen said to Lingxi. That's a long time. I can prepare the biggest one. Let's see if she dares to take Yan, and Lin away. Ling, she said furiously. As for Li Xuanji, there was no need to even mention her. Even she wanted to slaughter this nightmare ancestor god. Although they only had one child, they both loved these two children. In fact, Ling Shi liked Long Lin more because Long Yan was too mischievous and gave Ling Shi a headache. As for Li Xuanji, she felt that the lively and adorable Long Yan was more likable. After exchanging glances with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen and him arrived at the Nightmare Continent. This time, there was no need to hide. After arriving at the nightmarish continent, Long Chen said in a clear voice, "Nightmare Ancestral God, there's no need to wait for the Ancestral God's Alliance's punishment. If you have the guts, come out. We'll settle our own grudges." What? Nightmare Ancestral God didn't expect him to come. She was shocked. Actually, she was also waiting for the Ancestral God's Alliance's decision. However, no one told her the decision. "Huh, you must be anxious because the Ancestral God's Alliance isn't punishing me." Nightmare Ancestral God came out from below. She still looked cold and flirtatious. "So what if I am? You are the 7th era's ancestral god. Do you have the guts to accept our challenge?" Long Chen asked. "The two of you are cowards. Two grown men ganging up on a weak woman like me. However, to prove that I'm more suitable to be their mother than you, I will defeat you wholeheartedly." Knowing that the Ancestral God's Alliance wasn't punishing her, Nightmare Ancestral God was in a good mood. She thought that if she could defeat him, she might be able to get the two children to come to her side. Ever since she saw them, she didn't want to eat or drink. Every day, she fantasized about the two children calling her mother. This way, Nightmare Ancestral God wouldn't spread the news. That way, Long Chen could teach her a lesson. At this moment, the killing intent that she had suppressed was born again. Massacre erupted with boundless bloody light. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had transformed into a sun-devouring demon wolf. He was surrounded by 10 types of ancestral flames. He was extremely terrifying. Generally speaking, Long Chen was in front while he was at the side. Against these two opponents, the 7th era's ancestral god, Nightmare Ancestral God, wasn't afraid at all. Just like Mo Xiaolang, her divine body was rapidly expanding. Finally, she became a spider. The WeChat voting had yet to end. It was currently 21% versus 78%. There were over 10,000 people voting. They hoped that everyone would give their opinions. Chapter 3443. The nightmare ancestor god was not a demon. Otherwise, the nightmare continent would be a world of spiders. The giant purple spider divine body that she was currently displaying was actually a manifestation of the natural order. It was different from a true demon's true form. However, even if it was just a law, the incarnation of the ancestral god of the 7th era was already huge. It was even bigger than Mo Xiaolang's sun devouring demonic wolf and Long Chen's ancient blood spiritual dragon. A purple spider with 16 sharp, long legs and many purple crystals on them appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The purple crystals might make it gorgeous, but the appearance of the spider was really unapproachable. Below her mouth, near her chest, was the largest purple crystal. It was almost half the size of the spider's head. That was the origin of the world. This purple crystal was called Meng Xian. If this dream heart was destroyed, it would be the end of it. However, Long Chen's goal today was to implant the lifelong heart-eroding curse into this dream heart, allowing her to experience a different 1,000 years. Today, you were the one who provoked me. I can make you pay a heavy price. After we fight, life and death will be forgotten. The nightmare ancestor god's voice was ghostly, echoing in their ears like ants crawling into their ears. Long Chen gripped the slaughter sword, covered in dragon scales, and his murderous aura shot into the sky. Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring dire wolf, surrounded by the ancestral flames. Under its nurturing, the ancestral flames were becoming more and more mature, gradually approaching the level of their former selves. Their killing power was also greater. Therefore, only one of them had the origin of the world, and the other only had the power of the 8th era ancestor god, but they still dared to challenge the 7th era ancestor god. Almost at the same time, Mo Xiaolang and the nightmare ancestor god attacked at the same time. In the distance, Mo Xiaolang suddenly spewed out many ancestral fires. If the primeval sacrificial fire was counted as 3, then there were 10 kinds of ancestral fires. The ancestral fires formed a wolf of fire several times larger than the spider and rushed toward the spider. Little Wolf's ancestral flame has already reached such a level. Even Long Chen was shocked by its power. Among the crowd, Mo Xiaolang's potential was the closest to Long Chen's. In fact, his potential was limitless. Humph, the nightmare world. The purple spider suddenly turned into thousands of phantoms. What could be seen was that these spiders instantly spread out and weaved in the void around them. In a very short time, they formed a web, forming a nightmare world, trapping Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang within. It seemed that he did not want Long Chen to escape at all. They were surrounded by a web of spiders, and within the web was a new world, the world of nightmares. In this world, the nightmare ancestor god's nightmare rules were everywhere, constantly attacking Long Chen's and Mo Xiaolang's souls. At least in terms of mental state, they were more severely suppressed than usual. In this nightmare world, even the power of Mo Xiaolang's flames weakened a lot, and even his mental state was in a very unstable state. In their eyes, countless nightmares flashed past as if they had experienced them personally. It was so real that it caused a huge shock to their souls. It was not easy to keep calm at such a time. Yin and Yang separation. At this time, the nightmare ancestor god continued to cast another rule. This rule swept out and turned into a spider web, protecting the nightmare ancestor god in the middle, creating a kind of yin and yang separation. After the yin and yang separation was formed, Mo Xiaolang's endless ancestral fire bombarded the nightmare ancestor god's yin and yang separation. Boom! Under the terrifying onslaught of the ancestral flame, the yin-yang separation had firmly protected the nightmare elder god, allowing him to remain completely unscathed. In addition, he had already unleashed his nightmare world to the maximum, greatly affecting both Long Chen and Yi Sisi. Such ability, as expected of the 7th era ancestor god. I've underestimated her. After realizing this, and recalling the experience of Long Yen and Long Chen, the anger in his heart burned even stronger. It was this hot blood and murderous intent that allowed Long Chen to calm down in the midst of countless nightmares. Fatal Dragon Diagram. After calming down, it was time to unleash its fatal attack. This was the attack that had once destroyed the devouring dragon servant. Long Chen gripped the blood-red longsword in his hand, and the sword swept out in all directions, rapidly drawing out a fatal dragon diagram in the void. As the strokes of the fatal dragon diagram increased, the same diagram appeared on the yin and yang separation of the nightmare ancestor god. A majestic, divine dragon totem suddenly appeared. Of course, it was a primordial blood spirit dragon, after all, so its murderous intent was still quite terrifying. Bzzz. The fatal dragon diagram imprinted itself on the yin and yang separation. Puny insect. Nightmare had only managed to say 2 words when her edicts were instantly overwhelmed by the life-seizing dragon diagram. The life-seizing dragon diagram struggled free and plunged headfirst into the enormous spider's body. Ah! The nightmare ancestor god finally experienced the power of the fatal dragon diagram. Otherwise, the yin and yang separation would have blocked more than half of it, and it would have been even more troublesome. However, at this time, Mo Xiaolang gave it his all. After failing the first time, he used the ancestral flame at the core of his second attempt, bringing with it billions of god fire, to form a giant blazing sun. In that instant, the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon's sword prison pierced through his defenses and flesh. Whoosh! After 1 round, the nightmare ancestor god's physical body was completely destroyed. She only let out a tragic cry, and all that was left of her was the world origin. Even the world origin had cracks on it under the onslaught of the blood-devouring Tyrannosaurus dragon's sword chi. To anyone, this would be a grievous injury. She was in danger of dying at any moment. With such a grievous injury, firstly, she would definitely not be able to control the rule of 3 lifetimes dreamscape. Long Chen had successfully rescued Mo Xiaolang. Secondly, if she panicked, she would probably spread the news of what had happened here. That would not be beneficial to Long Chen. Therefore, if he wanted to complete his original plan, he had to be quick. Shadow of Death. Long Chen used the Shadow of Death to lock the world origin in darkness, imprisoning everything. At this moment, Long Chen said, "Nightmare Ancestor God, I have a huge gift for you. You have 1,000 years to enjoy it. Long Chen, how dare you injure me? The Ancestor God's alliance will not let you off." The Nightmare Ancestor God was still shouting stubbornly. "Do you regret it? If you do, I can consider forgiving you." Long Chen gave this woman one last chance. Chapter 34-44. Since that was the case, there was nothing Long Chen could do about it. He called Lingxi out. Lingxi was already prepared in the death rain. A palm-sized scorpion appeared on her arm. It was twice the size of the previous one and looked even more ferocious. The scorpion passed through the gaps in the death rain and entered the dream heart. It locked onto the ancestor's soul and scattered into countless small scorpions, occupying the world origin. What followed next was the Nightmare Ancestor God's blood-curdling screams. The eternal heart corrosion curse was not a pleasant thing to endure, but from start to finish, this woman deserved it. Even a kind-hearted person like Lingxi couldn't help but want to take revenge on someone who stole her child. From this, it could be seen just how abhorrent it was to steal someone else's child. Not long after, the primordial war ancestor arrived. Seeing that the 7th era's ancestor god had been subdued, he couldn't help but feel that Long Chen had given him too many surprises. Although he didn't say it, he felt that as long as he could grow well in the future, he would naturally have a place in the 10,000 realms. Will the punishment for this curse be too severe? He remembered that Ancestor Dark Knight was the same. It didn't seem easy to endure. If she's willing to repent, she can cancel it at any time. Long Chen wasn't being unreasonable. His main goal was to make the Nightmare Ancestor give up on that idea. Nightmare Ancestor God, you've made a mistake. The Ancestral Gods Alliance has decided to punish you with 1,000 years of confinement. I, the Primordial War Ancestor, will carry it out. The Primordial War Ancestor did not give her a chance to grow. He immediately restrained her in a cage that he had prepared beforehand. After he was done, he looked at Long Chen and said earnestly, "This matter has come to an end. No one will cause trouble for you in the future, so you can focus on growing. Try not to get into conflict with the Ancestral Gods Alliance. It won't be too late to wait until you become stronger. After all, there are times when I can't protect you." Long Chen understood this. The Primordial War Ancestor was someone who truly cared for him. "Don't worry, War Ancestor. I know what I'm doing. I don't offend those who don't offend me." "That's good." After chatting for a bit more, like an elder, the steel machine-like Primordial War Ancestor finally left. In any case, if the Nightmare Elder God wanted to wreak havoc again, it would be 1,000 years later. After returning to the Death Realm and the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and the others could finally relax and vent their anger. Of course, they would be more optimistic about these two children in the future. Being pregnant for so long in exchange for their birth was not easy for Lingxi and her husband. The days that followed were indeed peaceful. No one provoked Long Chen, and Long Chen would not take the initiative to provoke others. "Big brother, given your current level, you wouldn't lose to Elder God Nightmare in a one-on-one fight. The 7th Era's Elder God probably wouldn't be able to do anything to you." Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen were together on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, looking at the vast world below. Long Chen shook his head. "The Nightmare Elder God is one of the weaker ones among the 7th Era's Elder Gods. I can barely catch up to her, but it doesn't mean that the other 7th Era's Elder Gods are the same." Kitten said lazily, "That's because you don't know that the Ancestor Gods of the same epoch are also born at the beginning, middle, and end of an epoch. Of course, because the Ancestor Gods of the 9th and 8th epochs are too weak, there isn't much of a difference. However, the Ancestor Gods born in the 7th epoch are gradually different. That Nightmare Ancestor God was born at the end of the 7th epoch, and the nomological laws he specializes in aren't the direct attack type. That's why he was jointly suppressed by you guys. If it was the 7th epoch's Ancestor God born in the middle or beginning of an epoch, Boss only has one world's origin, so he's much weaker in terms of power. Of course, in terms of bloodline and laws, he would surpass the other party." Long Chen said, "I see. For example, in the 4th era, the Primordial Blood Spiritual Dragon and the other 5 Ancestor Dragons were born at the beginning of an era. The Curse Demon Ancestor, the Chaos Elder God, and the Primordial Infinite World Purifying Celestial Ancestor were born at the middle of an era, and some were born at the end of an era. Although the difference isn't as big as the difference between the 4th and 5th Era's Elder Gods, there's still a difference." Kitten chuckled. "This is also why the Ancestor Dragons are stronger than the Chaos Elder Gods. In the same era, there's a difference of hundreds of millions of years between their birth times. The earlier they are born, the stronger they are. Back in the day, Lord Cat's peak strength was comparable to the 6th Era's Elder God who was born at the beginning of an era. I almost had 5 origin of the world. You only have 4 origin of the world. How dare you compare yourself to the Void Astral Dragon?" Long Chen laughed. That's because Lord Cat is the strongest Destruction Elder God. Of course, I have to compete with the strongest Creation Elder God. After all, both the 1st and 2nd Ancestor Dragons come and go unpredictably." Kitten had a proud look on his face. Back then, he was also a heroic person, just a little stupid. The days settled down. About 10 days later, Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight came to visit. He knelt outside the draconic sacrificial continent. He, who was suffering from the heart-eroding curse for life, came to beg for Long Chen's forgiveness and a sincere apology. Sacred Ancestor Kuyi, I have no intention of fighting with you. The reason why I made you suffer so badly is to let you know that I have the ability to make you kneel and beg for mercy. Of course, I'll let you go this time, but I don't expect you to go against me. Hold on, I just want to remind you that if you do it again, I might not be able to remove the curse so easily. Long Chen leaned close to his ear and said those words as coldly as water. Don't worry. From now on, I won't even go near the draconic sacrificial continent, Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight said in a trembling voice. The nightmare brought about by the heart-eroding curse was truly too terrifying. The reason why it took more than 10 days to reach the draconic sacrificial continent was because it took him more than 10 days to travel a distance that could normally be covered very quickly. It was a painful and unforgettable journey. Let's go. Long Chen asked Lingxi to remove the curse. Sacred Ancestor Dark Knight didn't say anything else. He stood up and fled in a hurry without looking back. To him, this place was an eternal nightmare that he could never escape. He really didn't dare to come again. The days in the future were even more peaceful. Kitten and Lingxi were condensing new origin of the world in order to reach the 8th era's ancestor god. Although Long Chen's progress was rapid, it wasn't that fast. Therefore, his first task was to find the Void Astral Dragon's world origin and origin dragon soul. The clues were all in the Jiuli demon territory. These days, Long Chen was also discussing with the dragon attendants. However, because the Qiyu demon ancestor was too terrifying, the dragon attendants didn't have a chance to get close at all, especially when the Qiyu demon ancestor had already set up the immemorial Jiuli demon diagram. I'll go take a look again. Long Chen stood far away from the Jiuli demon territory and looked at the pitch-black, dark red world filled with demonic aura. With the Qiyu demon ancestor around, he couldn't get close at all. It's more likely that the world origin exists. Back then, I only found the location of a massacre because I comprehended the blood will sword. Now, because of the pool, although I know it's in the Jiuli demon territory, I probably won't be able to find it even if I go in. Therefore, it's very likely that I only have one chance to go in, so I have to be more confident. He was actually thinking whether it was possible that he comprehended a new rule of time that could help him. Back then, he used the blood will sword to destroy the short mountain and obtained massacre. Rule. Oh right, that pool. Back then, Long Chen had relied on the Sea of Time to comprehend many rule of time. He decided to go to the pool again to take a look. There might be other clues. Just as he was about to set off, he suddenly felt a terrifying feeling behind him. Looking back, he saw the Qiyu demon ancestor, who had a bull's head and two thick arms, surrounded by black and dark red demonic aura. He stared at Long Chen with his dark red eyes and asked, "I'm very curious, what exactly are you looking for?" Long Chen was really shocked. He didn't expect the Qiyu demon ancestor to be able to discover him from such a distance. This was because at this time, Long Chen had even used the shadow of death to protect himself. The 5th era's ancestral god was also this terrifying. Kitten had said that the Qiyu demon ancestor was born at the beginning of the 5th era, or even at the end of the 4th era and the beginning of the 5th era. His ability was one of the strongest among the nearly 105th era's ancestral gods. He was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Long Chen's mind raced, but he couldn't think of a reason. Anyway, whatever he said would obviously be a lie, so he didn't say anything and directly said, "Greetings, demon ancestor." The Qiyu demon ancestor came forward and stared into his eyes. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Long Chen's body. He continued to ask, "Let me ask you, what do you want to find in my Jiuli demon territory?" Long Chen thought about it and said, "It's my personal thing. I don't just look at it in the Jiuli demon territory. I see it in other worlds. After all, it's my personal thing, so it's not convenient to tell the demon ancestor. Normally, even the 7th era's ancestral god would tremble under the pressure of the Qiyu demon ancestor. It was already very good that Long Chen could answer so calmly. In that case, I don't want to see you around the Jiuli demon territory. Otherwise, I might not be polite. I don't have a good temper. Even if you let me live, I can't control myself when I'm angry. Understood. The Qiyu demon ancestor's words were very firm. It was an accident that he was discovered so easily today. With the current situation, he definitely couldn't stay here. Therefore, after Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate and bid farewell to the Qiyu demon ancestor, he directly left. In fact, he was about to leave, but he was just one step away. After Long Chen left, the Qiyu demon ancestor stood at this position and looked at the Jiuli demon territory. He is the ancestral dragon's descendant. What he wants is probably the thing left behind by the dragon sacrificial continent. I want to see if there's anything in my world that I can't find. Chapter 34-45. He was very familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the Jiuli demon region. Every world was vast and boundless to all living beings. But to the ancestor gods, it was equivalent to a house or even a wooden house that they had built themselves. Because they had built it themselves, they were very familiar with the materials. If not for the fact that they had lost their memories, even a foreign butterfly would not be able to escape their eyes. Demon ancestor Qiyu put aside perfecting the ancient Jiuli demon diagram and focused on searching in the Jiuli demon region. Long Chen did not expect him to be searching as well. He focused on the palm-sized pool of water beneath his feet, which had an infinite amount of time within it. Long Chen did not dare to move the pool, fearing that he would ruin the clues. "Did you find anything?" asked the primeval dragon servant. The 6 dragon servants had been guarding the pool. "I need time," replied Long Chen. "All right, we will not disturb you. The clue to the Void Infinity Dragon is here. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. The few of us will go look for new clues. I'll have to trouble you all." Long Chen was extremely respectful towards these elders. "This is not trouble, but the meaning of our lives." The slaughter dragon servant patted him on the shoulder and smiled. This guy who looked exactly like him left with the other dragon servants. Long Chen calmed down and focused on the changes of time in the pool, as well as the rules of time that were reflected within. The surroundings were extremely quiet. He was very focused. He placed his palm on the surface of the pool to feel the hundreds of millions of different changes in time. It was not just fast or slow, but also contained many unimaginable changes, such as stillness, counterflow, and so on. To put it simply, this pool of water was formed by countless water particles, and the flow of time was completely messed up, forming extremely small fragments that attached themselves to the water particles. The particles of time. Long Chen suddenly had this thought. Everything was made up of extremely small particles. Then, why was time not the same? Time was like the driving force for any object to change, like a kind of power. The thoughts in his mind kept changing. Following the rhythm of time in his palm, a new door that belonged to time slowly opened in front of him. This was a profound hall that belonged to the true controller of time. The palace wasn't very big, but there were trillions of time particles. Long Chen had always been able to control large chunks of time, but he had never imagined that time could be so small. A vast world appeared in front of him, filled with what looked like countless pearls. Each and every one of those pearls was a beautiful particle of time, only magnified countless times over. Of course, it was actually Long Chen's thoughts that had become smaller. He plucked it off. The moment it was closest to him, he felt a warm feeling in his palm. It's because of your transformation that the fixed infinite worlds have started to move. Long Chen was very clear about this. If there was no time, the infinite worlds should be still, like a lonely voice. The beginning of the infinite worlds might have originated from the appearance of time. Of course, the void infinity dragon was the controller of time and was born in the third epoch, not the creator of time. With the concept of an epoch, there was already time. The time particle in his hand allowed Long Chen to wander in the most minute world of time. As he immersed himself in it, he didn't know how much time had passed in the outside world. Even when he arrived, he became smaller than the time particle, so that he could see the particles more clearly. This time, my good fortune isn't as simple as a nomological law. Instead, it has brought me into a new realm of time. He could completely believe that this tiny pool had been left behind by the void infinity dragon during the battle before the third epoch. Its purpose was, of course, to guide the inheritor to find everything he had left behind. From the initial excitement, he finally calmed down. Even with what he had seen today, Long Chen had a new understanding. The first nomological law he had comprehended was formed by the disorder of time. Now, this nomological law had undergone a new change in Long Chen's eyes. The most fundamental aspect of the disorder of time was the violent changes in the time particles. But at that time, what Long Chen had done was to divide time into a few, a dozen, or even hundreds of parts to disorder. Now, he knew that the time particles could produce hundreds of millions of types of disorder in a space as small as a palm. That was the true disintegration of the very essence of the Tao. This pool was the disorder of the time particles. Long Chen could learn the subtle changes of this new nomological law in this pool. Of course, the time particles in the pool changed gently, but what Long Chen wanted was a kind of violent anger of time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Every particle of time was an angry flame. They trembled violently in Long Chen's hands. In Long Chen's hands, an incorporeal, dark blue little dragon was born. It rolled and roared in Long Chen's hands. It was a small thing, but the sound of its body trembling was very loud. This was a new nomological law. It was built on the particles of time. If every particle was enlarged to the size of a pearl, then this thumb-sized little dragon would be the size of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Although this little dragon was small, it was actually like a pool of water. Hidden within it were the most chaotic particles of time that contained hundreds of millions of variations of time. This was a little dragon with great destructive power. Of course, in fact, Long Chen could transform it into anything. For example, a tree, a flower, a river. But he still liked the appearance of this incorporeal little dragon the most. It was exactly the same as the void infinity dragon. As for this nomological law, it did not have a name from the inheritance, so Long Chen gave it a name, the Dragon of Time. It was very simple, but also very appropriate. Although this Dragon of Time is small, its power is immeasurable. In this regard, Long Chen was certainly very confident. This time, his efforts could be considered to have yielded great results. He stood on this barren giant planet and looked at the changes in the nomological law in his hands. Then, he looked at the pool under his feet. Long Chen extended his hand and let the little dragon enter the pool. The finger-sized little dragon swam happily in the pool. Of course, it was actually two kinds of chaotic time colliding. With a soft sound, as if Long Chen had activated a mechanism, the water in the pool suddenly exploded and fused with the little dragon. Then, it quickly condensed into a meandering river in front of Long Chen. This river had a total of 18 bends. It was like a water snake. Long Chen only took a glance at it and naturally remembered it deeply. Moreover, he remembered every detail of it. A river with 18 turns could be found everywhere, but the details, the angle of each turn, and the length had its own characteristics. In this infinite world, it was impossible for there to be two of them. This is the real hint given to me by the Void Aeon Dragon. It is very likely that this river in the Jiuli demon territory is the origin of the Void Aeon Dragon's world, time. The reason why he was so sure was that, firstly, the pool and the Dragon of Time gave him this intuition. Secondly, when Long Chen discovered the massacre, he was still a short mountain. Wasn't a short mountain and a river very similar? Therefore, the possibility was quite high. The river only appeared for a moment before the pool and the Dragon of Time separated. The Dragon of Time wrapped around Long Chen's wrist, and the water in the pool fell down. Most of it did not return to the pool, but sank into the giant planet's soil. Soon, it would dry up and disappear. This was very ordinary water, but it had been disrupted by the Void Aeon Dragon's nomological law of time for hundreds of millions of years. Now that its mission was over, it naturally disappeared, and Long Chen had obtained everything he wanted to know. This river must exist in the Jiuli demon territory. Long Chen was basically certain. However, the Qiyu demon ancestor was not easy to deal with. He had not been to the Jiuli demon territory for some time. Long Chen thought, if I want to obtain time, I will have to pay a visit sooner or later. However, the Qiyu demon ancestor's attitude towards him was not very good. Therefore, he thought of the primordial war ancestor. If the primordial war ancestor is willing to help me snatch time from the Jiuli demon territory, first, this will trouble the primordial war ancestor. He is a member of the Ancestral Gods Alliance, and this action will make him deviate from the rules of the Ancestral Gods Alliance. It will add to his troubles. Second, if the Qiyu demon ancestor is angry, he will also target me in the future. Third, I can't always rely on the primordial war ancestor. From this point of view, he felt that he should not seek the primordial war ancestor's help. Finding the ancestral dragon's inheritance was his own business, and he could not completely blame it on the primordial war ancestor. The Qiyu demon ancestor is a proud person. Even if the primordial war ancestor is stronger than him, even if he directly gives time to me because of his pride, it will not be good for the primordial war ancestor's reputation. After thinking about it, Long Chen still felt that he could not rely on others for this kind of thing, especially when he had not tried it himself. If I am more sincere, the Qiyu demon ancestor might give it to me. Moreover, there will not be any future troubles, and I might even be able to make friends. However, if I bring the primordial war ancestor there, it will clearly be a threat and oppression. He will not feel comfortable no matter what. After thinking for a long time, Long Chen finally decided to go by himself. He had this confidence. After returning to the draconic sacrificial continent to prepare for a period of time, he openly went to the Jiuli demon domain. This time, he didn't come to watch in secret, but to formally pay a visit. After arriving at the Jiuli demon domain, he directly appeared outside the ancient Jiuli demon diagram. Qiyu demon ancestor, Junior Long Chen has come to pay a visit. Long Chen calmed down and looked at the world in front of him that was filled with demon qi. He was secretly shocked. Under the protection and nourishment of the Qiyu demon ancestor, the Jiuli demon territory had already advanced from an original incipient realm world to an origin realm world. It was much better than before. Obviously, the ancestral gods, especially the strongest ones, were all rebuilding the world. As expected, not long after, the Qiyu demon ancestor appeared in front of him. His expression was cold as he said, "Didn't I tell you not to come to my place?" Chapter 34-46. Demon Ancestor, I can confirm that the thing I want is in your Jiuli demon territory. That is the inheritance of the dragon sacrificial continent. It is of utmost importance to me, but it is of no importance to you. Long Chen went straight to the point and stated his intentions. The Qiyu demon ancestor did not chase him away immediately. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "And then?" Long Chen said sincerely, "Therefore, I would like to ask the demon ancestor to let me go in and take that thing." I can guarantee to the demon ancestor that this thing is of no use to you. After all, it was placed here by the ancestral dragon. Only the divine dragon race is of use to it. To me, its use and significance are extraordinary. If the demon ancestor is willing to agree, Long Chen can guarantee that if I have the ability in the future, I will definitely serve the demon ancestor's orders. Of course, he was so powerful. Unless the fourth epoch's ancestral god wanted to target him, there was really no use for Long Chen. Therefore, demon ancestor Qi Yu naturally laughed. He laughed coldly and said, "Don't joke with me. To me, you really don't have much use. How about this, you tell me what exactly it is that you want." If it was the world's origin source, Long Chen was not sure if the demon ancestor would give it to him. After all, he roughly knew that some people in the ancestral gods' alliance did not want him to become stronger. The world's origin source was of great significance. Therefore, he could not say it. Long Chen shook his head and said, "Demon ancestor, even I do not know what it is. I only received guidance to come here to look for it." After a pause, he said, "If I can obtain it, Long Chen will be extremely grateful. Are you sure that it is with me?" Fortunately, the Qiyu demon ancestor did not continue to ask what it was. Long Chen's explanation was not bad. After all, it was something left behind by the ancestral dragon. It was reasonable for him not to know. In fact, until now, Long Chen could not be sure if it was the world's origin source or the origin dragon soul. However, with the experience of a massacre, the possibility of it being the world's origin source was higher. "I'm sure." Long Chen nodded. The demon ancestor Qiyu coldly sized him up for a while, then finally waved his hand and said, "Forget it. No matter what, you're the one who allowed me to survive. I have to repay this debt. I'll agree to let you go in and search for it. However, it just so happens that I need your help with a small matter. If you help me with this matter, I'll let you go in and search for it. Of course, I'll also repay the debt of the Doomsday Battle. After all, you're quite thirsty for this thing, right?" Long Chen nodded. He wanted to know what the Qiyu fiend ancestor wanted him to do. "I'm perfecting the primordial Jiuli devil diagram, but I'm lacking a material. I need you to help me find that material." "What?" At the very least, it was not asking him to kill someone. It should not be difficult to find a set of materials. Its name is the Instant Magic Stone. Long Chen had never heard of this item. He asked, "Is this something from before the epoch, or does it exist now?" It's possible that the divine items that existed before the epoch have all disappeared. Moreover, what level of divine item is this Instant Magic Stone? Is it considered a primal chaos treasure? In the current 10,000 worlds, the highest gemstones and the like were primal chaos treasures of the original grade. They were also very rare. However, the problem was that even primal chaos treasures of the original grade were basically useless to ancestor gods. It was the same for primal chaos treasures of the original grade. That was why he had so many questions. The Qiyu fiend ancestor was very patient. He said, "Firstly, this item existed before the epoch. There were many of them, but they still exist today. This is a divine item that is above primal chaos treasures. It was born at the beginning of the world, even before I was born. It was probably born in the third epoch." Long Chen was shocked. He asked, "How can such an item still exist in the 10,000 worlds?" The Qiyu fiend ancestor saw that he was ignorant and smirked. He said, "That's because you don't know. The Instant Magic Stone is very small. It's only the size of a thumb. Moreover, it has the power of time and space. It can change its position in space at any moment and is constantly flickering. The longest it can stay in one place is not more than 15 minutes. Of course, most of the time, it changes its position in an instant and never stops. Since you don't know of its existence, it is naturally hard for you to see it. Long Chen really did not expect such a mystical item to exist in the 10,000 worlds. I can catch such an item. It's not difficult. I'm just too lazy to look for it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the luck to see it. Logically, Long Chen had the power to control time. Compared to anyone else, it would be easier for him to snatch the instant magic stone. Alright, I understand. For the source of the world, time, he had to listen to the Qiyu fiend ancestor. He had to find the instant magic stone for him, even though he had no clue. Actually, the instant magic stone doesn't teleport very far. Sometimes, it will stay in one place for a long time. 2 hours before you came, I received news that it appeared near the eastern star region Sea of Sky Demon, the Qiyu fiend ancestor said. Long Chen was very familiar with the Sea of Sky Demon. Back then, he had passed through the Sea of Sky Demon to find the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. At least he knew where it was. Long Chen relaxed a little. It seemed like the Qiyu fiend ancestor was not making things difficult for him. He should have a way to get it. As long as I get this instant magic stone, I will be able to obtain time. The source of the world of the Void Aeon Dragon naturally made Long Chen excited. Fiend ancestor, I will set off now. Long Chen was ready. Wait. The Qiyu fiend ancestor stopped him and said, I have something to tell you. Please speak. Previously, many 7th, 8th, and 9th era ancestral gods came to seek my protection. They wanted to become my subordinates and receive my protection. I promised them that whoever obtained the instant magic stone and gave it to me would become my brother. Therefore, you might have many competitors this time. Of course, if the instant magic stone is obtained by others, I might not let you enter to take your item. Long Chen knew that it would not be as easy as he imagined. There were actually competitors. As for those ancestral gods seeking protection, Long Chen could understand. Now that the 10,000 worlds had entered a new era, the ancestral gods were all isolated. Naturally, they had to form their own factions. It was normal for the weaker ancestral gods to seek protection from the strong in order to protect themselves. For example, Long Chen would ask the primordial war ancestor for help. Just like in the mortal world, ordinary small countries would choose to become subordinates of large countries to ensure their own safety. They might even be able to intimidate others. If anyone could become the brother of the Qiyu fiend ancestor, at least those weaker than him would not dare to bully him. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Qiyu fiend ancestor. No problem. Long Chen was very clear that although the Qiyu fiend ancestor had agreed, he had also given Long Chen many problems. However, this was also good. At least after obtaining time, he would not be too grateful to the Qiyu fiend ancestor because it was an equal exchange. This would save him the trouble of doing things that he did not like in the future. Only then did Long Chen leave the Jiuli demon region and return to the Death Reign. Although the ancestral gods were all searching for the instant demon stone and were racing against time, Long Chen still discussed this matter with everyone. Actually, this outcome is already very good. With the Qiyu fiend ancestor's status, he will not act recklessly. At least as long as Big Brother obtains the instant demon stone, he will definitely be able to obtain time. That's right. Big Brother also has the advantage in terms of time. Since everyone felt that there were no major problems, Long Chen made some preparations before setting off alone. Of course, if he was in a dangerous situation, the Lingxi and the rest would be between the Death Reign and the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. They could help at any time. Not long after, Long Chen arrived near the Sky Demon Sea. Instant Demon Stone. Time. Space. Looking at the vast star domain, it was really not easy to find a thumb-sized stone that changed shape at any time in this huge world. The moment he arrived, Long Chen knew the difficulty of this mission. Where is it? If he continued forward, he would reach the Sky Demon Sea. The Sky Demon Sea was the same as the Purgatory Sun in the past. Of course, to Long Chen and the rest, it was just a very ordinary pool. It did not pose any threat. Long Chen remained here. His perception of time was like a thread that extended towards the surrounding space. In this endless space, he was able to capture a different time. Since the instant demon stone contains the power of time, the fluctuations of time will definitely be different from the surroundings. This was the only way for Long Chen to find it. About 2 hours later, he did not find the instant demon stone. Instead, he met two familiar people. One was the limitless old ancestor, and the other was the ancient wood sacred ancestor. They were both Long Chen's old friends. They were the ancestor gods of the Ninth Era. In the myriad worlds, they were much more superior than ordinary gods and demons. They were the lords of creation, but among the ancestor gods, they were the lowest. Ever since the ancestor gods returned, they had been keeping a low profile. Apart from the two of them, there were a few other ancestor gods. They were all ancestor gods of the Ninth Era. A total of 7 gathered together. When they came out of the Sky Demon Sea, they saw Long Chen. Long Chen, why are you here? Are you also here to find the instant demon stone? The ancient wood sacred ancestor and the limitless old ancestor came forward alone. The others were not familiar with Long Chen. They were slightly wary and watched from afar. Long Chen nodded and said, "What about the rest of you?" The ancient wood sacred ancestor and the limitless old ancestor looked at each other. The limitless old ancestor said, "We also heard that demon ancestor Qiyu said that whoever gets the instant demon stone and gives it to him will be able to follow him and receive his protection. They might even become his friends. Therefore, we are all here to try our luck. After all, we are the lowest of the ancestor gods. Who doesn't want an expert to protect them?" The limitless old ancestor was rather helpless. Chapter 34-47. Beside him, sacred ancestor Ancient Wood said, "That's strange. Long Chen, don't you have the help of the primordial war ancestor? I heard that you were fighting against the Ancestor God Alliance, but no one from the Ancestor God Alliance touched you. You saved 10,000 worlds, and your contributions are great. There are many Ancestor gods protecting you. Why are you fighting with us for the instant magic stone?" She worshipped Long Chen. In her eyes, Long Chen was a high and mighty figure. Long Chen could only say, "To tell you the truth, I want to obtain something else from the Qiyu demon ancestor. He wants me to use the instant magic stone to exchange for it. However, I hope that the two of you can help me keep this a secret. Just let my goal be the same as yours." The two ancestor gods looked at each other. They did not think much of it. Patriarch Infinity said, "Don't worry, you can search without worry. We are just here to join in the fun. We won't get it. If that thing of yours is important, and we accidentally get it, we will definitely give it to you." Hearing this, Long Chen was very touched. He said, "If that's the case, Long Chen will not forget today's kindness." Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood said, "Don't say that. We all know how we survived the Doomsday War. Anyway, you are our benefactor, and I will not be ungrateful. But there's no point in saying so much. The chances of us getting it are too low. It's said that even the 6th Era Ancestor gods are joining the search. I even saw a few 7th Era Ancestor gods. You will be under a lot of pressure. There are so many people, and there are even 6th Era Ancestor gods." Indeed, Long Chen felt the pressure. But this could not make him give up. On the other side, the remaining ancestor gods were already telling them to leave. These are our new friends from the nearby worlds. However, they don't seem to be very grateful to you, the boundless old ancestor introduced. Seeing so many of them in a group, Longchen asked, "That's strange. There are so many of you in a group. Once you see the instant magic stone, won't you have to fight each other for it? You might as well act alone. You don't know." Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood was shocked. She said, "It's like this. The Chiyu Demon Ancestor allowed us to form teams. He said that a team can only have 10 people at most. If one of us gets the instant magic stone and gives it to him, we will all be under his protection. That's why most of us formed teams this time. There are even teams from the 7th era's ancestral god. So that was how it was. Why don't you join us?" Sacred Ancestor Ancient Wood asked. The boundless old ancestor said, "He can't. He and the Chiyu Demon Ancestor made a separate agreement. It's different from ours, even though they are competing for the same thing." That was true. The people on the other side urged the Ancient Wood Sacred Ancestor and the others to leave. Longchen told them to return first, and the group of ancestor gods left. After encountering the Ancient Wood Sacred Ancestor and the others, Longchen learned one thing: enemies usually came in groups. A group of people looking for the same thing was of course much more likely than a single person looking for it. Whatever, let's keep searching. A single person like Longchen was definitely more useful than a group. He used the power of time to search, and this time, he had made huge improvements. As he searched, he changed locations. Before long, he left the Sky Demon Sea. Soon, Longchen discovered that it depended on luck. It depended on who the instant magic stone would suddenly appear around. Within a few days, Longchen encountered several teams. Most of them were from the 8th era's ancestral god. They formed teams. Although the 9th era's ancestral god had the most numbers, most of them were there to join in the fun. There were also many ancestral gods from the 7th era. Basically, Longchen did not approach them. He searched alone. It seems that the temptation of the Chiyu Demon Ancestor's protection is quite great. The number of people in the vicinity increased. Ever since he arrived, Longchen had not heard any news of the instant magic stone appearing. Perhaps it has already run off to another place. Longchen yearned for time. Therefore, he was very anxious about the instant magic stone. He had not heard any news, and he felt very uneasy. If someone else got it first, it would be troublesome. As he pondered, Longchen was too engrossed. All his attention was focused on the changes in time. He sat on a fragmentary star and moved with it. He did not notice that a team was approaching him. Only when they got close did Longchen open his eyes. By this point, the group of people were already very close to him. They had discovered Longchen, and had come over to meet him. Longchen took a closer look and saw that there were a total of 7 people. 5 of them were elder gods from the 8th era, while the other 2 were elder gods from the 7th era. This was the strongest group of people Longchen had seen in recent times. The 2 7th era ancestral gods were at the front of the team. One of them was tall and burly. His skin was gray, not made of rock, but like frozen, dried meat. There were several deep scars on his body, even on his face. Under those scars, one could vaguely see that there were raging flames and lava. His eyes were dry and scorching. Everywhere he looked, there was a fiery feeling. Although he did not have an ancestral flame, in terms of strength, he completely surpassed Mo Xiaolang. The other was a cute young lady. She was very cute, with big eyes and canine teeth. She had snow-white hair that was as soft as a fox's. She was an ancestral god of the demon race, but her original form was not a white fox. She looked more like Mo Xiaolang, but she was not a wolf either. If Longchen was not wrong, she should be a dog. The pure white dog always had a smile on her face. She was sober and charming, and her eyes were intelligent. She looked at Longchen curiously. There were many unsettled factors in her eyes. She was like a child, making Long Chen feel like he was looking at a dragon. However, this was the 7th era ancestral god. There were more than 10,000 ancestral gods. Long Chen actually knew almost all of them. The man on the left was the ancestral god of the Western Star region. His primordial chaos realm world was the raging inferno star ocean. It was a star region covered in flames all day long. Endless flames filled the starry sky. This ancestral god was also very famous. He was Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon. Legend had it that wherever he went, not even a blade of grass would grow. He was also one of the progenitors of flames in the myriad worlds. The other had nothing to do with Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon. There was a primordial chaos realm in the Eastern Star region called the Warhound's Realm. It was filled with dog-type monsters that were even larger than the ravenous wolf star ocean. This cute, white-haired, furry girl was the ancestral god of the Warhound's Realm, the Satsuma demonic ancestor. Her original form was the Satsuma demonic dog, the ruler of the Warhound's Realm. In truth, the Satsuma demonic ancestor was extremely powerful. If one was deceived by her cute appearance, it would be dangerous. The Nightmare Ancestral God was born at the end of the 7th era. He is the weakest of the 7th era's ancestral gods. These two were born in the middle of the 7th era, and they both specialize in offensive laws. They are much harder to deal with than the Nightmare Ancestral God. If they attack together, I don't have much chance of winning. Long Chen only had one origin of the world, while they had 3. The huge gap in strength reduced the possibility of him creating a miracle. On the other hand, the 8th era's ancestral god was no match for him at all. Therefore, facing this team of 7, Long Chen was very cautious. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the cute Satsuma demonic ancestor saw Long Chen and immediately smiled brilliantly. She ran towards Long Chen like a wisp of smoke and exclaimed in a love-struck tone, "Long Chen, is it really you, Long Chen?" She was too enthusiastic. From her crystal-clear eyes, there was not the slightest bit of evil, only deep worship. This left Long Chen dumbfounded. What was this Satsuma demonic ancestor trying to do? She was born in the 7th era and was his elder's elder. You can call me you. You saved me twice during the apocalypse. The first time was when you led the team to the center of the apocalypse. I almost died. It was you and Miss Lingxi who brought me back to life and woke me up. Later, it was you who killed the black-robed man and saved my life. That time, I almost died as well. So, you are my savior. Long Chen stood up and saw that the Satsuma demon ancestor was already standing in front of him. She almost stopped and said, "I finally see you alone. Do you know me? I'm the Satsuma demon ancestor, but I think this name is too ugly, so I gave myself a nicer name, Luyue. You can call me you. You don't know me? You do. During the apocalypse, you saved me twice. The first time was when you led the team to the center of the apocalypse. That time, I almost lost my life as well, so you're my savior." She rambled on and finally said everything she needed to say. When she was done, she looked at Long Chen expectantly. To be honest, that love-struck expression really scared Long Chen. Among the primordial gods, he had never seen such enthusiasm. However, he had saved too many people that day. In the end, it was a team of thousands that went to the core of the doomsday, so he didn't have a deep impression of her, but he was sure that she was right. Long Chen had always believed that among the primordial gods, there must be some who were grateful to him, such as the primordial war ancestor and so on. The Satsuma demonic ancestor was just one of them who was not stingy in expressing her gratitude. To be able to see Long Chen was a huge surprise for her. "Hello, Luyue." This was a primordial god with the heart of a young girl. Losing her memory was a rebirth. In fact, she was now a young girl, so she gave herself a name. Other primordial gods wouldn't. Heavens, you're smiling at me. The Satsuma demonic ancestor looked dizzy. This was a huge surprise for her. I think you're too handsome, too powerful. You're the greatest hero in my heart. I want to tell you that no matter what others think of you, I'll support you. Are you willing to let me be your friend? The Satsuma demonic ancestor clasped her hands in front of her chest and asked expectantly. Her big, blinking eyes stared at Long Chen. Of course, no problem. Seeing this girl so enthusiastic, Long Chen's mood improved a lot, and his previous gloominess was swept away. Although she was an elder among his elders, in fact, she gave him a very similar feeling to Long Yen. They were both full of vitality, but Long Yen was more mischievous. Therefore, in Long Chen's eyes, she felt like a sweetheart daughter. Chapter 34-48. The Satsuma demon forefather was extremely enthusiastic and didn't notice the expressions of those around her. Long Chen was a hero who had saved her life twice. She'd been wondering if she'd have a chance to thank Long Chen back then. Now that she was pleasantly surprised, she couldn't take her eyes off Long Chen. Satsuma demon forefather. Sacred ancestor Drought Demon reminded demon forefather Satsuma with his dry voice. Only then did demon forefather Satsuma recall that he was on the same team as them. Give me a little more time. Oh, no. She suddenly had an idea and asked Long Chen, are you also looking for the instant magic stone? That's great. Our team isn't full yet. Why don't you join us? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Satsuma Great Demon Ancestor Luiyue was filled with anticipation. His big eyes flickered as he looked at Long Chen pitifully. His gaze was indeed irresistible. However, Long Chen naturally couldn't be with them. No. But the first to speak were the Drought Demon Forefather and the other Forefather gods. The Drought Demon Forefather's eyes were cold as he said, Demon Forefather, don't make a decision on your own. We've already agreed that for the remaining 3 spots, we'll have to find a 7th-era Forefather god that we can team up with. That way, our team will be the strongest. How can you treat this like child's play? His eyes were filled with arrogance. He clearly thought that although Long Chen was famous, he was still a 9th-era Forefather god. In terms of strength, he was the weakest in the myriad of worlds. Even the ancestral gods of the 8th era beside him didn't agree to it. Ah! The smile on the Satsuma demon forefather's face finally disappeared, replaced by disappointment. Although Long Chen quite liked this fellow, he had more important matters to attend to. He said, I won't join you. After all, I'm used to acting alone. Since both sides were unwilling, the Satsuma demonic ancestor's plan fell through. However, she couldn't bear to part with Long Chen. She had originally thought that the Drought Demon ancestor wasn't a bad person, but she didn't expect him to reject Long Chen so much. He was no different from those ungrateful creator gods. This made her very unhappy. She suddenly said, if that's the case, then I won't join their team. Long Chen, I'll go with you. I want to find a chance to repay you, so you can't refuse me. Looking at her pitiful appearance, no one would be able to reject her. It would not be a problem if she was the only one following him. After all, she was a primordial ancestor god of the 4th era in the middle of an era. It would be difficult for Long Chen to deal with her. Hearing this, Long Chen didn't say anything, but the Drought Demon ancestor was enraged. The 8th era Forefather gods had ugly expressions on their faces. Among them, the Drought Demon ancestor said, Demon ancestor, what do you take us for? Our team is not something you can join or leave just because you want to. You don't respect us at all, do you? Seeing his anger, the Satsuma demon ancestor also lost his temper. He said, then what do you want? In any case, I don't want to follow you. I'm so annoying. All of you are so cold and don't talk to me. You keep making me fight. In truth, the Satsuma demon ancestor wasn't a good match for their team at all. It was just that this fellow was a bit of a fool, thinking that everyone in the world was good. The drought demon ancestor laughed in anger. What do I want? Since you've decided to follow Long Chen, I'll beat you up so you'll remember to take a detour the next time you see me. Indeed, they were dissatisfied with the Satsuma demon ancestor joining and leaving at will. Of course, they'd tricked her into joining their team because she was a bit naive. Long Chen hadn't said anything yet, but their internal strife had already reached this point. Of course, the drought demon ancestor and the others didn't care what Long Chen had to say. In any case, it had nothing to do with them. Right now, they wanted to punish the Satsuma demon ancestor to vent their anger. Of course, the source of their anger was Long Chen, who had abducted the Satsuma demon ancestor. However, they had learned from the mistake of Kuei Yi. Only Long Chen had the protection of a stronger forefather god, so they didn't involve Long Chen. Damn it! The Satsuma demon ancestor's face was flushed with anger. She'd said all sorts of nice things when she'd first joined their team, but now they'd turned against her immediately. Attack! At the drought demon ancestor's command, a 7th-era forefather god led 5 8th-era forefather gods in attacking the Satsuma demon ancestor. Generally speaking, 5 8th-era forefather gods were a relatively powerful force, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to temporarily surround a 7th-era forefather god. 6 of them ganged up on one. Among them, there were humans and demons. Satsuma demon ancestor Luiyue transformed into her true form in a fit of rage. Sure enough, what appeared before Long Chen was a pure white demon hound, its fur fluttering like snow. Its divine body was even larger than the sun-devouring monstrous wolf's, and it still looked very beautiful. It didn't have much of an aggressive nature, and if it weren't for the fact that Mo Xiaolang's heart already belonged to someone else, it would have been a good match for him. However, even though she was a 7th-era forefather god, she was quickly at a disadvantage against so many opponents, especially the drought demon ancestor's attacks. After all, she had 6 opponents. In front of her, the giant beasts were fighting, and the forefather gods were entangled. As expected of the 7th-era forefather god. From the looks of it, she was indeed much stronger than the nightmare forefather. Things had suddenly escalated to this point, and the cute Satsuma demon ancestor who liked him was being ganged up on. Naturally, Long Chen had to step in. At this moment, the World Origin Massacre appeared in his hand. Grasping it, he transformed into a blood-colored phantom and charged at the 8th-era forefather gods. They were the ones who'd been obstructing the Satsuma demon ancestor, which was why he'd been suppressed by the drought demon ancestor. Shadow of Death. Long Chen used the Shadow of Death to conceal himself, and as he proceeded onward, he unwittingly appeared behind one of the creator gods. It was a creator god from the 8th era. Blood Will Sword. The Blood Will Sword tore apart the first 8th-era forefather god. Under Long Chen's violent attacks, the 8th-era forefather god had no power to resist. Arg! The first 8th-era forefather god was gravely injured and eliminated. From then on, the remaining 5 realized that Long Chen had already made his move. Long Chen, how dare you attack us first? The drought demon ancestor was enraged. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Satsuma demon ancestor broke free from the suppression and launched an attack. Soul-slaying sword. As the drought demon ancestor cursed, Long Chen unleashed his terrifying power and caught up to the second 8th-era forefather god. Using the soul-slaying sword, he heavily injured the forefather god's soul and eliminated him. If they hadn't been eliminated soon, they'd have been worried that they'd lose their lives. This kid actually defeated the 8th-era forefather god with a single move. The ancestral dragon's legacy is actually this powerful. In truth, they were deeply shaken. You 3, go attack him. The drought demon ancestor was facing the Satsuma demon ancestor's counterattack. If he didn't suppress Long Chen, he'd be the butt of the joke today. Hearing his roar, the 3 8th-era forefather gods finally reacted and simultaneously attacked Long Chen. They thought that even the 7th-era forefather god would be somewhat afraid of being surrounded. Could Long Chen block them? Facing these 3 opponents, Long Chen had originally wanted to test out the time dragon, but then he realized that he shouldn't reveal too much about time before obtaining it. Thus, he decided to temporarily change it to the life-sizer dragon diagram. The life-sizer dragon diagram quickly took shape in his hands, and the blood-colored dragon began to glow with light as it appeared on the bodies of the 3 elder gods. It was a dragon head, a dragon body, and a dragon tail. Although it was only a third of it, it was more than enough to deal with the 3 elder gods of the 8th era. The life-sizer dragon diagram was incredibly powerful, and it was created solely for the purpose of seizing lives. If it weren't for the fact that Long Chen had been merciful, he would have been able to take the lives of these 3 elder gods. Before the 3 elder gods could even attack, they had already retreated. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of the 8th era's creation elder gods had retreated. They were in a sorry state as they retreated to the side to recuperate from their injuries. Even an ordinary 7th era's ancestor god wouldn't be able to cause such damage. Time to scram. Long Chen appeared next to the Satsuma demon ancestor. In front of him was the drought demon ancestor. Now, the drought demon ancestor was exposed to his sword. The battle between the 2 7th-era forefather gods had stopped because of Long Chen's intervention. The drought demon ancestor's face darkened, while the Satsuma demon ancestor transformed back into a cute young girl. She clenched her fists and placed them on her chest, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Long Chen. It seems like you've grown quite well, Ancestor Dragon. You've improved by leaps and bounds. I'm so envious. The drought demon ancestor gnashed his teeth. Now that there were 5 injured people around him, continuing to fight would only bring humiliation to himself. Thank you for the compliment. Long Chen looked at him indifferently. However, the road ahead will be bumpy. I hope you can really survive, and one day become the ruler of all forefather gods as you imagine. The drought demon ancestor's words weren't meant to congratulate Long Chen, but to mock him. He was sure that Long Chen wouldn't reach that level. If he really did, someone would stop him. After saying that, the drought demon ancestor turned around angrily. He must have suppressed his murderous intent in his heart. Seeing him leave, the remaining 5 forefather gods followed him. Long Chen, I'll make you pay for what you've done today with your blood, one of the forefather gods said viciously as he left. One of the ancestor gods said viciously as he left. Of course, he was only putting on a brave front because he didn't even dare to look Long Chen in the eye when he spoke. That's great. The Satsuma demon ancestor was intoxicated. If it weren't for her shyness, she would have pounced on Long Chen. Long Chen looked back and saw that she was blushing. He asked, can I go with you to find the instant magic stone? Please, let me go with you, okay? Chapter 34-49. Long Chen quite liked this girl. But his goal in getting the instant magic stone was different from hers. He said, I want the instant magic stone for other purposes. If I had it, I wouldn't have given it to you, and you wouldn't have the protection of the Chiyu demon forefather. Hearing this, the Satsuma demon matriarch was overjoyed. Her smile revealed her white teeth, making her look even more adorable and sweet. She said innocently, You're really an idiot. If I could become your friend and follow you, I'd rather not have the protection of the Chiyu demon matriarch. I'd rather have your protection. Who would have thought that in her heart, his ability was on par with the Chiyu demon forefathers? Long Chen laughed awkwardly. I'm not as strong as the Chiyu demon forefather. But one day, you will surpass them, the Satsuma demon forefather said confidently. Demon ancestor Satsuma said with certainty. She had strong confidence in Long Chen, even more than Long Chen himself. Long Chen was moved by her confidence. Among the primordial gods, there were people as beautiful as the Satsuma demon forefather. His heart had been a little dark before, but now he felt that the Doomsday War had been worth it. Alright, you can follow me. After all, she was the primordial god of the 7th era. If they really fought, Long Chen didn't know if he could beat her. With this helper, it would be of great help. That's great. The Satsuma demon forefather was wild with joy. She paced to the side, as though she had received the greatest happiness of her life. From today onwards, we are good friends. Satsuma. You called me by my name. I'm Junyu, not Satsuma. The snow-white Junyu said anxiously. That was right. Such a delicate girl should be called Junyu. Come, let's find the instant magic stone together. The journey didn't seem to be lonely anymore. Looking at this cheerful girl, Long Chen experienced many beautiful things. Of course, he didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. Indeed, in his heart, Yu was like a daughter who worshipped her father. Putting aside their age, Long Chen treated her like a daughter. Just like that, after spending a few days together, the two of them got along very well as friends. Even when they were searching for the instant magic stone, Long Chen was very relaxed because of her. This brought him a different state of mind. In Long Chen's heart, Yu's place in the Creator's heart was on par with Elder God Lingsu's. They were both very simple friends, but they were also friends who could entrust their lives to each other. Why isn't there any news yet? How annoying. I really want to help you find it quickly. Yu was quite anxious. There's no rush. No one else knows. Long Chen switched locations several times, but he continued to use time to sense. As for Junyu, she had a very good sense of smell. She seemed to be able to smell the scent of the instant magic stone. This was because she had been nearby the last time the instant magic stone had appeared. She remembered its subtle scent. When the two worked together, they had a huge advantage. Long Chen rejoiced that he had left Junyu behind. Not only did he gain a friend, but he also gained a capable assistant. They met many teams and primordial gods while searching for the instant magic stone. Some people wanted to join them, but they were all rejected. On a certain day a few days later, they seemed to make a new discovery. Long Chen and Junyu simultaneously sensed the same direction. It was very rare for the two to coincide, but once they did, it meant that the chances of them appearing were quite high. Let's go. The two moved at their fastest speeds. They were on par with each other. Two beams of light flashed in the starry cosmos. As Long Chen and Junyu approached, they could clearly sense the presence of the instant magic stone. Success or failure will all depend on this. At this moment, Long Chen used his 10,000x time domain, greatly increasing the flow of time. He moved extremely quickly, traversing millions of kilometers in an instant. In that instant, he could clearly see a stone the size of a thumb floating in the starry cosmos. It had appeared previously, but it had remained there all this time. It could only be said that this time, it had remained there for a longer period of time. There it is. Junyu successfully saw it as well. Her gaze did not linger on the instant magic stone. Instead, she rapidly scanned her surroundings. This way, she would be able to help Long Chen understand the situation in advance. Based on her observations, it was clear that there were no other competitors in the vicinity. As long as Long Chen moved faster, everything would be fine. Quick, quick. The two pushed their speed to their limits. They were already much faster than the other primordial elder gods of the 7th era, but, just as Long Chen approached, the instant magic stone suddenly vanished. How is this possible? The two of them were still a step too slow. Junyu's face was filled with vexation. She had thought that she would succeed this time around, but she was still a step too slow. In her heart, she was anxious for Long Chen to obtain the instant magic stone. This was because she was very clear that Long Chen really needed the instant magic stone. "It's all right. I'll wait for next time." Seeing that she was disappointed, Long Chen patted her shoulders. Actually, he had encountered such situations many times. This time around, he was not disappointed. Instead, he continued searching. "All right, I'll definitely get it next time." Jun Yu had regained her confidence. Her mood recovered relatively quickly, and it didn't take long before she started giggling like a blossoming flower. However, just as they were about to head to the next location, another group of people had just arrived due to the commotion caused by the instant magic stone. They happened to bump into Long Chen, who was about to leave. There were a total of 10 people in this group, which was the upper limit set by the Qiyu demonic ancestor. Among them was Drought Demon Ancestor. Of the 5 8th era primordial elder gods that had been injured by Long Chen, only 3 were left. It was likely that the two groups had combined and abandoned the weaker and injured ones. This time, there were 7 8th era primordial elder gods in this group. Of course, there were 3 7th era primordial elder gods, including Drought Demon Ancestor. The other 2 new companions of Drought Demon Ancestor happened to be the same type as him. As the saying went, birds of a feather flock together. Samo Demon Ancestor and Long Chen walked together, and the 3 of them gathered together. One of them was like the primordial war ancestor. He was made of steel and had no flesh or blood. However, his entire body was silver, and his arms and legs were segmented. His head was also rather ugly. Although he was in human form, upon closer inspection, he looked like a worm. He had a majestic demonic aura. Clearly, this was a primordial ancestor god of the demonic race. The other one wore a grey robe and had a stooped figure. He held a withered wooden staff with a skull at the top. Under the grey robe, this person was shrouded in grey mist, but one could see that he did not have much flesh or blood. Most of his bones were exposed, and even if he had flesh or blood, it was dried rotten flesh, as if he had been eaten by a flock of crows. These 2 new 7th era primordial elder gods were a perfect match for Drought Demon Ancestor. In fact, they were even more sinister than Drought Demon Ancestor. This was especially true for the grey-robed person, who was like a god of death. The large amount of death aura on him was actually related to the death rule. The steel worm was the silver succubus demonic ancestor. His true form was a steel centipede, the silver succubus. Like the primordial war ancestor, the silver succubus was adept at the steel rule, and also possessed intense venom. Although he was also born in the middle of the 7th era, he was still very powerful. The other grey-robed person was the dead soul ghost ancestor. The world he created was the dead soul world. The rule he was adept at was the death rule, similar to that of Long Chen. However, the dead soul ghost ancestor was even more sinister. He could even control corpses and was extremely cruel. Drought Demon Ancestor, the silver succubus demonic ancestor, and the dead soul ghost ancestor were all born in the middle of the 7th era. Their strength could be said to be on par with each other. However, as soon as the 2 teams met, Long Chen could feel the intense hostility from the other side, especially from Drought Demon Ancestor. He shouted angrily, "Long Chen, Samayed demonic ancestor, hand over the instant magic stone. Hurry up, or I'll let you have a taste of my Drought Demon's wrath, as well as their silver succubus poison and dead soul resentment." As long as the ancestral gods' alliance existed, the 3 of them could not kill Long Chen and the others. Therefore, in general, the only way to scare them was by torturing them. For example, Lingxi's lifetime heart corrosion curse. Only then would Dark Knight Divine Ancestor truly submit. The Drought Demon's wrath, silver succubus poison, and dead soul resentment were all methods that could make one wish for death. The difference between them and the lifetime heart corrosion curse was that the curse was continuous and unbreakable. These three methods could not be maintained forever, and the damage they caused was also very short. However, in terms of power and immediate torment, they were about the same. Therefore, Drought Demon Ancestor used this as a threat. Long Chen said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. The instant magic stone is faster than you think. If I really managed to snatch it, this world would be enough for me to reach the Jiuli demon domain before you arrived. I'm still here waiting for you to snatch it." This was the truth. Once he obtained the instant magic stone, he would definitely bring it back to the Death Rain and leave it nowhere to run. However, whether they believed him or not was beyond Long Chen's control. Fortunately, the three ancestral gods of the seventh era probably believed him, so they were not in a hurry to snatch it. However, he did not expect them to still surround Long Chen and Drought Demon Ancestor. On the other side, Long Chen had already opened the Death Rain Dragon Gate. Although it was risky, it should not be a problem for him to escape under the attack of the 10 opponents. However, he was puzzled as to why they surrounded him. Was it revenge? As expected, Drought Demon Ancestor said through gritted teeth, "Long Chen, you have the Primordial War Ancestor's protection, so we are not going to touch you this time. However, Demon Ancestor Satsuma must stay. She betrayed us and is a traitor. Traitors must be punished. You can leave. As long as you do not interfere, we can spare you. However, Demon Ancestor Satsuma must stay. Otherwise, you will be going against us. Even if we bring this up to the Ancestral Gods Alliance, you will not be in the right." Chapter 3450. As Junyu tensed up, Long Chen gently held her hand. Her tiny hand was already sweating. After all, there were 7 ancestral gods of the 8th era and 3 ancestral gods of the 7th era. Long Chen and Yu wouldn't be able to resist the joint attacks of these 3 ancestral gods. If they had to fight head-on today, they would definitely suffer. Especially if Long Chen left Yu alone, Yu would be in trouble. "Leave, I don't want to implicate you. I've caused you trouble, I'm really sorry." Yu was very sad, and her voice was trembling. To make such a cute girl like her tear up, Long Chen was naturally a little angry. He faced the ancestor gods that surrounded him and said, "What a joke. I, Long Chen, am not someone who would abandon a good friend and flee alone. Everyone, you can target her however you want. I'll be on the receiving end no matter what you do." Sacred Ancestor Hanba had expected Long Chen to say this. "Long Chen, you are the one who wanted to get involved. Even if the Ancestral Gods Alliance is dragged into this, it is your responsibility. Do as you wish." Long Chen did not seem nervous at all. In fact, he had seen much bigger scenes than this. A few 7th-era ancestral gods were not enough to make him nervous. Good, very good. The 10 were already eyeing them like tigers watching their prey, ready to attack at any moment. Long Chen. Junyu could not hold back her tears, but they were tears of gratitude. They had only met by chance, but he had remained by her side despite being surrounded by powerful enemies. There's no need to be afraid. Long Chen had the 10,000 times time domain. In fact, he was within it. He could easily open the Death Realm Dragon Gate and easily enter before they could attack. Once he left, they would not be able to do a thing to him. "Let's go." Long Chen pulled Junyu and stepped into the Death Realm. They could not keep up with his speed. Best not to leave. If we do not resolve this matter today, then after we find the instant demon stone, we will defend the Satsuma demon realm to our deaths, unless the Satsuma demon ancestor never returns. As long as she returns, as long as we see her, we will let her have a taste of the fury of the Drought Demon and the Argenti Charm poison. At this moment, Drought Demon was threatening Long Chen in this manner. This was indeed a novel way of threatening. As a result, Long Chen stopped in his tracks at the entrance of the death rain. When he turned around to look at them, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The monk can run, but the temple can't. Stop struggling. The dead spirit ghost ancestor said in an extremely cold voice. Next to him, the astral charm monster ancestor crossed his steel-like silver arms and let out a mechanical laugh. Indeed, if the dragon sacrificial continent and the Satsuma demon realm were to be pursued relentlessly, they would not be able to avoid it. These three were people with a strong desire for revenge. In the previous conflict, the Satsuma demon ancestor had betrayed him, and Long Chen had suppressed him. He could not swallow this anger. Now that he had new helpers, it was the best time for revenge. Long Chen, why don't you let me bear the fury of the drought demon instead? Anyway, they won't kill me. When their anger subsides, everything will be fine. Junyu gathered her courage and said. There's no need for that. Long Chen comforted her. This girl was too foolish. She actually chose to bear the revenge of the other party so that she could escape from this trouble. Of course, Long Chen would not allow her to do so. He thought for a while and said, since the three of you want to pursue relentlessly, I feel that it's better to have an open battle. The two of us against the three of you. Neither side is allowed to escape or dodge. Battle. The three of them definitely did not expect Long Chen to have such courage. Moreover, it was an open battle. In reality, Long Chen had the death's reign. Even if it was a battle, he could still escape. However, once the battle was agreed upon, it would be under the watchful eyes of everyone. If he escaped at that time, he would lose too much face and would definitely be looked down upon by others. Of course, that's fine. Come on. The drought demon ancestor was about to laugh out loud. He really did not know where Long Chen got his confidence from. 2 against 3, Junyu was also very nervous. However, at this moment, Long Chen said, the three of you are too anxious. I'm not talking about now. Aren't you afraid that we will fight to the point where both sides are injured and the third party will benefit from it? The most important thing now is to see who gets the instant demon stone first. My agreement is that 1 month after the instant demon stone is obtained, no matter who obtains it, I will wait for the three of you outside the Satsuma demon realm with her. In this way, the three of you won't have to wait outside the Satsuma demon realm. Our enmity can also be settled once and for all. Actually, he thought that if he could get the instant magic stone smoothly, he would gain time. If he could get it more smoothly, he would gain the original dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon. He estimated that it would take him less than 1 month. Additionally, he had the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. 1 month was very long. Therefore, he was confident that he could deal with the 3 troubles together with Liyue by then. After all, to Long Chen, this was neither a big nor a small matter. It would save these 3 old fogies from pestering him. Hearing Long Chen's words, the drought demon ancestor felt that it was reasonable. Actually, he felt that Long Chen was not easy to deal with. Once something went wrong in this battle, he would not be able to obtain the instant demon stone. That would be a great loss for a small gain. If he obtained the instant demon stone, he would have a month to familiarize himself with the Chiyu demon ancestor before taking revenge. The timing was well arranged. It all depended on who could obtain the instant demon stone first. Alright, then we will let you, the Satsuma demon ancestor, be happy for a period of time. We will spread this agreement. Hopefully, the 2 of you won't be cowards by then. After saying that, they roared with laughter. Before Long Chen left with the death rain, they would leave first. In this way, the crisis would be resolved. That's impossible, Long Chen. There are 2 of us and 3 of them. Moreover, they are all extremely vicious. You only have 1 origin world. You can't take such a risk with me, Junyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Our mission now is to focus on finding the instant demon stone. Actually, the three ancestral gods of the 7th era did not have much confidence. Victory actually depended on whether they could obtain the inheritance of the Void Universe Dragon. Long Chen was creating some pressure for himself. He was creating a reason to obtain the time and the Origin Dragon Soul as soon as possible. Pressure was motivation. Even if the three of them combined had 9 origins of the worlds, Long Chen was also someone who had seen the world. He might not be afraid. Now, his heart was so strong that it did not lose to the ancestral gods of the 4th era. However, Jun Yu was far from this level. No matter how Long Chen tried to make her feel at ease, she was still upset. She felt that she had caused so much trouble for Long Chen and that she was not worthy to be his friend. Alright, stop fooling around. Don't forget that the most important thing for us is still the instant demon stone. Long Chen reminded her. Actually, he was lamenting. Girls were troublesome when they recovered. She was too considerate of Long Chen. No matter what he said, she would not understand. Long Chen was also too lazy to say more. He just thought, I'll call her when the time comes. Next, Long Chen focused on searching for the instant magic stone. Jun Yu was fine, and she was happy. However, there was a hint of a young girl hidden deep in her eyes. However, in the depths of her eyes, there was a trace of a young girl's worry. She was also seriously searching for the instant demon stone. It was just that she spoke less. Long Chen told her not to worry a few times, but it did not have much effect. Unknowingly, the sea of sky demons appeared in front of them again. Let's go in and take a look. Long Chen felt that there seemed to be some movement in the sea of sky demons. These few days, he heard that the instant demon stone was very active. Moreover, it was wandering around nearby. Others had seen it a few times. I think it's here too, Jun Yu said. At this moment, the sea of sky demons was very quiet. There shouldn't be anyone inside. The two of them entered directly. Just as they were about to speed forward, they suddenly realized that they were not heading in the same direction. Do you think it's over there? Long Chen asked. Yes, Jun Yu replied. Then come to my side first. We can't waste time. In comparison, Long Chen trusted himself more. He continued to move forward. However, Jun Yu went in another direction. She said anxiously, let's split up and meet up later. This wasn't a big problem. After all, the sea of sky demons was only so big. If someone else entered, Jun Yu just had to shout and Long Chen would arrive immediately. Hence, the two of them split up and headed for their respective targets. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen saw the instant demon stone. The instant demon stone was in the depths of the sea of sky demons. Whoosh! When Long Chen broke through the layers of ice-cold waves and instantly approached, the instant demon stone vanished into thin air again. This really infuriated him. He had just obtained a clue, but it was gone again. Chapter 3451. Sacred Ancestor Drought Ba, the Argentum Succubus demonic forefather, and the Dead Soul Ghost forefather did not expect the Satsuma demonic forefather to come looking for them alone. They were currently in the midst of a frantic search. They heard that the instant magic stone had appeared in the vicinity in the past few days. Although it did not appear for long, at least many people had seen it. Where's Long Chen? Sacred Ancestor Drought Ba looked at the Satsuma demonic forefather with blazing eyes and asked coldly. At the same time, she looked around to guard against any ambushes set up by the Satsuma demonic forefather. He's not here. The Satsuma demonic forefather mustered up her courage and said, I came alone to discuss something with you. I'm curious, what do you want to discuss? You've got some guts. The Argentum Succubus demonic forefather spoke in her cold mechanical voice. As they spoke, they cooperated with each other and vaguely surrounded the Satsuma demonic forefather. It was not that they hated the Satsuma demonic forefather, but that the sacred ancestor felt that she had played a trick on her. The Satsuma demonic forefather said, "This grudge is ours and has nothing to do with Long Chen, so I want you to call off the duel. If there's any anger in your heart, we can settle it here. I don't want to implicate him." The Satsuma demonic forefather was very upset that Long Chen had gotten into trouble because of her. She naturally did not want to put Long Chen in danger because of her. In her heart, Long Chen was a hero and a benefactor who had saved her life twice. She knew that she could only repay his kindness and not bite the hand that fed her. She could not allow Long Chen to be tortured by the 3 ancestral gods of the 7th era. After hearing her words, the 10 ancestral gods looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that you're worried that we'll hurt Long Chen, I see. To be honest, he has the protection of a stronger ancestral god. Even if he agreed to the duel, we're worried that others will intervene. It's good that you're here. After all, this is a matter between us. Rest assured, you and Long Chen have joined hands to injure my brothers and humiliate me. As for me, I will return this humiliation to you." They spoke one after another, agreeing to the Satsuma demonic forefather's words. "You have to swear that you won't trouble Long Chen from today onward." The Satsuma demonic ancestor was very insistent. This was the purpose of her visit. "Forget about swearing. We will naturally abide by our words. There's no need to be so old-fashioned." "Never. Master," the ghost ancestor ghost said. They laughed again. Finally, the dead soul's ghost ancestor said, "Demon ancestor Satsuma. Do you think you still have the right to make such demands?" Yes, she was already surrounded. Compared to them, the Satsuma demon ancestor was still far from being sinister and cunning. Ancestor Xing 6. Ancestor Spirit Void Spirit Dragon Mon Father, who, said today, is, said. Demon. Ba Ancestor 2, said, Chen, demonic demon, Cu sacred, Ba, spirit. Rumble. In particular, the vicious attacks of the 3 ancestral gods of the 7th era brought great danger to demon forefather Satsuma. Even though she had reverted to her true form and fought with her opponents in her giant beast form, there were too many of them. Soon, she was covered in blood. "Have a taste of my drought demon's wrath. Of course, you can't miss out on my astral charm poison. The resentment of dead spirits will become your eternal nightmare. You won't be able to live in peace from now on." The astral charm demonic forefather and the ghost ancestor had a grudge against the demon ancestor ghost ancestor. Firstly, they were fighting the same opponent, so they could strengthen the cohesion of their temporary team. Secondly, they were cold and cruel by nature. If they could torture others, why wouldn't they? Despite the heavy blows and torture, Yu did not regret her decision. At the very least, Long Chen should be out of danger. The 3 of them should not show up on the appointed day. As long as he's safe, I don't mind suffering. I won't die anyway. However, the suffering was too much. She only realized how terrifying it was after enduring it. Where did she go? Long Chen searched for a long time, but could not find any trace of her. "I think she must want me not to have a conflict with the 3 7th-era ancestral gods. She must have gone to find them. Maybe they've already started fighting." Therefore, Long Chen began to look for signs of fighting, hoping to find something. Through subtle perception, he did find that there was a fight going on. Not far from it. After all, Yu had not left for long. This silly girl. In the end, she made such a choice because Long Chen had not shown enough strength to make her feel at ease. In the end, it was because she cared about Long Chen. After finding the signs of fighting, Long Chen found that he had left the Death Realm Dragon Gate nearby. That was easy. He directly passed through the death realm. When he came out, he saw that not far away, Yu was besieged by 10 ancestral gods. She was almost covered in wounds. The cruelty of the other party's attack made Long Chen furious. It was just an ordinary conflict, but they were still so persistent. It was indeed exaggerated. Especially their nature to seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Therefore, Long Chen did not say anything and shouted angrily, "Stop." His voice was like a storm. It was born suddenly and indeed disrupted the rhythm of the battle. The opponent was a little stunned. Demon ancestor Satsuma also prayed that Long Chen would not appear. Unfortunately, Long Chen still appeared. Their battle had even attracted the attention of many teams of creator gods who had come over to spectate. Long Chen is here. This is going to be fun. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yu turned around and saw Long Chen. She was even more heartbroken. She knew that his arrival today would cause all her efforts to go to waste. However, she felt warmth in her heart because he had treated her as someone close to him. That was why he would disregard everything to find her. Long Chen did not wait for any explanation and rushed forward. However, things had developed to this point, and suddenly, something that no one had expected had happened. That was, the instant magic stone suddenly appeared behind Long Chen. Although it was not close, Long Chen was closer than anyone else present. Long Chen was also the first to discover it. Normally, as long as the instant magic stone did not suddenly disappear, Long Chen would definitely be the first to get it. However, the problem was that everyone had seen it. Beat her to death. The Drought Demon Divine Ancestor's craftiness was fully displayed here. He knew that he could not compare to Long Chen in terms of speed, but he had a way to restrain Long Chen, and that was to attack the Satsuma Demon Patriarch. Under his command, the 10 ancestral gods launched a destructive attack at the same time, trapping the Satsuma Demon Patriarch in the center. This time, they did not care about the Satsuma Demon Patriarch's life, so their attacks were ruthless. For the instant magic stone, they were even willing to kill ancestral gods. Of course, that was because they knew that Long Chen would definitely give up on the instant magic stone and come to her rescue. At this critical moment, there were two choices in front of Long Chen. One was the important instant magic stone, which concerned time and the origin dragon soul. The other was the life and death of a new friend. The Drought Demon Divine Ancestor and the others were taking a gamble. They were betting that, given Long Chen's personality, he would definitely come to Liu Yue's rescue. Therefore, they were not hesitant to attack ruthlessly. If Long Chen chose the instant magic stone, they would definitely be punished by the Ancestral Gods Alliance for killing the Satsuma Demon Patriarch. It was obvious that choosing the instant demon stone was the best way to maximize the benefits. However, perhaps the Drought Demon Ancestor would choose the instant demon stone, but Long Chen could not do it. In an instant, he had already arrived near the Satsuma Demon Patriarch. Only then did the Drought Demon Divine Ancestor and the others stop attacking. The 10 of them laughed heartily as they rushed towards the instant magic stone. Of course, there were other creator gods who had arrived earlier, as well as the newcomers. There were more than 40 of them, and they all joined the fray. Everyone was heading toward the inner regions, with the exception of Long Chen, who was on the outside. Yu, the heavily injured Satsuma Demon Patriarch reverted to her human form. She stared blankly at Long Chen. She had not expected him to give up such a great opportunity for her sake. Hot tears welled up in her eyes, and she could not say a word. Perhaps only pain could make her feel better. The hero in her heart had truly moved her. You recover first. I'll go and snatch it. Long Chen did not have much time to lament. He threw the instant magic stone into the realm of life. The realm of life had boundless life energy that could help her recover and calm her down. Long Chen had more important matters to attend to. This time, the instant magic stone did not disappear. Looking back, the dozens of ancestral gods were locked in a fierce battle. All of them were fighting for the instant magic stone. The instant magic stone had changed hands a few times, but no one had been able to truly grasp it. There's still a chance. Amidst the frenzied attacks of the dozens of ancestral gods, Long Chen remained extremely calm. First, he used the Death Shadow's nomological law to protect himself and conceal his movements. Then, he headed towards the core of the battle. Under normal circumstances, the Death Shadow might have been discovered. However, in the midst of the chaos, it was impossible. Long Chen successfully evaded the battles, passing by the ancestral gods. In the blink of an eye, he was very close to the instant magic stone. In terms of snatching the instant magic stone, his nomological law had a huge advantage. Get out of the way. At this moment, the strongest team, which consisted of Drought Demon and the other two, finally forced the other ancestral gods away. They surrounded the instant magic stone. Among them, Drought Demon Patriarch had already grabbed the instant magic stone tightly. The Silver Succubus Demon Patriarch and the Dead Soul Ghost Patriarch were guarding the instant magic stone in the middle, forcing the other competitors away with bloodthirsty looks. A new reader group was created, Samsara's Tomb, 4333833127. Chapter 3452. We got it. The instant magic stone is ours. For a moment, the people in their team cheered, celebrating their success. Of course, the other creator gods had not given up yet. It would be troublesome for them to take the instant magic stone with them. Fortunately, during this period of time, there were no strong teams in the surroundings. In fact, there were even stronger teams searching for the instant magic stone. It was just that this time, they just happened to not be around. This was a great fortune for Drought Ba and the others. They were overjoyed to have the instant magic stone in their hands. Charge! Use all your strength to help me get out. Drought Ba roared excitedly. His entire body was like a ball of fire, scorching hot. It was as though the ownership of the instant magic stone was already a foregone conclusion. No one cared about Long Chen, as he had already been eliminated from the start. All of a sudden, Long Chen appeared in front of the Astral Demonic Patriarch. Due to his agility, the Astral Demonic Patriarch was still in his human form, facing Long Chen directly. Behind him was Drought Ba. The battle was so chaotic that he did not even realize Long Chen had appeared in front of him. You. Just as the Astral Demonic Patriarch uttered a word, an illusory little dragon appeared in Long Chen's hand. It was the Dragon of Time, or the Dragon of Time Chaos. Within its tiny body, there were hundreds of millions of changes in time. Whoosh! Without a word, Long Chen flicked the little dragon into the body of the Astral Demonic Patriarch. Although the Astral Demonic Patriarch had a body of steel and layers of defense, it was useless against the power of time. When the Dragon of Time rushed into his body, it instantly affected his entire body. Ah! In the midst of the chaos, the Astral Demonic Patriarch let out a cry that sounded like it had vibrated 100 million times. Its body seemed to have been divided into hundreds of millions of parts that shook violently. In the midst of the violent vibrations, its entire body shattered, leaving behind only the world's origin. Its world's origin was a stone in the shape of an eye. After the world's origin was left, it had already lost its fighting strength. No matter how unwilling it was, the Astral Demonic Patriarch could only flee. Otherwise, it would lose its life in the chaos. All of this happened in an instant. Of course, there were two reasons he had been able to do this to a mid-7th era creator god. First, it was a chaotic battle, and second, it was a sneak attack. Fighting him head-on was not going to be easy. After all, his opponent's world genesis power far surpassed Long Chen's. He had 3 worlds Genesis. But, this is only the beginning. After destroying the Silver Succubus demonic patriarch, sacred ancestor Drought Evil, who was controlling the instant magic stone, appeared in front of him. Sacred ancestor Drought Evil was too focused on breaking out of the encirclement and didn't pay much attention to it. He didn't expect that the Silver Succubus demonic patriarch would instantly shatter and Long Chen would appear in front of him. You. At this moment, Long Chen's entire body was covered in tens of thousands of dragon scales. Within the blood sword in his hand, the dragons were already boiling. Previously, in the shadow of death, Long Chen had already prepared 2 sets of rules. Among them, the Time Dragon was used to deal with the Astral Charm demonic ancestor, and the Drought Demon ancestor was naturally going to deal with it. Blood-devouring tyrannical dragon sword prison. The sword suddenly pierced through. Within the sword, there were hundreds of millions of images of divine dragons that were incomparably violent. This was the most violent attack of the massacre rules. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon was completely dumbfounded when he was so close to it. Because at this moment, there were 2 ancestral gods attacking him from his left and right. One was from the 7th era, but he was born at the end of the era. The other was from the 8th era. After all, he had the instant magic stone in his hand. Naturally, there were many people attacking him. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon was dealing with them. As for Long Chen's side, with the Silver Succubus demonic patriarch blocking, he didn't have any problems. He didn't think that the Silver Succubus demonic patriarch would suddenly disappear, and the brutal Blood Succubus Tyrannosaurus dragon sword prison would appear. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword chi exploded into Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon's body. Long Chen's massacre sword had directly severed Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon Ancestor's arm, and the instant magic stone was in that palm. Whoosh! Long Chen used the 10,000 worlds time domain to increase his speed. At the same time, he suppressed time, causing it to stand still. This also cut off the instant magic stone's escape route. Unsurprisingly, he was the first to take control of the instant magic stone. The instant magic stone would fly away if placed in a god kingdom or any other time. However, Long Chen had other worlds. These ancestral dragon worlds weren't so easy to escape from. The life and death realms, the demonic dragon ancient tomb, and other places were frequently opened, and it was possible for it to fly out. However, there was one place that could definitely make it obedient. And that was, the Ruin of Time. The time inside was 10,000 times slower than outside. The instant magic stone's movements inside were also 10,000 times slower to the 10,000 worlds. Moreover, it was very difficult for the Ruin of Time to open. The time inside was long enough for Long Chen to hand the instant magic stone over to the Qiyu demonic patriarch. Therefore, he had already thought it through. The moment he snatched the instant magic stone, he placed it in the Ruin of Time. Long Chen. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon's arm had been severed, and the instant magic stone had been stolen. Countless blood-sucking Tyrannosaurus sword chi had attacked his heart, riddling his body with holes. His blood flowed like a river. In addition to the attacks of the other ancestral gods, Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon was instantly heavily injured. You ambushed me. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon was enraged. That's right, it was a sneak attack. Otherwise, a mid-7th era creator god wouldn't have been so easily dealt with. At the very least, Long Chen had successfully retreated. He couldn't be bothered with Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon. Using the shadow of death to surround himself, he quickly left the battlefield. It's Long Chen. He stole the instant magic stone. The instant magic stone is in his hands. This news spread rapidly. In front of so many creator gods, Long Chen had nowhere to hide. Even the shadow of death couldn't conceal him. However, at this time, Long Chen had already left the battlefield. The Death Realm Dragon Gate had already been opened beside him. Long Chen could casually enter and leave this place. You can't escape. Even if we go to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, we will snatch the instant magic stone back. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon's mouth was practically spitting fire. His heart was filled with hatred. Originally, he thought that he had schemed against Long Chen. He didn't expect him to be so capable. Despite being at a disadvantage, he still managed to snatch the instant magic stone in the midst of the chaos. Not only did he humiliate Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon, he even trampled on his dignity. Actually, this was also revenge for the matter regarding the Satsuma demonic ancestor. Hearing Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon's words, Long Chen temporarily stopped. For a moment, the creator gods charged over in a frenzy. Long Chen's gaze was indifferent as he said, "If you want to go to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, go ahead. However, this won't change the fact that I will be able to reach the Jiuli Demon Domain in a breath's time. I will hand the instant magic stone to him, become his friend, and obtain his protection. Whoever dares to cause trouble in my Dragon Sacrificial Continent will be looking down on the Qiyu demonic ancestor. Everyone, there is a victor and a loser in a competition. This is very normal. Don't lose your rationality. As for Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon and the three of you, the previous agreement to fight in the Satsuma Demon Domain is still valid. However, there will be some slight changes. When the time comes, I, Long Chen, will fight against the three of you creator gods of the Seventh Era. That battle will have nothing to do with the Qiyu demonic ancestor. Are you satisfied now?" After Long Chen said this, the creator gods almost gave up. They knew that Long Chen had the means to separate the life and death realms. When they rushed over, Long Chen was already in the death realm. Furthermore, the death realm's dragon gate was about to close. With Long Chen's speed, he would arrive at the Jiuli Demon Domain in an instant. The fight for the instant demon stone had come to an end. It meant that Long Chen had won and become the biggest winner. As for the enraged Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon and the other two, they were originally furious and extremely unwilling. They even wanted to run to the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and start a massacre. However, Long Chen's final agreement on the final battle had given them a way to take revenge. Although they had lost the fight for the instant demon stone and were extremely unwilling, at least, there was still a chance for revenge. Today, Long Chen's successful sneak attack had made them feel greatly humiliated. 1 against 3. Although it sounded heroic, a month's time was enough for them to research a lot and make Long Chen suffer. They had a total of 9 world origins. In terms of world origin energy, they surpassed Long Chen by a lot. 1 month later, in the Satsuma Demon Domain, I hope you will appear on time. The ancestor gods of the world are waiting for you. Sacred Ancestor Drought Demon said angrily. To be honest, he didn't even have the chance to attack Long Chen today. His item had already been snatched away. He simply wanted to fight right now. Long Chen didn't reply to them. He looked at the ruins of time. The instant demon stone definitely couldn't come out. Then, he went to the realm of life. Lingxi was already here. She used the World Cleansing Lotus and the Purification Rule to help Junyu get rid of the dark energy, which was the Drought Demon's Wrath and Argenti Charm Poison. Because June's time is short, the dark energy hasn't penetrated deeply, so I can get rid of it. Lingxi turned and said to Long Chen. At this moment, Junyu was like a little girl, nestled in Lingxi's embrace. I remember. You were the one who woke me up the last time. You saved me again. Thank you. Junyu clung onto Lingxi again. Back during the apocalypse, it was Lingxi who had helped her regain her clarity of mind. The one who had truly saved her life was indeed Lingxi. During this chaotic battle, in order to make this fellow feel more at ease, Long Chen allowed her to watch the battle. Junyu had also seen it with her own eyes. Long Chen had obtained the instant demon stone. When she saw Long Chen again, her eyes were filled with even deeper reverence. At the same time, there was also a deep sense of guilt. It's me. I almost made you lose the instant magic stone. It's also my fault. It's all my fault. But you saved me again. At this point, 6 months' sobs had turned into loud wails. Alright, don't cry. Trust me next time. Don't make rash decisions. Otherwise, we won't treat you as a friend in the future. Friends need to trust each other and not act on their own. Chapter 34-53. He had to scare her. Otherwise, she would act recklessly again. Since they were friends, Long Chen had to take responsibility for her. I'll remember. Lu Yu wiped away her tears and nodded heavily like a wronged wife. Don't scare her. This girl was very kind, and Lingxi liked her quite a lot. No, I know he's good to me. Lu Yu hurriedly shook her head. After today, she was ready to repay Long Chen and the others in the future. Long Chen then used the soul-returning Song of Life to let her gradually recover from her injuries. Then, he told her to follow Lingxi around the dragon sacrificial continent and not to return to the Satsuma demon realm for the next few days. She recovered. After all, she was the 7th era's ancestral god. She was still very protective of the dragon sacrificial continent. After that, Long Chen hurriedly went to the Jiuli Devil domain. He couldn't wait to obtain the item hidden in the Jiuli Devil domain. Whether it was time or the origin dragon soul, they were the most important parts of the Void Universe dragon. After calming himself down, Long Chen appeared. After all, he knew that the Qiyu demon ancestor was not easy to deal with. Even if he had the instant demon stone and fulfilled his conditions, he could not let his guard down now. He was more powerful than the drought demon ancestor and the others. He was the 5th era's ancestral god, and at the beginning of an era. The Jiuli demon domain was still deathly silent. It was especially so after the primordial Jiuli demon diagram had been created. It had completely sealed off the entire Jiuli demon domain. Long Chen hadn't gone to other worlds recently, but according to Elder God Pangu, he had created something similar. You brought the instant demon stone. The Qiyu demon ancestor was silent again. He swept over from a cloud of smoke and finally condensed into a black minotaur in front of Long Chen. His gaze was still indifferent, but even Long Chen could feel a penetrating force from him. He felt the demonic nature of the Qiyu demon ancestor. Perhaps, the devilish nature of the primordial giant devils originated from the Qiyu demon ancestor, the cursed demon ancestor, and the other creator gods with devilish nature. They were the terrifying primordial devils who stood at the beginning of the world's creation in the distant past. Yes, I brought it. Give it to me. Qiyu demon ancestor had 4 arms. He extended his left arm towards Long Chen. It was a rough and black palm. In the ruins of time, Long Chen took away the instant magic stone. Just as he took it away, the instant magic stone forcefully left. However, Long Chen did not have to worry, because the instant magic stone was in the hands of the Qiyu demon ancestor. That's right, it's the ancient instant demon stone. The Qiyu demon ancestor said nonchalantly before turning around. He took the instant demon stone and headed towards the ancient Jiuli demon diagram. He stood at the core of the diagram, and there were countless demonic marks there. They were like the stars surrounding the moon, and the most central position was left empty. That empty space was where the instant magic stone was placed. Without saying a word, demon ancestor Qiyu placed the instant magic stone within. Before this, the instant magic stone was constantly screaming and struggling. It was as though it had a life of its own. It yearned for freedom without any restraints. However, demon ancestor Qiyu had locked the instant magic stone in one place forever, as though he was imprisoning it. However, the instant magic stone was powerless to resist. Finally, the instant magic stone fused with the ancient Jiu Li demon diagram. With a buzz, the demon diagram vibrated 9 times. Each time it vibrated, a picture of a gigantic demon god would appear. From the picture, one could tell that it was filled with demonic aura and was a ferocious and evil being. The ancient Jiu Li demon diagram should have been formed. After it was formed, the entire demon diagram suddenly disappeared, as though it had disappeared. However, Long Chen knew that this was its true and complete state. Outsiders could not see it at all, but it had indeed protected the entire Jiu Li demon domain. Very good, it's done. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu was very satisfied. The arrangements he had made during this period of time had finally yielded results. He was admiring his work, and Long Chen had sufficient patience to wait for him. After all, this was the time to obtain what he wanted. Follow me. Not long after, Demon Ancestor Qi Yu did not go back on his words. He went down first, and Long Chen hurriedly followed him. When he went through the ancient Jiu Li demon diagram, Long Chen also followed him. In just a blink of an eye, they had passed through. With Demon Ancestor Qi Yu controlling it, of course, Long Chen would not be stopped. After passing through, Jiu Li demon domain appeared in front of Long Chen. Although it was just an original incipient grade world, it was still a magnificent place. Of course, it was much worse than the dragon sacrificial continent. It's far from your dragon sacrificial continent, right? Demon Ancestor Qi Yu asked expressionlessly. Myriad worlds used to be glorious. That year, Jiu Li demon domain was like that too. It was best not to answer this kind of comparison directly. After all, Demon Ancestor Qi Yu's question itself was dangerous. If you want to find yourself, find it yourself. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu was too lazy to say more. Thank you. Long Chen recalled the appearance of that river in his head, every detail of its curves. His eyes swept over and compared it to any other river in the entire Jiu Li demon domain. In Jiu Li demon domain, there were too many rivers, big and small. Long Chen had locked onto many targets, but in the end, he only found a small difference. These were all relatively big rivers. Because of the small difference, Long Chen gave up on all of them. He thought that the void cosmic dragon wouldn't allow such a difference to appear. Then, he enlarged his target and searched for a smaller river. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. He knew that Demon Ancestor Qi Yu's patience was limited, so he increased his speed. In fact, he was also quite anxious at this moment. Fortunately, at this moment, he found his target. The moment he saw it, Long Chen was sure that it was him. However, it was really unimaginable because it wasn't a big river. It was a smelly ditch beside a house in a remote village in Jiu Li demon domain. Its width was only around 20 centimeters. It was too different from what Long Chen had imagined. However, he was sure that it was this smelly ditch because every detail and curve was exactly the same. Demon Ancestor, I want this ditch, said Long Chen. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu had followed him for a long time, wanting to know what he wanted. He didn't expect it to be this unassuming thing. He even suspected that Long Chen had made a mistake. Are you sure? Yes. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu was still puzzled. He stood in front of this smelly ditch. To be honest, he had exhausted all means available to him, but he couldn't find anything strange about it. He had wanted to see what Long Chen was up to. But at this moment, he suffered a blow. That was because he couldn't see anything at all. How is that possible? Demon Ancestor Qi Yu hesitated. Just as he was hesitating, Long Chen said, Demon Ancestor, according to the agreement, I will take this ditch away. Wait. Demon Ancestor Qi Yu hesitated. He actually had plans to give Long Chen something, but he had to know what it was. So he said, you can take it, but I have a request. Hearing him say that, Long Chen knew that the process wouldn't be easy. Demon Ancestor, please speak. Come back tomorrow afternoon, and it will be yours. Demon Ancestor Qiyu said. Long Chen finally understood. In fact, he was probably unwilling to accept it. He wasn't happy that he didn't even know what Long Chen wanted. So, he wanted to give himself a day to study it, but he only wanted to delay for a day. Long Chen didn't have any reason or ability to get it now. After all, this was Demon Ancestor Chio's world. So, he could only choose to compromise. Alright, I will come back tomorrow. With that, Long Chen didn't stay any longer. Demon Ancestor Qiyu had a weird personality. Before he got time, he had to follow his requests. If he angered him, he might even give him an excuse to refuse to give time to Long Chen. That's right, when he saw the ditch, Long Chen could basically confirm that it wasn't the origin dragon soul, but time. The ancestral dragons hid their inheritance so well that the sky-swallowing race probably didn't discover it. Whether it was massacre or time, they both needed opportunity and inherited the essence blood to be found. Other things were impossible. As for Demon Ancestor Qiyu, he obviously wants to use a day to study time. But he definitely can't understand it, because time requires the rules of time. Just like how the appearance of a massacre required the blood will sword. Long Chen wasn't afraid of Demon Ancestor Chiyu's research. He waited in the death world. After a day, June had more or less recovered. Long Chen bade them farewell and returned to Jiuli demon territory. He stood outside and said, Demon Ancestor, I'm here. After a while, a passageway finally appeared in the ancient Jiuli demon diagram. Fortunately, he would still let Long Chen enter. Long Chen flew over. Not long later, he saw Demon Ancestor Qiyu sitting cross-legged beside the ditch. His expression was very ugly. Obviously, it was because he, a dignified ancestor god of the Fifth Era, spent a day and actually couldn't feel anything special about the ditch. Moreover, the ditch had even crumbled in his hands and turned into particles. Demon Ancestor Qiyu didn't even notice what was special about it. It was clearly the simplest rotten liquid. There was also animal and human feces. Moreover, the water inside was constantly flowing to other places. Because of Long Chen's arrival, Demon Ancestor Qiyu restored this part of the place. Now, he even suspected that Long Chen was playing with him. It belongs to you now. Demon Ancestor Qiyu gave up. With this permission, Long Chen was in a good mood. After he thanked Demon Ancestor Qiyu, he didn't say anything else and separated the ditch. Then, he opened the Death World Dragon Gate and moved it into the Death World. Demon Ancestor Chiyu's expression changed. He wanted to stop Long Chen again, but Long Chen pretended not to hear him. He moved the ditch in and closed the Death World Dragon Gate. Only then did he succeed. Long Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Demon Ancestor. Long Chen's expression was calm. Chapter 3454. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. This was a dangerous place after all, so Long Chen was in a hurry to leave. The Qiyu demon ancestor was still staring at him. Just as he was about to nod, his gaze froze. Long Chen, let me ask you a question. Is this ditch important to you? It's somewhat important. It would be too fake to say it wasn't. At this time, Long Chen had a premonition that something might happen. That should be left for you by the ancestral dragon. I'm thinking that you once used the power of time and displayed the rules of time. I've seen it before. Then, perhaps you've also received the legacy of the Void Aeon Dragon, just that you don't have the source of the world. Is that so? Actually, this was just a bold guess, but this guess was directly the truth. Senior, you're thinking too much. Long Chen sensed the danger. If it was the source of the world, then it was too important. Although it wasn't of much use to the Qiyu demon ancestor, the key was, the ancestral gods didn't want Long Chen to be too powerful. They didn't want Long Chen to be above them and rule over the myriad worlds. No, I suddenly feel that it must be. I was confused for a whole day, but now I see the light. My intuition tells me that it must be so. The Qiyu demon ancestor's voice was even shaking. The Void Aeon dragon used to be just below the first and second ancestral dragons. Because these two ancestral dragons didn't exist normally, the Void Aeon dragon was once the strongest in the myriad worlds. Its source of the world was the foundation of the Void Aeon dragon. How could the Qiyu demon ancestor be willing to let something so important slip out of his hands just like that? He wasn't. He felt as if his heart was being sliced into pieces. I understand now. Rivers and time. I didn't understand why you kept searching for all sorts of rivers and then found this ditch. I couldn't understand this ditch either. So the key is time. That's right. In the deepest part of this ditch, the simplest particles have the power of time. It's just that I didn't think of it before. The Qiyu demon ancestor was a little emotional. At this juncture, Long Chen was already prepared to open up the Death World's Dragon Gate and escape. Actually, he was just a little bit away. Who would have thought that he would be able to guess it at the final juncture? Moreover, he was very certain, not even giving Long Chen a chance to refute, because he himself was certain. When he recalled the details, he was sure of it. It was useless to deny his conjecture now. Instead, it would make the Qiyu demon ancestor feel disgusted. Long Chen said calmly, "Demon ancestor, what it is not important. What is important is your promise. You said that if I give you the instant magic stone, you will give it to me. Moreover, I did not lie to you. Although it is very useful to me, it is useless to you." This might not be able to suppress the Qiyu demon ancestor. After being tough, Long Chen's tone softened. He said, "Demon ancestor, no matter what, if I have this opportunity and succeed, I will thank you for your help today. If I have the chance to regain my position as the ancestor dragon, I will not mistreat you. I will still treat you as my benefactor." This was using both the carrot and the stick. He wanted the Qiyu demon ancestor to not regret giving away the source of the world today. On one hand, the Qiyu demon ancestor valued what he had said. On the other hand, if Long Chen could really become strong, it would be good to have him as an ally. It all depended on whether the Qiyu demon ancestor could suppress the indignation in his heart. And it was precisely because of this that he was feeling so conflicted right now. That pair of tiger eyes of his glared at Long Chen with a death stare as a torrential demonic aura burst forth. All of a sudden, the Qiyu demon ancestor punched out with his fist. It was a punch that was incomparably fast. It was a punch that could not be resisted. This punch suddenly landed on Long Chen's body. The terrifying demonic qi surged over, bringing with it the most primitive and domineering power. Instantly, the demonic qi penetrated Long Chen's body, causing his flesh and blood to disintegrate. This heavy blow had seriously injured Long Chen. Fortunately, the source of the world, Massacre, was fine. So was the essence soul of the great void universe dragon. His life was protected. However, with such injuries and the demonic qi wreaking havoc on his body, he would probably need some time to recover. Long Chen's first thought was, the Qiyu demon ancestor wants to kill me. However, after being hit, he understood that the Qiyu demon ancestor was just venting his anger. If he really wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. Indeed, after Long Chen crawled to his feet, he said angrily, "Scram. I, the Qiyu demon ancestor, am a man of my words. If I say it's yours, it's yours. Also, be it in the past, present, or future, I don't need anyone's protection." This punch can be considered a punishment for your disrespectful words. Long Chen laughed in his heart. These words sounded nice, but in reality, he was just venting his anger. He was just feeling uncomfortable in his heart. Giving away such an important thing just like that, he would also feel heartache, even though he had no use for it. However, he had agreed after all. Therefore, he could only do this for the sake of his face. Farewell. If he could leave, he naturally had to leave immediately. Without another word, Long Chen left the Jiuli demon region and returned to the death rain. At this moment, his body was still covered in demonic qi. He needed to expel the destructive power of the saber, or he would live in this calamity for eternity. Lingxi came over to help as well. Let me do it too. Lu Yue also knew some similar means. Her laws leaned towards light, and she also had many healing laws. With the three of them working together, Long Chen finally made it through. This Qiyu demon ancestor, although time is in your world, this punch today is too heavy. Originally, Long Chen was quite grateful to him, but the other party's domineering punch made him withdraw his gratitude. Just as Qiyu demon ancestor had said, he did not need any support or help from Long Chen. Forget it. It's for the best that I don't need to return this favor. Long Chen's mood finally calmed down. Moreover, everyone around him was concerned about him. That ditch had already been moved by Long Chen to the 4th floor of the Tower of Time. At this moment, Long Chen could not wait any longer and came here. In his eyes, this was also an inconspicuous thing, but Long Chen could vaguely sense the changes in the time particles. Lingxi and the others were all waiting. After all, every world source of the ancestral dragon was a miraculous thing. Even the 6 dragon attendants had returned. They were all filled with excitement. This was the second one. Without saying anything, Long Chen already had a time dragon swimming in his hand. On the tiny void cosmic dragon, there were billions of changes and disorder of time. Go. Under the control of Long Chen, the time dragon flew towards the ditch. In a very short period of time, the time dragon sank into the ditch and integrated with the water. After the time dragon drilled into the body of the astral demon ancestor, it could shatter its flesh and blood. Its power was also quite great. The world source of the void cosmic dragon, time, was what Long Chen was looking forward to. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the whole ditch suddenly exploded into pieces again. This time, it was even finer, like powder within powder, spreading in front of them like smoke. Qiyu demon ancestor had also shattered this ditch before. The difference was that Qiyu demon ancestor did not have the time dragon. And now, the time dragon had completely dispersed and fused into the gutter powder. Every fragment of the gutter powder was contaminated with the power of time. It was this power of time that caused the gutter to reform and undergo new changes. World source, time. Birth. It was exactly the same as when Slaughter was born. Slaughter was a blood-red long sword. The blade had the dragon pattern of the ancient blood spiritual dragon, which was very similar to the bloody style of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Time was taking shape and condensing. Because the void cosmic dragon was the ancestral god of the third era, the scene was more magnificent and more magical. The powder gradually became light blue and translucent under the penetration of the power of time. When it was combined, Long Chen vaguely saw dozens of translucent oval rings that were like nothingness. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the translucent, illusory rings combined and connected. Only then did everyone realize the shape of the world source. It's an incorporeal one, but it has light blue iron chains. Yes, it's an iron chain. It's so beautiful. And when the rings are connected, there seems to be the pattern of the void cosmic dragon in them. This was time. Slaughter was a blood sword. Long Chen had guessed it, but he had never thought that time was actually an illusory iron chain. But from the perspective of a weapon, the iron chain could attack like a long whip, and it could also bind and bind. It had many other uses and was a weapon that was very suitable to use the rules of time. It was even possible that time had more forms. It's just that before I get the origin dragon soul of the void cosmic dragon, I can't completely understand it and use it like slaughter. Long Chen could only use slaughter after he got the origin dragon soul of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Outside the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain, Long Chen could vaguely hear immortals talking inside the mountain. The reason why there were creator ancestor gods here was because they saw that the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain was not bad, and there were many hidden resources. Hence, they divided this place. After all, in terms of world grade, this was a primeval grade world. Compared to some creator ancestor gods' worlds, it was much more stable. Of course, the primordial ancestor gods of the 5th era who owned the original incipient grade world wouldn't consider this place. Most of the primordial ancestor gods belonged to the 7th era and some 6th era. Most of the territories belonged to the 6th era primordial ancestor gods. Of course, these creator ancestor gods came from nearby worlds. If they were from distant worlds, they would not have bothered to come here. They treat this as their own territory. This is a little troublesome. If I want to enter the world inside the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain, I will need their permission. It seemed so. Although it was a little troublesome, it was not insurmountable. For the origin dragon soul, Long Chen was willing to do anything. He probably knew these creator ancestor gods, so at this time, he found a familiar one. Back when he first came to the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain, he had met the Donghua Great Emperor Lord and obtained the divine sword demon pagoda. The world that the Donghua Great Emperor Lord was in was called the 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal World. He called himself the 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal Elder. And below him, the creator ancestor god of this world was also here. He was called the Donghua Imperial Ancestor. The 3 Continents and 10 Islands Immortal World was a 6th-tier mixed essence realm world. Therefore, the Donghua Imperial Ancestor god of the 7th era was born in the middle of the era. His strength was about the same as the Satsuma demon ancestor and the others. In terms of world origins, he had 2 more than Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen felt that the Donghua Imperial Ancestor would be easier to talk to because of his friendship with the former Donghua Great Emperor Lord. Unexpectedly, when he just arrived and was about to speak, a handsome man in brocade robes with long hair fluttering in the wind and holding a golden longsword rushed into the sky and shouted, "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Donghua Imperial Ancestor. Are you here to snatch territory?" Long Chen was a little stunned by his shout. He hurriedly said, "Donghua Imperial Ancestor, of course not. I am not interested in your territory." Long Chen. The moment he saw Long Chen, the Donghua Imperial Ancestor thought of his world, the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. The Dragon Sacrifice Continent was now famous. It was impossible for the founding ancestor gods not to know about it. "Humph, you are here to mock me. You have the Dragon Sacrifice Continent. Of course you don't need to occupy such a broken place. But I have no enmity with you. Why do you have to humiliate me?" The Donghua Imperial Ancestor asked warily. Seeing that he was being sensitive, Long Chen explained, "You misunderstand. Actually, I came here because I wanted to enter the interior of the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain. But I didn't expect that the ancestral gods would claim this place as their own territory. So I walked around. When I was young, I had a master and disciple relationship with an expert from the immortal world of the 3 Continents and 10 Islands. I thought it would be easier to talk to you, so I came. You were once a master and disciple of my descendant. I once received 2 weapons from him in this divine demon Buzhou mountain. Furthermore, I wandered this place with the identity of his disciple. Long Chen was telling the truth. You are his disciple. The Donghua imperial ancestor thought that Long Chen was his master. At this point, his tone was slightly better as he said, then let's talk about it after we get down. Long Chen followed him and landed on the ground of the fiend celestial Buzhou mountain. He hadn't been here for a long time. After leaving the mountain, he had always been in battle. Now that he was back, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, this was the first place Long Chen had come to after leaving the dragon sacrifice continent. You want to go inside? The Donghua imperial ancestor asked. That's right. He didn't know Long Chen's current ability, so he smiled disdainfully. You know why we occupy this place? Because the land here is vast. We can let the gods and demons of our world come here to train. After all, the situation of every world was too bad now. Everyone was too weak, especially in the 9th, 8th, and 7th eras. Speaking of this, Donghua imperial ancestor laughed even more and said, how boring, how boring. We are all creator ancestral gods. We can just build our own world. Why are we fighting over this place? To tell you the truth, it's because we feel that the world inside the fiend god Buzhou mountain is extremely vast and strange. To be honest, Long Chen had never studied it, nor had he carefully entered to take a look. Hearing this, he remembered that he actually also wanted to go in and take a look, but he didn't have the chance. I see. Occupying this place is actually equivalent to occupying the entrance. We have dozens of people to slowly excavate the world inside. So now you know why I reacted this way when you said you wanted to go in, right? The Donghua imperial ancestor said. Long Chen thought for a while and said, I also want to go in and explore this time. Can you let me in once? The Donghua imperial ancestor wanted to shake his head, but he remembered something. He sighed and said, no matter what, you are the savior. It was you who allowed me to survive until now in the doomsday battle. I shouldn't have stopped you, and I should have returned you a favor. But what? I have an agreement with the other ancestral gods. We have formed a united front, forbidding anyone but us from entering. They are also often inside. With your ability, if you are discovered after entering, it will be a big problem for me. So, I can't let you in. This was troublesome. Long Chen insisted, what if I am not discovered at all? This is very important to me. I hope you can help. There were too few Genesis ancestral gods like the Satsuma demon ancestor. If the Donghua imperial ancestor was the Satsuma demon ancestor, he would definitely respectfully send Long Chen in. That was why Long Chen liked the Satsuma demon ancestor so much.